you feel good? Don't you wanna feel good, good, good? Sometimes I wish that we could go back before you got hurt, hurt, hurt. When before I was scared, now I'm feeling prepared. Don't you wanna feel good? Don't you wanna feel good, good, good?
When you say you were leaving, I thought that you meant it. I played the victim, you starred as indifferent. Hindsight comes standard with rose-colored lenses. Hate to admit it, you're better off. Now you're too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses. Too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses.
Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start it.
Maybe feeling change, I could be never. All the reasons why we've been separate ways. Feeling all alone in your company, keeping you captive with your chains.
We're night and day, solar eclipses. Too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses.
Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again.
Tomorrow we build. Depends on the future we want, we can make it as real. Maybe we will go, give up the ego. Making it feel good. Too scared to just let it go. Too scared to just let it go. Tomorrow we build. Depends on the future we want, we can make it as real. Maybe we will go, give up the ego. Making it feel good. Too scared to just let it go. Too scared to just let it go.
Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. We can start again. We can start it.
He puts it in 0 seconds remaining! He seems to be fighting hard for it. Oh my goodness! Rudy, what is this?
Doesn't get the touch, he's looking for Kato. He's got the oh, he gets the flick and he gets it through! He's gonna get the shot! He's gonna put it in! Back to back! On the backward, can he find the touch? He's gonna put the shot on the net!
High off the backboard here. Opportunity! Here comes the shot!
Hold on. Sure
early, this kid. Oh my lord!
Go with the shot. It's gonna go in.
Oh, Palpatine on the goal line.
Nearly over!
Sweep. It comes through. The Venom, the improbable, the impossible, the 4-time champions.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nemesis Gaming League, where the grind continues, where playoffs continue, and now we are in the semifinals, and I am joined in the booth by the GOAT, Ventus. Ventus, man, how we doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I just am so excited for this matchup. Origin obviously taking the reverse sweep victory against Gladiators in round one. Blackhawks taking that 4-2 victory against the Warhawks in round one. And with the disconnect, they won it in overtime in a 2v. Like, technically, the Warhawks were 2v3ing the Blackhawks for a little bit of time there. I mean, both those matchups were absolutely insane. I mean, some might say that this semifinals could be a grand finals match value, at least in the prospect league. So this is definitely one of the hypest matches we have.
Yeah, and we're just getting started off with an absolute banger. Like you said, I feel like these two teams are probably the favorites remaining. I will say, though, Origin, they looked rough against Gladiators, able to bring it back. Blackhawks, they looked rough against Warhawks, like we were talking about. So I'm not really sure if I trust either team, to go and win it all. I don't know who I'm going to pick here, to be honest. I'm still kind of thinking about it. But obviously, just looking at some of these players, there's some pretty big names. You got Hunzer and Air Sweeney on this Origin team who are, pretty solid. I think it was Hunzer that's been kind of like lighting up the scene. And of course, there's Rockerman too, I guess, but nobody really needs to talk about him. But and on the other side, we got some absolute banger players. We got Coach, Perky, and Juice Lo-Fi, or Lofi. Either way, that man, he was like a mid-season pickup. He has been a huge difference maker, and I expect him to pop off this series.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams started out a little bit slow. I think I'm really looking for Kosh to step up big for the Blackhawks. He didn't have a great series against Warhawks, and I feel like he was a little bit lackluster. You talked about Juice Lo-Fi. He was absolutely phenomenal in that Warhawks series. He was a big reason that they were able to win. So obviously him having a big game is going to be really good. But then on the other side, I feel like Hunzer for Origin started out really, really slow, but then he absolutely popped off in the second half of the series and like absolutely took the Gladiators players completely off guard and kind of breathed new signs of life into that Origin squad, helping them propel them to that reverse sweep. So, I mean, if either of these teams can come out hot and take the early couple of games, I think it's going to be very crucial for the rest of the series. Obviously, both these teams kind of start out a little bit slow anyways, but if you can steal a game here with both these teams ramping it up towards the second half, one game can be the difference.
Yeah, and honestly, it's just about, like you said, starting off strong, because these teams, man, I don't know. I want to see you. I want to get into this action, Vincent. I'm going to go ahead, and I'm going to get a prediction out of you real quick, because I'm still deliberating on mine, and I'm stalling. Who
You
you
know,
got?
I think I got to give it to Origin here. I think that they figured out their play style. They were able to counteract and kind of like outweight the Gladiators. They started looking really, really good. We started to see their momentum back. They had a lot of pressure. Rockerman getting those demos. Hunzer just putting on all the pressure. Air Sweeney putting great shots on net. I think that Origin are going to be able to build off their momentum that they had in their win against the Gladiators and come out stronger than Blackhawks, and I think that's going to be the biggest difference.
Yeah, and already early on, Blackhawks, a little bit of pressure, but a couple not touches came through, and so they had to relieve the pressure over to Origin. A bump here on Air Sweeney is a good 50 there from Rockerman, but he's backwards, going to get a follow as Perky launches that ball high, trying to get a follow-up. Juice Lo-Fi going to leave that one as no touch comes out from Hunzer. Air Sweeney, not a lot of boost to work with on the sidewall. Two players there. Juice able to get the touch. Rockerman able to get the follow, able to get a clear pass one. Perky last man back. Does Perky have the touch off the back wall? No, but that ball in a dangerous spot. Hunzer's shot going to be wide. Juice gonna leave that one for Perky. Doesn't have a lot of boost. 12 boost to work with, trying to go for a 50, and a good 50 it is. Hunzer not going to jump for that ball as Coach now trying to chase it down. Rockerman with not a good 50, but Hunzer is going to be there. Over to Rockerman. Rockerman with one touch, trying to get it over Perky. He does. Can he get the follow? No, Perky. Good patience there as he's able to get the clear, and Rockerman kind of leading the charge so far for this Origin team as they're continuing the pressure. Rockerman with the shot there as well. Coach with a great save, and now Perky on the other end trying to get it clear. Air Sweeney with a nice touch, and Origin, they're getting some good answers. A couple shots here from both teams, but pretty easy save so far. Ventus just kind of feeling each other out. Game 1 always kind of feels like this, and I feel like it's been Origin with the most opportunities, but still no goals to show for it.
Yeah, I think Blackhawks have been a little bit panicky. You see a double commit there, almost turning into a goal with a great shot from Rockerman. But I mean, I feel like Blackhawks have been a little bit too jumpy. They haven't been very calm. We see a lot of the times they panic and go for these touches with low boost, can't really keep the possession, and then it falls right back into the Origin hands. And Origin just love to play that way. They love to just accept that ball in the midfield from these missed touches or these misplays with low boost. And it really starts this boa constrictor action where Hunter might be able to get a shot off here, but a good demo in the midfield on Air Sweeney is actually going to relieve a lot of pressure for the Blackhawks. And I feel like once the Blackhawks settle in, they will be a lot more threatening. But until then, they just have to lock down on defense. They have to not throw away possession.
Yeah, some good attempts from both teams. And like you said, it does feel like a little bit jumpy, but a double commit from Origin. It caused 2 players to be downfield, but still no real threatening shots coming through. Rockerman now trying to find a teammate, but couldn't get it around one. Coach in the air, going for the double touch. Air Sweeney able to get a piece of it, and no one there from the Blackhawks. A good demo came out in the midfield. Air Sweeney gets dunked by Juice. Hunter's there for the shot. Perky with a nice dunk. Just Rockerman back, not a lot of boost. Air Sweeney, he gets a touch because the demo came through on Rockerman. Coach with the shot. Air Sweeney puts that one up high. Perky's going to be there. Rockerman able to get a touch, sends that ball way long, right over Juice's head. Juice now racing back, just trying to get a little touch on it, but kind of rushed it once again. Like you said, just a little jumpy. Coach now in the air. Can't be so dangerous. Going for the cringe. Doesn't get the touch. Juice Lo-Fi. Not a great shot. Rockerman had to clear to the corner. A double commit here, though, could result in more pressure. Juice Lo-Fi to the side wall and a shot. Coach able to get the 50. I thought a save could have come through, but just the bigger player with the goal.
Yeah, I expected Hunter to really flip into this one, really play into the early 50 to kind of block more of the net, but he kind of gives away that high 50 angle where it just pushes the ball up into the top of the net. And Blackhawks, they started to turn on the heat there in the second half of this game. I feel like Origin was feeling the pressure. They were getting demoed a lot as that on their third man especially. We saw this where Sweeney had to make a diving save back and then had to make another follow-up save off of a demo from Perky on Rockerman, and so it feels like Blackhawks kind of settled in pretty well. They're starting to go for these demo plays, especially trying to catch the third man of Origin out in rotation, and it's worked out really well. It's allowed them to keep a lot of pressure, and it hasn't allowed Origin to really get anything going. They've constantly been demoed. They've constantly started to get their boost taken because they haven't been able to secure their corners with the constant demo of their third man, and so I feel like Origin a little bit succumbing to the pressure as Kosh getting another shot on net, and now Blackhawks are out shooting Origin 11-1.
The Goomba almost came through. The shot was just off target, and still more pressure here from the Blackhawks. I felt like they weathered the storm that was the Origin offense, and they have just been turning on the gas ever since. And with 30 seconds left, they're trying to make one more goal to seal the deal. Can Coach do it here? That one not going to be on target as Rockerman trying to tie up this game. Out to Air Sweeney. Air Sweeney back to Rockerman. Rockerman to the corner. Rockerman looking for a pass mid. He's going to try to hit it down. Air Sweeney's going to be there. Air Sweeney puts it away. 13 seconds left. The game is tied.
Yeah, Rockerman did such a great job of controlling that play there, taking it a little bit slow on the back wall, forcing a challenge out of the Blackhawks defender, and then just tapping it out to his teammates lying in wait. I feel like the Origin roster, even though they haven't had as many shots, I feel like they've passed really well. Rockerman has found Hunter and Sweeney very well in the outlets, turning into counterattacks. And I feel like they've been able to turn a lot of that pressure away because of those passing out into the midfield. And Origin obviously getting a goal there off of a pass. But we're going to overtime in game number 1.
Game 1 OT. You couldn't ask for more here. Now, a kickoff goal would be unfortunate, but not going to happen there as Air Sweeney smartly rotated back, like everybody should do off of kickoff. As now, Juice couldn't get a touch there as Air Sweeney's going to put another one on target. Oh my goodness, the snipe! To the corner, 12 seconds is all it took, and Air Sweeney is the player to make it happen.
Yeah, and looks like Juice Lo-Fi kind of expecting a little bit of a maybe an air dribble control touch, but instead Juice Lo-Fi just absolutely bangs that ball to the backboard, reads the bounce really well. That last man back in Perky wasn't able to read that bounce from the top of the waterfall there, and that one's going to bounce right down. He places it perfectly bottom left too, by the way. I mean, absolutely phenomenal placement. And even though we talked about Blackhawks having all that pressure, 11 shots to 4, Origin bunkered down. They had 10 saves of their own. I mean, they were not succumbing to the pressure at all. They played their patient waiting game, looked for those cracks in the counterattacks. They passed the ball out really well into the outlets. And I mean, they kind of played a different game from what I've seen from them. I know a lot of the time they're the suffocating offense where they're constantly getting those demos with Rockerman hunting, head hunting, and I mean we're kind of relying on Hunzer to do these solo plays. But this is the first time I've seen Origin kind of play a little bit more passive, allow that pressure to come in, just look for the outlets and play the counterattack. And I feel like that's something that Origin has done really well, but we haven't seen much out of them.
Yeah, and I will say, it's not like this Origin team wasn't on offense. Like they were playing good offense, they just didn't have the shots. So I felt like they were just taking their time with their chances. It was kind of a quality versus quantity kind of game here. A lot of pop shots, a lot of just kind of sitting at the net, hope something sticks from the Blackhawks. And I felt like every time that Origin were on offense, they were looking for a pass, they were looking for an opportunity for a teammate, not just putting a shot on net and giving the ball away. Air Sweeney, he had one insane goal. He did score two, but that overtime goal was the game winner. Trying to look for an early one there, couldn't get it. It's Perky now, a little bit of control. Air Sweeney with a good challenge. No boost for Perky, so that ball gets 50. Hunter over to Rockerman. Another great dunk there from Coach, but Hunter, the only one with boost, is he's going to try to get a touch. That one's going to go out mid to Rockerman. Rockerman immediately on top of that to the corner. Juice, one touch. Can he get the follow-up? No, it's going to be Coach trying to follow that one towards the sidewall. Coach looking for a pass mid. Rockerman dunked already. Perky towards the corner, looking for the read. Oh my goodness, Perky does it himself. What a dunk.
Perky's been hitting the gym lately. I mean, we see that right there. He was able to just absolutely dunk Hunzer, put that ball in the top left, top of the net, giving Blackhawks another lead once again. And I mean, I feel like that was a slight misplay from Origin. They started diving a lot into their own corner. You see the corners, especially on the defensive side, aren't super threatening, and so when you start committing players with low boost into these corners, from the Origin side, they weren't able to get the relief and pressure that they wanted. Sweeney ended up taking a full dive with low boost, not able to rotate himself back in time, and that's when we see the pressure really start to mount for the Blackhawks. The Origin kind of played a little panic there, allowed that space that Perky was able to capitalize and get the absolute dunk of his life. So a good play from Blackhawks, but you want to see more from Origin.
Yeah, good dunk there from Air Sweeney, though. Could result in a goal here. Hunzer not able to get to it before Perky does. Able to clear it to the corner. And Rockerman, dangerous challenge there. I think he was last man, and Air Sweeney able to get back in time. Juice, though, with a nice shot. Hunzer with a nice save. Off to the sidewall. Coach already up for that one. Perky taking the back corner boost. A little awkward. Coach leaves that ball. Air Sweeney's shot. Is it on target? It is. Juice couldn't get there. The placement from Air Sweeney has been beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Juice left by a little bit of a misflip there. It looked like he could have potentially gotten to that ball, but maybe the inputs weren't in his favor on that one. But a good shot nonetheless for Air Sweeney, putting that on target, just forcing the opposition to make a save. And I mean, Juice Lo-Fi was awkward anyways. He didn't have a lot of boost, but here he is this time looking for an air dribble, trying to get past three. Super awkward. Perky, though, not able to make that finish. It looked like Perky might have had an open net if he could have read that bounce off the back wall. And I feel like Blackhawks needed to convert that one, needed to get the pressure back because you do not want Origin to start ramping up.
Yeah, Origin, they can really just turn it on whenever they need to, but Blackhawks, I feel like they're capable of the same thing. Those kinds of shots, they can start making those, and it can be a whole different game. And one missed touch there. Coach now trying to find a pass, and that one goes way high. That one's still going to be met, though, by Juice. And Perky, is he going to be there? A dunk comes through. Coach already up in the air. The shot. Great pressure there from Blackhawks. Oh, my goodness. That was beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Blackhawks do best. Their speed on the offensive side of the ball is so good. Kosh, a great shot on net. Perky, a good dunk and forcing the double commit. Juice Lo-Fi had a great read off the backboard, able to put that one for a pass to Perky. And I mean, it's just a great little 1-2-3 play against Origin. A miss here. This might be a goal. Is Hunzer not able to get a touch on that one, and that one is going to find the back of the net. It looks like he ended up getting a touch after the ball was shot, not being able to put that one off. Trying to play the block there, but it didn't matter anyways. As that one is going to find the back of the net, and Blackhawks looking a lot more dominant. Well, not necessarily dominant. I feel like they had a lot of pressure. They had a bunch of shots, but it looks like they're just finding the back of the net more. Maybe some more of Origin miscommunications on defense, and they're breaking down the defense a little better. So these shot opportunities are turning more frequently into goals.
Yeah, this Origin team, they can't play perfect on defense all the time. Like they played pretty dang close to it in game 1, and here we're seeing some cracks in the armor. But they also have some offense of their own. That one not going to come through, but it was only because of a juice touch with no boost. So they have their own chances as well. Rockerman trying to create a chance here, trying to get the dunk, and he does. That one kind of awkward for Kosh, but Kosh able to get a nice clear. Hunter popping that ball up high. Air Sweeney, he is the man to do it, and oh my goodness, give him another.
Yeah, I mean, a great shot there once again. It looked like the defender might have gotten a slight touch, but Juice Lo-Fi with 0 boost kind of just has to put a hand up. He's got to try to block as much of the net as possible with the incoming shot being inevitable, as Air Sweeney being that shooter so far for Origin. I mean, I'm pretty sure he might have scored every single goal so far for Origin. He has 2 this game. He scored 2 last game. I mean, he's just been absolutely dominant when it comes to his shooting. And, I mean, it's also thanks to his teammates. They were helping, getting some beats in the midfield on the players of the Blackhawks, allowing Sweeney, where they're whittling down the defense, they're taking the boost, where Juice Lo-Fi had 0 boost to make a save. And, I mean, it worked out. Sweeney, a great shooter there, but, I mean, you got to also congratulate the teammates of Origin for helping put him in that situation.
Yeah, now can they make another one happen? It's been Air Sweeney that's, he's been the finisher, but it's been, oh my goodness, it's Air Sweeney again. Give him the hat trick. Give him 5 goals this series. Origin, man. Give props to this man right here. A great read and just a missed touch there from Perky and Ventus. It just seems like it's the Air Sweeney show whenever they get on offense.
Yeah, I mean, he's done really well to get beats on the Blackhawks players who have been diving or overcommitting. And then he's also maintained possession as well. We saw he was able to put that one off the corner and then follow that one up while being able to beat members of the Blackhawks defense. But this one is all Blackhawks. They just absolutely decimated the Origin defense, and it looks like Juice Lo-Fi was going to be the one to get that goal. But, I mean, a great play there from Kosh.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason... there's a reason this team is worth, 7 first-round picks, something like that, 8 first-round picks. I don't know how many Crips spent on them, but they're worth that many for a reason, because they can pull off stuff like that. So hopefully we get to see more of that as this series continues, but this game still not over yet. Air Sweeney's trying to make another one happen, and Juice was not letting him get a free shot on that one. Rockerman trying to be a little Air Sweeney himself, trying to put that one bottom corner. Couldn't make that happen, as now Juice trying to get a long clear. Rockerman was up 2. Air Sweeney gets bumped, still able to get back to that ball right over Coach's head. Rockerman with 1 touch. Perky got a lot of boost, has to pop it over to Air Sweeney. Can't be dangerous. That ball going mid now. Hunzer gets dunked by Coach, and that one goes long. 20 seconds remaining. Rockerman trying to get this ball cleared, trying to get an opportunity started. It's going to be an Air Sweeney opportunity, though, as Hunter going to pass it back to him. That one off the back wall. There's no follow-up. Coach now going to go for the free goal and put the dagger away. That one going to be the Blackhawks victory here for game 2, a 5-3 victory. Maybe it might, there's still time. Let me hold my horse a little bit, Ventus, but that one looked like a great opportunity, and I think if Air Sweeney just shot the ball instead of putting it off backboard, could have been a tied game.
Yeah, I just think that the angle of the shot was really awkward. Hunter didn't do that great of a job to put it in a situation where Air Sweeney could easily put that one on net. He really had to work for it, and obviously when it comes off the backboard like that with such speed and turns into a counterattack, you committed all 3 players of the Origin side to offense. You had Hunter passing it to Sweeney, Rockerman going for the bumps. I mean, it was an all or nothing play. I can't be upset for Origin for trying it. I think that they were so close to converting that opportunity as well. If they were able to score that, absolutely momentum changer, especially forcing overtime in this game number 2. They had already taken game number 1. I think that you can't fault them too much for wanting to go all out, play super aggressive. But obviously, Blackhawks held on defense, were able to counterattack pretty easily, and they were able to take game number 2 pretty convincingly. I think that these teams are very, very close, neck and neck. I think it'll come down to the wire. We're going to need so many more pop off games from Sweeney or from. Obviously, stepping up from Hunzer there. We need to see him start popping off as well. But I mean, the Blackhawks look pretty poised. All of them playing pretty well, all things considered. And this one might be in. Is it just going to go off the crossbar? Perky not able to read that one. There's no follow-up from the Blackhawks roster on offense. And it looks like that one, the Origin roster, is going to run away with an absolutely criminal play.
Yeah, and now counterattack opportunity. Coach just able to beat out Rockerman, though. Now Coach with some boost, and he can be dangerous. That one to the backboard, 100. Defending the backboard, and Sweeney couldn't get a touch, but Rockerman's able to get a long one. Hunter now trying to get the read. Does he have it? No, but Juice does. One now, a clear and a long clear. Could be an opportunity. Is anybody back? Juice puts it off. Perky couldn't get the shot. That one could have been a great goal for Blackhawks, and Origin again counting their lucky stars, because my goodness, that's probably 2 goals that should have been in right now.
Yeah, you definitely got to convert these in a do or die. You know, this is the semifinals. You need to play up to your stuff. You need to play to your potential. It looks like Blackhawks a little bit of a faltering here early in game number 3, but I mean they are still tied 1-1. Even though they didn't convert on the offense, it's not like it's turned into any counterattack goals where they've been punished by not being able to finish the shots. But as I say that, this might be a punish here as Rockerman looking for a shot on net. This one going to go top left, but saved away by Kosh. The follow-up from Hunzer. All the Blackhawks players look like they're bumping each other. They're all awkward. Kosh getting a great clear, though. Able to get maybe a bump on Sweeney. And it looks like Blackhawks are able to stave off that Origin pressure and hang on for the time being.
Hunter with a nice pass. Well, I thought he might get the dunk on Perky, but Perky instead gets a great 50 on Rockerman. Air Sweeney, 0 boost, still gets a great touch. That ball gets pinched by Kosh as now Juice with 1 touch pops it high as Rockerman able to get a long clear down to Hunter. Perky off the side wall, but it's going to be Air Sweeney going for the shot, and Kosh had to stop that one before it really got started. Hunter, though, with another dangerous pass off the back wall. These guys, this Origin team really has started to turn it up, but that double commit results in a counterattack opportunity. Juice going for the reset. It's going to leave it for Coach. That one off the back wall, and Perky elects not to go. Kind of, relaxing a little bit. Third man doesn't want to commit too hard. Doesn't get the touch, but gets a nice fake instead as Juice able to get the clear. Coach now, no touch. Juice kind of awkward. Nobody was ready from Origin. That ball high. Air Sweeney couldn't get a nice touch on it. I think Hunter was waiting for a pass, but instead it's going to be a counterattack here. Hunter, though, with a nice long clear. Coach, first one there, gets a nice touch, but Hunter, Perky, I thought he was on Origin for a second. I thought that was going to be a beautiful play, but instead Blackhawks, they're going to retain possession a little bit, but that one going to go over to Hunter. Hunter with a beat on one. Rockerman with the shot. That one's going to go out the back wall. Hunter with the free net. Juice was there under the ball, but he helps Hunter out getting that goal, and finally it's not Air Sweeney on the board.
Yeah, and that's a great pass by Rockerman, electing not to necessarily just try to shoot through 2 defenders. He sees the double commit happening. They're both diving to try to block, and he just elects to put it around them. And Hunzer, he was the one who got the first beat in the midfield on the hard challenge by the Blackhawks player. I mean, these Blackhawks players, especially on defense, they seem a little bit full dive commit happy. They aren't willing to kind of fake challenge or stay a little bit more grounded and wait for the pressure. But I don't know what's happening to Origin either. They don't seem to want to be grounded at all, as Juice Lo-Fi able to just recover onto the ground for that one. Hunzer not able to get a touch. It looks like Rockerman kind of playing the block, but ends up bumping Hunzer out of the way of a potential save, and that's absolute devastation for Origin.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. I think Rockerman definitely could have had that save, but, I think Origin should have been scored on twice at this time already. So, there's give and take to it all. A goal almost going through there, but Air Sweeney gets a nice touch. As now Air Sweeney trying to find a pass mid. Instead, he finds some air as Coach now looking for a pass, but gets a good 50 instead as Rockerman able to get a long clear. Perky going to leave that one for Juice. That one off the sidewall. Juice now trying to get a follow-up. It's going to be Perky with a nice dunk. Perky trying to not go for the follow, going for the bump instead. Hunter kind of awkward. Coach taking his time. Gets a good 50. That one's still rolling up. Rockerman able to get a long clear and back straight to that corner. Juice, once again, trying to get a touch. Gets it around one, and Air Sweeney. Oh, sorry, 100, last man back. Perky now with a nice shot. Oh, the pass into the shots. Juice was also going for the bump as well. Kind of an impossible situation here for Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great play. I want to talk about Perky was able to take both the Origin boost and the mid boost, taking away all of the resources from Origin. It forced Air Sweeney and Rockerman into bad challenges, and it allowed this counterattack to happen where Perky was able to get the pass from Juice Lo-Fi, who played that possession perfectly, slowing the play down, knowing that Hunter is all by himself on a complete island. And I mean, the Blackhawks just played that scenario so well, where they're able to hoard all the resources for themselves, wait for the counterattack, and absolutely decimate the net. But that one isn't going to go on target. They weren't able to decimate the net that time because they weren't able to find the back of it.
Yeah, the crossbar, though, you know, it's a little banged up after that one. That one was a beautiful shot from Juice, but just not low enough. But now it's Perky's turn. Oh, my goodness. He gets bumped, though. Can't get the double. And a double commit here from Origin. Rockerman trying to get back to that ball. Coach with one nice touch, trying to get a pass over to Juice. Juice with a nice shot. Air Sweeney kind of awkward, still able to make the save. And Hunter with a beautiful touch as well. Juice now just has to waste 10 seconds. He takes us to his corner. Doesn't get the touch. Gonna leave it for Coach. Coach, that one gonna bounce up high. Hunter kind of awkward. Gets a nice high touch. Juice, first one there, though, beats Rockerman. Air Sweeney has to keep that ball alive, and it's going to hit the ground. Blackhawks go up 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, I talk about it pretty frequently, but I feel like the boost management from Origin wasn't enough. Blackhawks were able to starve them for a majority of that second half. They're able to just keep them from having extended looks on offense, and really just they played really well. I mean, I think that the Blackhawks, even though the scoreline was 2-1, they had 2 or 3 more chances that could have been goals where they just weren't able to find the back, like put it on target. And so, I mean, if they were able to sink those in, it would be 5-1. I think that Origin didn't look nearly as good as they did in game 1 and 2. I think that Blackhawks have started to pull away a little bit. Origin's going to have to step up big time. They're going to have to play a little bit more grounded and controlled, especially if they keep getting boost starved.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, we're looking at the scoreline, it's 2-1, but you got to remember, Origin, they were down that whole game until 12 seconds left, and then Air Sweeney took it in overtime with 12 seconds into overtime, so Origin really have only been leading in this series, not that much. I couldn't tell you the exact number, but for not that very long. It's been kind of Blackhawks taking full control. So now Perky gonna get dunked by Air Sweeney there, and now Juice. Long touch as Hunter's going to be the first one there. Coach on the backboard. That one straight down, though. Rockerman could get a touch. Gets dunked by Coach. Oh, my goodness. Coach got a flip as well. Can he get the follow? No. Air Sweeney's going to be there. Hunter with a nice touch. Not letting anybody from the Blackhawks get a touch on that one. Perky 0 boost. Trying to get the dunk, but Hunter is going to be the one winning that challenge as Juice now tries to get past Air Sweeney. Air Sweeney with a nice fake. Rockerman too far up. Perky. One high touch. Hunter already up in the air for it. Coach now trying to get a turn, but Air Sweeney's already there. Juice, last man back, gets a nice save towards the sideball. Rockerman last man. He's going to have to go for that one. Almost got demoed as well. Perky with some boost, trying to get the clear. Pops that one up high. Not a lot of boost on the side of Origin. Air Sweeney pops that one up high. Rockerman, he's in the air, but Juice is going to take his time on that one. Rockerman gets a nice boost steal and a demo. Coach, last man back. That ball going to be floating in the midfield. Oh, Hunter with the bump. Air Sweeney going to get that goal.
Yeah, I mean, Origin, I don't like the way that they were able to get this goal. It seemed like they were playing very erratic, very dive heavy, hoping to just continuously beat out the Blackhawks players. And, I mean, it works out for them here, but I saw a lot of the time where they're absolutely 0 boost, just trying to dive and play the block. And I feel like that's not a recipe for a long-term success. It obviously nets them 1 goal here as they're able to beat out Kosh as that last defender and then bump the respawning player of Blackhawks. I believe it was Perky. And, I mean, it works for them here. I don't like it for the long-term outlook, but if they need 1 goal and 1 goal only, it works definitely for them, at least in that sense. And hopefully they're able to continue or build off of that momentum.
Yeah, Air Sweeney now trying to get a nice pass over to Hunter there. That's a much cleaner play from Origin. Just a nice, good control here from Air Sweeney. Doesn't have a lot of boost, but, you know, he don't need it. Just a really good control. And I think he got a bump on Coach, or Coach bumped him. I don't know, but still, I think that's kind of what you want to see more of. And just, you know, they kind of were doing that in the first game. They were really looking for passes. You know, they weren't just overextending. But that time, they were really able to make it work. And Hunter putting that one away. Air Sweeney with a nice assist. And Origin now, they seem to be a little bit more comfortable. A 2-0 lead. Haven't seen this from them at all. So hopefully Blackhawks can have an answer, because right now it's been all Origin.
Yeah, I think that Origin has looked a lot better in the sense that they are finding each other with more passes. They've been holding the possession a lot longer as well. We've seen a lot of these plays where Sweeney is able to get a beat on one or two by keeping the ball really close to his car and kind of playing like a dribble play, and then taking it up the back wall and passing it out when there's a defender committing on him. And I feel like that's worked really well, but I didn't really see it in game 2 or 3, and I mean, that might be something that Origin's looking to go back to, noticing that their passing plays were lacking. They weren't able to kind of use the outlets to break out on defense nearly as much, and kind of succumb to the pressure of Blackhawks, especially in the last 2 games. So hopefully some signs of life. It seems to be working out for them, at least for now, but obviously Blackhawks don't want to keep it that way.
Blackhawks, they really need a goal, and I feel like just for like momentum. Obviously, there's still 2 minutes left on the clock, plenty of time. But these players, I know these players. They want the goal now. They are looking to score as soon as possible. As Perky was up for a crazy one. Juice now with an awkward touch. Rockerman could put a shot on target. He's just gonna play that one to the corner. Look for a demo. But it's gonna be a double attempt. That one just hitting the crossbar. Rockerman and Air Sweeney do double commit though. So last man back, Hunter, who kind of has been that last man back. It feels like Rockerman and Air Sweeney, they've double committed a couple times in that corner too. And Hunter has been a solid third man for him. A double commit there from Rockerman and Air Sweeney again. That shot though just high. Can a follow come through? Juice. That one gonna get saved away, and a couple bad double commits from Origin result in some shot attempts from Blackhawks. Still nothing coming through. Perky now trying to get a 50. Juice trying to get the shot. That one gonna get saved away by Hunter. Coach gets in one more touch. Can he get the follow? No. Rockerman with a nice dunk. Juice trying to get behind him, going for a bump, but Rockerman with a great 50, and Air Sweeney just diving straight in, trying to get the pass over to Hunter. Coach puts that one up high. Rockerman, no boost to work with, still just goes. Does not matter. Boost, no boost, don't care. I'm going for the ball. Now, Air Sweeney diving at that one. Perky with no boost, so Juice able to pinch that one long. Rockerman waiting back, just trying to survive for the next 40 seconds. That's all they got to do here. Hunter trying to get a clear. That one going to go over to Air Sweeney. Juice just not able to get to it, and it seems like the Blackhawks have just stepped off the gas. Guys, you got 30 seconds left. You're down by 2. We got to make a play happen. Rockerman, not a lot of boost to work with. Perky's able to get a pop over 1. Juice shot just off target, and Air Sweeney's able to get the save. Coach doesn't get the read on the jump, and now he's going to have to turn around for it. Doesn't get the touch there either, and everything is falling apart here for the Blackhawks with 10 seconds remaining. Seems like it's all but over. Now Coach the long clear, just kind of running the clock out at this point. Origin gonna take this game, tie up the series, and maybe one more. No, Origin gonna take this game for a great game from them, and Blackhawks just they couldn't put a shot on target, it felt like.
Yeah, I think that Origin just did really well to hold on. They did, especially in that second half, they didn't really double commit all that much on defense, more than they had to. And even when they were low boost, they were able to hold the ball really well, slow the pace of play, and force these bad challenges from the Blackhawks that allowed them to just break out, secure the boost in the end, and stop the pressure from mounting even further. And I feel like Blackhawks just kind of stayed their welcome on the offensive side of the ball. I think that they kind of started making too many cuts in rotation, didn't allow the possession to come back to them, tried to make too many forced challenges, and they weren't all that great. I don't think that their challenges were very good this game. I think that they need to settle down a little bit more. I think they know that they're faster than the players on Origin individually, and they need to use that to their advantage, but it's when they start to do that too much. They start to overuse their boost. They start to take bad challenges, just trying to get 50s instead, and trying to play blocks. And I feel like they need to play a little bit safer. They need to know that they can keep their speed up, but they need to choose when to turn on the burners.
Yeah, as now there's trying to turn on the burners there. Juice Lo-Fi now got to turn on the burners to get back on defense, and he's able to just barely. Hunter trying to continue the pressure, though. Rockerman 0 boost, not able to get the touch, and Origin, they are all committed No touch there, though, from Coach, but he's able to get the bump, continuing this pressure. Hunter able to get one touch. A double commit there from Rockerman and Hunter, but that ball still just bouncing straight towards the net. Hunter not able to put that shot on target. Juice now trying to grab that boost and go for the ball, and he does. Able to get one touch as Perky now trying to clear that ball down to him. Gets it past another Origin player. Perky with a great touch there, trying to get that ball out of the corner. Air Sweeney, oh my goodness, Perky from the ceiling, out of nowhere. Coach now with the I don't know, the wrecking ball. That man was just 50ing everybody. Origin able to settle down just a little bit. And once again, I felt like we saw so many double commits out of Origin and just no capitalization out of Blackhawks. And I want to see them try to capitalize on the easy opportunities like that one right there. Coach with a great read and a great shot. Like, this is not an easy shot to make. This is not a great or easy read to make either, and he just does it beautifully.
It looked like Air Sweeney had no respect that Kosh was going to be able to read that ball. I mean, I'm kind of surprised that they were willing to commit that hard for Origin as that third man, especially having a tied game. You don't necessarily want to play that aggressive yet. Obviously, when you're up by 2 goals and you have that leeway, but when you're going to go down, it seems like a hard commit on third man is never the correct answer. But the Blackhawks are able to catch them out of that and put on a nice counterattack. It was a great read by Kosh there. But I think that the Blackhawks haven't done that great either, especially with their third man commits. We've seen a lot of the same commits coming out from Blackhawks, but they just haven't been capitalized on. There are a lot of times where Juice Lo-Fi had to rush back to net with absolutely zero boost just to put it off target, and if the ball was hit any harder towards the net, it probably would have led to an Origin goal, which is never a good sign when you're that close to letting up a bunch of goals. But Juice Lo-Fi, a great catch. Almost a shot there, but I mean, Blackhawks still putting on a lot of pressure, and I couldn't ask for anything else from them.
Yeah, they're doing what they do best, you know, and sometimes it gets a little scary on defense, but yeah, we're in Prospect. It always gets a little scary on defense, let's be honest. So, Coach now trying to continue the pressure, though, but it's going to be Juice instead. He's going to have to get a pop over Hunter, and he does a great air dribble there. As Rockerman not able to get the touch in Air Sweeney. Look out, buddy. You're gone. Rockerman, though, he's able to get the save. Nobody from Blackhawks was there. A great demo, though. A great play from Juice as Hunter now able to get the long clear. Perky, last man back, and great touch there, stalling Hunter. As Hunter still able to get a nice 50, but Juice pops that ball up high. Nobody from Origin up in the air. A great shot there as Air Sweeney able to get a nice save, and that one bouncing down kind of awkward. A demo as Juice, and then maybe look for another touch here. That one off the back wall. It's going to be Coach passing it mid. A great play. Wow, Coach with the vision.
Oh, that's a great pass. I mean, it was a good... I like the demo from Juice, trying to break up the defense, and then he's able to get the cut, especially. Then Kosh, a great pass to Perky. Perky absolutely slot in the back of the net. That's a great play from the Blackhawks, something we haven't really seen. We've seen a lot of their solo plays work out really well, but we haven't necessarily seen a lot of these stringed passing plays. But I mean, when they can put them together, those things are so threatening, and they have the ability, they have the mechanical skill. And we see another pass coming out, but the shot a little bit weak, allowing that save to come out. And it looks like maybe Perky was overcommitted just a little bit. But Blackhawks probably going to turn up the aggression to a whole nother level, being up, having that leeway. I could see them absolutely going full out and diving, because the worst thing that happens is they go back to a 1-goal lead, and Origin got to make something happen.
Origin, they really have been looking for an opportunity here. As Air Sweeney tried to pass that one down. Rockerman trying to keep that ball in play. No touch there coming out from him, though. As Perky's able to get a nice long clear, waste even more time. Air Sweeney trying to take a little bit of control. Going towards the sidewall, and Juice is going to have a nice challenge there. Hunter towards the back wall gets demoed, though, but it was a double commit, but Rockerman gets bumped as well. That one, a long clear. Juice gets a touch over Hunter. Air Sweeney, last man back. Perky pops that ball high. Rockerman doesn't have a lot of boost. Able to get one touch. Can he get the follow? Coach not challenging, so it's going to be another pass, though, and Coach has been diming up this middle, but still, Blackhawks playing a little patient, not forcing too hard. Perky not going for that one either, as Hunter now trying to get the long clear, trying to get a pass downfield, maybe that one towards the corner. Coach, no boost, off the ceiling. Can he get the follow-up touch? No, it's going to be Rockerman back in that corner with 48 seconds left. A good challenge there from Air Sweeney, but a long clear. Perk not able to get that shot, but Juice now in the air. Juice can be so dangerous. The flip reset goes for the fake instead. Coach fakes as well. Gets a one around Air Sweeney, but Hunter already there on top of it. As Coach now passing it back. They realize that, hey, they're up by 2. They don't got to score. But, man, guess who does? It's Origin. It's Air Sweeney.
Looks like Perky just not getting the best touch there. Kind of gives it away as a pass to Air Sweeney. Juice Lo-Fi a little bit too pushed up as third man. He kind of expecting Perky to get a beat on them there. Playing a little bit too optimistic. And he gets caught out with Caution not fully rotating back yet. And a great shot there by Air Sweeney. Origin, 7 saves. Only they've done pretty well to hold on to the defensive side of the ball, and once again relying on Air Sweeney to get these goals. As this one might be another shot by Air Sweeney, but that one perfectly saved away by Juice Lo-Fi. But the pressure is starting to mount with 10 seconds left. Kosh trying to keep it down. Air Sweeney looking for a shot. Hunzer gets a beat on Juice Lo-Fi, but this one gonna pop back onto the sidewall. Juice Lo-Fi getting a long clear down. This one is gonna be hard to bring back, and that one is going to drop. The Blackhawks take game number 5 and now are just 1 game away from the series victory.
One more is all it's going to take. Rockerman going to take that timeout as well. Good defense coming out from Blackhawks at the end there, but it was definitely scary. Air Sweeney, Rockerman, they put up the defensive performance, but I felt like it was Hunter that was kind of that third man that kind of just, he didn't have to save shot. Oh my, excuse me. He didn't have to save shots, but he was able to continue the pressure for Origin. But man, their shots just comparative to Blackhawks, I feel like Origin just isn't getting as many quality opportunities, and I feel like they're not getting as many opportunities in general. I feel like Blackhawks are beating them, like just in the midfield, like as a whole. I'm not sure if it's you're the boost guy, so I don't know. Is it because of the boost? I couldn't tell you, but I just felt like the control from Blackhawks is really, really impressive so far in Origin. They got to figure out a way to get Blackhawks off the ball and kind of play. I wouldn't say faster, but just kind of more chaotic, because I feel like that's where Origin might kind of thrive.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Blackhawks took a page out of Origin's book from game number 1. There were a lot of times where they strung a lot of passing plays to break out of defense. We saw a lot of these plays where Juice Lo-Fi was kind of passing it to outlets for Perky or Kosh for them to go for solo plays, and then those turned into passes back out into the midfield. And I feel like it worked out really, really well for the Blackhawks, because their solo plays in general are really threatening. But when you give a good pass to a player who is already beaten one guy on the opposing roster, I mean, it's so much more threatening when it's a 2v1 or a 2v2. And I think that the Blackhawks played that really well. They also went for a lot of demos, and they're absolutely tearing up the Origin defense from that aspect as well. Kind of taking a page out of Rockerman's playbook. He's really known for these heavy demos, and I feel like Origin just played a little panicky. I don't think they were necessarily boost starved that well, but I think that they didn't hold on to the pressure and play their defense the way they needed to. I feel like Hunzer was a little bit lackluster in his clears. We know he's able to take a lot of possession out of the backfield and turn that into counterattacks, but it felt like he was giving the possession away too frequently, and hopefully he's going to step up big, because I feel like he's been a little lackluster the entire series.
Yeah, Hunter, I feel like, has been a little quiet. It's been a lot of Rockerman getting the pass, and Rockerman maybe getting a goal. Juice, though, I feel like Juice has been making these last-second saves so many times. He's just able to get just in the right spot in the nick of time. Now Rockerman trying to make an opportunity happen there. He gets the bump, and no clear comes out from Perky either. Coach going to take that one, gets it around one. Coach now with a great 50, but Rockerman with a nice touch. Juice with 0 boost on the back wall, able to get the save, but oh, the save comes out from Coach as well. Origin gets shut out by Blackhawks one. Honestly, Blackhawks had maybe 5 boosts in their tank combined, and now an opportunity for Blackhawks. That a great save there from Hunter, but it just felt like that was an opportunity for Origin, and man, Blackhawks, they shut the door on them.
Yeah, I mean, you could always say that Origin needs to shoot the ball better in that situation. It feels like with 0 boost, you can only cover so much of the net. If you placed it better into the corners, then you probably would score there. But I just don't know what to say about that. I feel like Origin kind of threw away a couple of their chances. Blackhawks played great defense. And, I mean, obviously Blackhawks are going to hold on. But it seems like Origin is playing very aggressive early, trying to make sure that they are able to get the first goal.
Yeah, Origin, I feel like they kind of need it. It's Game 6 for Forbidden Temple. They want to make something happen here. Air Sweeney maybe looking for that shot there. Not going to happen as Hunter trying to continue this pressure. That shot off the corner, or sorry, off the sidewall, but a great challenge there from Kosh, as now Perky going to elect to leave that one. Juice off the sidewall. Juice going for the double. That one going to be on target. Oh my goodness, Juice. But Hunter with the save. Juice back out to Kosh. Kosh with the fake. Perky able to pop that one up high. Perky not going to get the 50 though, as Rockerman going to try to get the 50, but Perky just immediately challenges, and Kosh already up there with with Hunter as Rockerman now able to launch that one high. Hunter got the demo, but no pressure here really from Origin as Air Sweeney tried to pass that ball mid, but Hunter sitting all the way back. Zero boost, has to clear it to his own corner. Rockerman trying to get a beat on one. Coach not able to get the touch. Rockerman able to get a touch on that one as well. Juice not jumping for it. Air Sweeney with not a great touch, so Perky and Juice combine. Oh my gosh, there was a demo in the back end. I didn't even notice. And Hunter, he couldn't get back to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great demo on the third man, especially by Coach there, and it looks like maybe a little bit of a pinch. Hunter not going to be able to react in time to that one, and I mean, a good counterattack by Blackhawks, just taking advantage of that demo in the midfield, and I mean, it's a great counterattack play, something we haven't had to see them pull out of their bag of tricks yet. But I mean, when you're taking down the one seed or taking on the one seed specifically, I mean, you got to pull out all the stops. You got to continuously change up your play style, and I mean, I think that Blackhawks have played really well. Another shot coming out, Kosh, able to just slot that one in the back of the net.
Yeah, it is just a beautiful, I mean, a great touch there from Juice. That was almost on target, but Coach able to just get a touch on it. And pass two as well. There were still two defenders in net, and so, like, it's not an easy shot to place. And with halfway through this game, and Origin, I hate to say this, Cancun's calling. And it's coming on quickly. 2.5 minutes to change your fate, or you'll start booking some flights right now. As Coach with one touch, Juice Lo-Fi able to get the follow up as Rockerman with a nice 50, but Hunter able to get the beat. He does that. That one looked a little shaky, but Rockerman still able to get that ball across the second man, just not ready for it. That one a little too fast. Hunter pops that ball up high. Perky, first one there, though. That ball's dropping straight down. It was a double commit from Air Sweeney. Oh, my goodness. And it was a fake from Coach. I thought Coach had the touch, but it was a fake for Juice. But Air Sweeney and Rockerman double committed for that one again, by the way. That's why they had a free shooting opportunity. Rockerman now trying to get a double towards the midfield as Coach, one touch, trying to get a follow-up, but Air Sweeney with a nice 50. Air Sweeney gets the 100 pad, but it's going to be Perky over to Juice. Juice with the shot. Hunter again with the goal line save, but Rockerman, he's going to be the one to get that follow as Air Sweeney gets a nice touch, a demo as well, and Hunter trying to get that one towards the corner. The bump came through, and Coach gets pinched by the ball, and Juice trying to get a nice controlled touch, but it's going to be Hunter passing that ball down, and Coach able to get the long clear. A minute remaining. Rockerman has to get the touch, and he barely does. That one still floating up dangerously. Coach with some time gets a fake on one, trying to get the 50 on the other. That one's going to pinch all the way down. Perky was in the right spot, though. Hunter, can he get the shot? No, he doesn't get the touch. Rockerman towards the back wall, but Perky's already there. Once again, Juice and Coach double commit, but that ball's cleared out. And with 55 seconds left, Origin have to make something happen. And right now, Ventus, it doesn't look like they have much going for them.
Yeah, Origin trying to play scrappy, something where their rotations are like falling apart a little bit. They're not really playing to the best of their ability. They're just trying to get a goal. They're playing very erratically, trying to make a bunch of early commits, trying to keep a lot of pressure, and they end up double committing very frequently, not able to get a lot of the touches that they want. And I feel like they're starting to kind of down spiral here. Is they're starting to make too many bad challenges. The clock's still ticking down. And I think that Blackhawks might have this one in the bag unless something drastic happens.
Gotta be an absolute miracle. Rockerman used, someone used the admin perms and, like, changed the scoreboard. Let it go to overtime. Somebody make something happen here for Origin, because right now it's gonna be Blackhawks taking this one 4-2. A very solid win. Like, they just played super solid. Their pressure was really good. I mean, like, the defense, while shaky at times, didn't really give up that many goals. So they were able to just continuously, press, and they had that third man back. Usually it was Perky, and then sometimes Juice would have to make some like last second saves. But it just felt like as a whole, it was a very solid series. And to be honest, I can't say Origin played bad. I felt like they played really good. I just felt like they played a team where they just kind of got suffocated and got outplayed, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that the Blackhawks really stepped up their game. We didn't see them play great in their game against Warhawks. They were able to take that one in game six. But I think that they stepped up big time against Origin. I think that Origin didn't play bad at all, but I think that the offense from Blackhawks specifically started just turning up. I mean, we saw a bunch of these plays from Juice Lo-Fi where he's just putting absolute screamers on net off of a redirect pass from Perky, and I feel like the offense from the Blackhawks just found a new level, something where we were already really excited about their offensive potential, but they found another gear. They found another level to get to. And I think that was the real difference maker, because it's not like Origin played bad. So many of these games were really close where Origin was just hanging on. They had some good opportunities. But I just don't think that the defense was enough to hang on against this onslaught that Blackhawks was able to put up.
Vince, I disagree, man. I felt like the Origin defense was like really like persistent and like annoying. Even it would just I felt like they forced Blackhawks to go into another gear, you know? Like, I felt like we hadn't seen that out of Blackhawks before because nobody tested them like that Origin defense did. I mean, like, they had 10 saves game one. They had 7 saves game 5. They had, I don't even know how many saves they had that last game, but I can tell you Hunter had, like, 3 goal line saves at least. Like, they were not letting anything easy through, so I think Blackhawks were forced to take a step up, and you know what? Props to them. They did take that step up. So, you know, as a whole, I felt like Origin, they played really well, and I think their defense is what kept them in it, to be honest. The offense kind of felt stale and stagnant. Their second man, I felt like, could have been there a little bit more frequently. But, you know what? All they can do about it now is think, you know, what if? Because, sadly, their season does end here. And, you know, Ventus, we're going to have to end it here for now. We're going to be back in a couple minutes, but you know, it was a great series from Blackhawks and Origin, but now we got to figure out who are they going to play against, because coming up right after this, we're going straight back to the Prospect League, and we've got the Melons, the boys. We got Gallium and the Melons versus the Velocity. I don't even know who's on that team. Don't matter. We got Melons. That's all I care about. That's who I'm watching, so gonna be excited for that one, Ventus. And, you know, if you got nothing left, I think it's about time we head out of here.
Yeah, I mean, another great matchup is waiting for us. I won't take too much time because I think that we were really gifted a great showing between these two games. And for the first semifinals match, I couldn't have really asked for anything better. Obviously, you know, maybe a game 7, but I think both these teams played really well. The Blackhawks found another gear. They're gonna be waiting. They're gonna be watching to see who they're gonna be playing up against next. And I mean, this next matchup, you're not going to want to miss it either. And the Prospect Grand Finals will be announced. The two teams will be decided after this next game. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. And don't miss us too much.
Doses.
Say it was the right time to walk away.
He puts it in! 0 seconds remaining! Both teams are gonna be fighting hard for it. Oh my goodness! Rudy, what is this?
Doesn't get the touch he's looking for. Kato, Scott, oh, he gets the flick and he gets it through. Place there's Hank. He's gonna get the shot. He's gonna put it in. Back to back. On the backward. Can he find the touch? He's gonna put the shot on the net.
High off the backboard here. Opportunity. Here comes the shot.
Hold on. Surely this can't. Oh my lord.
Go with the shot. It's gonna go in.
Stay on the goal line. He did nearly over. Sweep. It comes through. The venom, the improbable, the impossible. The 4-time champions.
Welcome back, Nemesis Gaming League. As we are back with our second matchup of the night, we are sticking to the Prospect League. As mentioned, we got Velocity taking on the Melons. I am hosted in the booth tonight with Mr. Chunklight. How are you doing tonight?
Pretty good, pretty good. Exciting first game. I think we're going to get something similar for this game.
I really think we are going to get something similar as well, especially because obviously these teams probably were keeping a little bit of an eye on the stream, even though they should have been warming up, because whoever wins this one, they're going to go play the winner of that game that we just saw, which was the Blackhawks did take down the one-seeded Origin in a pretty handily fashion. Origin's defense was rocking. We saw Melon's defense rocking the other night in their quarterfinal matchup. Velocity made a roster move midway through their series, and they started rocking. So these three teams left, Blackhawks, Velocity, Melons, are all very scary, and either one of the way this can go tonight, it's going to be a very, very powerful grand finals in the Prospect League.
Yeah, 100%. Like you said, Velocity has 4 players they can use, so if you're at Melons going into this, you don't know who to expect, but pretty sure for them that will not be an issue, as they looked phenomenal when we saw them last on stream as they beat Vipers. I'd say pretty handily in a 4-1. Didn't make a whole lot of mistakes to get punished, and I think if they play like that tonight, I think they get the bid to the championship.
Yeah, like we said, I think Melons, they looked... I know a lot of people have talked about it. Vipers, they weren't on top of their game by any means. It was really kind of unfortunate to see, but the way the Melons were playing, it was unreal. I don't think I've seen the Melons squad look that good even since they acquired this roster, partly because, Gallium was out on vacation for a little bit. I think they were still trying to figure out, their third between Tragic and Postman, and they finally settled on it. They got some, extra games in, and you can really tell they looked amazing. Velocity definitely has a tough task, but Velocity, also did take down my Rooks team. And, coming into that matchup against them, we were arguably the hottest team in Prospect, coming on an 11-match win streak. So, they were able to battle through that one. It does look like Velocity is going to start with their roster that they switched to against us, and that's going to be Breaking Coin, Velocity, and KSU. And on the side of the Melons, we talked about it briefly, is Tragic, 10 mil, and Gallium. We are underway, 30 seconds in, just a little bit of back and forth action. Tragic is going to put this one on. Kind of soft, didn't have a lot of boost, but not a great save coming out Velocity, but they are going to clear this one. And now once this ball is cleared here, Chunk, I do want to get, a little bit of a late prediction coming from you in this one.
Just the way these teams looked, we saw a totally different things as KSU just rolls one all the way from like his own side off of 50 and just goes in. The Melon sent everything, so. But like I said, I don't want this to skew my prediction, but I think that Velocity looked phenomenal with the Volksity coming in, or however you say his name, I'm not sure, but he looked really good, so I think Velocity take them down 4-3.
All right, nice little Game 7 prediction. I think I'm going to have to go. I know that was a little untelling from the Melons, but I think the Melons are going to get this semi-final matchup nerves out of the way. Gallium's going to, really propel his team. He's been known to give some great pep talks. put some motivation into people. So even if this game one doesn't go in their favor, I think Melons are going to end up taking this one in 6 is my prediction here. But Tragic, he's going to go up with this one. Doesn't quite get the flip reset or the second touch he was looking for. Gallium's going to come save the day with a nice 50, sending this one off to the side. Whiffs coming out from both teams now, but Tragic, plenty of boost. Doesn't get the greatest pop. Gonna send it back down. Gallium is up though. He's gonna put this one on, and Gallium is gonna tie this up, and he's gonna put Melons on the board, and really give them a little momentum back after they let up that really silly goal early.
Yeah, I like that play from Tragic there. He goes down and lets his teammate have the ball. Really faked out Volk City going into that play, and he also gets a bump on last man, and he just freed it up completely for Gallium to score that.
Gallium is a scorer. It's in his blood. Can he be a savior? No. That one is going to have a beautiful bounce down. He isn't quite able to read that one. And Velocity, they're going to take the lead back here.
Yeah, a very quick counterattack. They got the best throw I've seen in a while down that the side of the wall, and KSU has been really quick to capitalize on these passes that have been given to him, or 50s.
Yeah, KSU, again, he's kind of like Gallium. He's a scorer. He's not going to miss many opportunities given to him as he puts that one in and gives his Velocity team the 1-goal lead again. And for those of you at home, I see a couple people talking about it. Velocity is Savage. He did put in a name change. So if you guys are wondering, that is Savage on the sheet. I don't think it's quite been updated yet, as Tragic is looking for a dribble. It's going to get sent away, but Tatemo with full boost. He goes up, does get the double tap middle, but no one's there to get that touch. Gallium, 50 this one off the backboard, but we see there, Tragic, not enough boost, so he had to rotate out. But Melons all the way back, all three of them with plenty of boost, but Gallium's going to have to make something here as Velocity is raining down on them. That one's going to get sent away by Tragic. Another 50, and Gallium's just been a 50 king in this game so far. I don't think he's lost a 50 yet, Chunk.
There are really good 50s coming out from both teams. We've seen some really good team plays so far. I think the team that will win this will be the team that comes up with the better team plays. I know both these teams are very team-oriented. They're very familiar with each other, and I think the better you can play with your teammates, the more likely you are to win this series.
I would have to agree with that, Trunk, as Prospect is all about, the team plays. Yes, we have some mechanical demons, but those are so far and few between in this Prospect League, where you really got to rely on those team plays. As Tragic's trying to make a team play happen, he gets a great pinch in a pass middle, but Gallium's not able to quite read that one. Timel gets it back in the middle, does pick up a bump. Tragic coming in, trying to get that 50. It's going to leave it for Gallium, but he's not able to get a great touch. Finds his way back over, and we are seeing the Melons now whiff a couple times, just trying to act quick on the ball instead of taking their time. We're seeing a little panic come out from them being down 1 goal here.
Yeah, 100%. Sometimes you want to play very quick, but sometimes you shouldn't play quick, because it may force a lot of misses, a lot of missed touches as well. Even if you do hit the ball, can really end up like affecting your team and getting you scored on again, getting you punished on a mistake. So I'm interested to see if they try to slow down their pace here and just make sure they get solid contact on the ball,
as they're going to need some solid contact. A great play to come out as there's 20 seconds left in this game. Number 1, Velocity still up. This ball's off the backboard. Velocity's a little awkward, but KSU does get the great 50 in the clear out. Now Velocity is going to send this one further down to the Melons corner, but that one's now going to send back down into Velocity. KSU collecting it with full boost, sends it up. This one is up off the ground, and this one is going to drop, and Velocity is going to take game number 1. The Melons were unable to keep that one up and come with a 0-second goal.
Yeah, that was a a very close game, all things considered. The big difference maker in the goal was, I believe, that just that 50 where Melons were overcommitted, and it was a pretty balanced game. Other than that, KSU really led this Velocity team to the game 1 victory, and I'd like to see the team plays come from this Melons team, as no, no really solid passes as we saw from him. We saw that tragic bump play, which was really good, but other than that, we didn't see a whole lot of chemistry between them.
No, we didn't. We saw, very shaky, awkward attempts coming out from the Melons. I do think they'll be able to fight through that one, and they'll start clicking. They've played with each other for a while now. Stream nerves. It's semifinal nerves, right? I know they did play on stream in the quarterfinals, as did Velocity, but sometimes they didn't really have the nerves there in the quarterfinals. So maybe they're starting to come out now as we're getting to further into this playoffs and in the postseason. As this kickoff's going to get put back in the middle, a nice 50 coming out from Temil and Breaking Coin. As a demo is going to come out, another whiff from both teams. It's going to leave it for Temil though. He's going to try to throw that one on, and it's not going to have any kind of power, and that one's easily saved away, as we're seeing both teams in the first 20 seconds trade multiple demos.
Yeah, that might be a switch up of game plan from both these teams. We saw a lot of them in the first as one rattles off the crossbar there. We saw a lot of little bumps and demos last game, but I feel like Melons are trying to focus more on that, as that really helped them get the one goal they secured last game.
It was a huge factor in that, and we did see them be a little aggressive as Temil's trying to go for the solo play. Does get a little help coming out from Gallium, but he wasn't able to get a touch either. But now Velocity collects it in their corner. Breaking Coin trying to pass one out middle, but Temil's going to get that read. Unfortunate for Temil. Breaking Coin following through, was able to get another dunk of his own, but Tragic with a little bit of fake does pass that one middle. Gallium is there, and he is going to find the back of the net, and he's going to give Melons the first goal here in game number 2.
Yeah, really good patience by Tragic there, and also good patience from Gallium. You realize he has all the time in the world and just sneaks it in at the last second to really, really capitalize on the team plays we were talking about, speed. And I feel like if they want to win this game, a pivotal game in the series, they need to focus on that.
Yeah, and I think it really does come from Tragic. Tragic was kind of in the middle of everything in their series against the Vipers. I think he had probably close to 75-80% goal participation for them in that series. And, it was great to see him get active there. Beautiful pass to Gallium, as, they're trying to hold on to this lead, not let Velocity storm back, but Velexity's going to send that one to the corner. Gallium gets a great touch. Is anyone back for the Velocity? No, they weren't. But that one's going to be sent wide by Tragic, trying to, give a little extra momentum on that shot. I think that was going to find its way in, Chunk.
Yeah, I thought it was two-speed as I think we might be seeing a lack of team play there on that that long thing, the long shot attempt by Gallium, the power clear, if you will. But I'm gonna be interested to see if that kind of disrupts this Melons mental. I would say Melons probably have one of the best mentals here in the Prospect League.
I would 100% agree with that one, Trunk. As like I kind of mentioned earlier, Gallium is just one of those players, one of those people that just knows how to lift you up and really keep your mental. He just constantly talking, reassuring you that even if you make a bad play, that you can do better next time. As an attempt to come out from Gallium, he's going to push that one wide, looks for the demo, unable to get it. KSU still on the wall, on the ball, not a lot of boost to work with. Just going to give that one away to Temil, and Temil is going to try to clear that one downfield. Not quite successful, as Velocity's keeping this one in the Melons defensive third, but a great clear is finally going to come out. Temil, no boost, gets the corner boost, does get it past another one. That one is floating middle, double commit, does come out. Tragic's back with no boost. KSU's on the ball. He's going to send that one wide, and the Melons are going to survive that counter attack initially, as now they're countering here. One back, Breaking Coin. Tragic's going to flick that one right into Breaking Coin, sitting in net, as we're a minute and a half left, and both teams are now trading beautiful shots. And honestly, both teams are looking great offensively and defensively right now.
Yeah, 100%. I've seen KSU get a lot more physical. He's not had a lot of boosts, but he's managed to find demos. They haven't been really impactful, though, as to open up an opportunity for his teammates here, Speed. Maybe find some demos, like, with your team to help, like, blow up a play and really get you back into this game, as it's still a one-goal game.
It is 1 goal game, but Velocity with not a lot of boost. A little bit awkward play there as both of them not having a lot of boost. Breaking Point does send it to the corner, but they both elect to try to turn on the ball, leaving Gallium to slot that one in and give them a 2-goal lead pretty late here.
Yeah, if you're Melons, you're definitely looking to Gallium to lead this team. Both, like you said, both with that mental and with that gameplay. We know how good Gallium can be.
Gallium is easily a top 5 prospect resident here as he's looking to score another one, but that one's going to be sent away. Now this one's up off the backboard. Can Breaking Coin get to it? He does. He's going to send this one down, but another poor touch from Velocity in their defensive third. And a beautiful touch coming out from 10 mil, but Tragic unable to read that one. Now just trying to play it safe, waste a little more time here. The more time taken away from Velocity on the ball is more time that they have to protect this 2-goal lead. Now we're in the final 20 seconds. A great 50 coming out from KSU, again with a little boost, but Tragic beats it past one. Can he get it past another? No. This one's up off the backboard. Can they find the angle? Not quite. Gets dunked out by KSU. They kind of needed that one there. As now Tragic with a big clear here is definitely going to seal this game number 2, and the Melons have tied the series at 1 apiece.
Yeah, the Melons look completely different in that second game. Not a lot of mistakes they made defensively that really led up to any opportunities here for this Velocity team that only had 5 shots during that game. And they were pretty much on their own half, making not the best touches as like third man, like you were talking about late in that game. So if you're Velocity, you definitely want to break out of your own half and not allow them to really just bang the ball away, as Gallium's 50s have been incredible so far.
Gallium's 50s have been huge. I think the biggest thing I noticed, the difference between game 1 and game 2 was the shots. Velocity had outshot the Melons in the first game 6-5, but in that second game, the Melons outshot Velocity 9-5. So the big difference is Melons getting more pressure, putting more shots on, and putting more quality of shots on, really forcing Velocity to struggle in their defensive third. As another shot attempt early comes out from Gallium, but that one's going to be sent away instantly by KSU. Gallium keeps this one, puts it in the middle. KSU with not a little boost is just going to clear this one down to a 10 mil with full boost. Another 50 coming out as Breaking Coin's going to keep this one in. Can he get one more? No. 10 mil's going to get it. Get a nice clear. Can he get the dunk? Doesn't quite get the dunk, but he does get the bump, leaving plenty of space for Tragic. Sends it up to Temo off the backboard, but Gallium playing smart, doesn't want to force that one. It is still a 0 game here, and you don't want to give up that counterattack early. I really love that smart heads up by Gallium.
Yeah, 100% Gallium, a very smart player. In the playoffs, you look for players not to focus on those stats, but more to focus on winning these games. They are crucial in the series, and if you do want to get stats, you got to earn them by actually playing for the team. In the playoffs, it doesn't matter how good you are as a solo player, you've got to play with your team.
Yeah, as we see, an attempt of a solo play, but looking for the pass instead of just passing it hard across the middle there to a teammate who was pretty wide open. He elected to try to go for the air dribble pass, which, you know, sometimes it works, but when you have all 3 defenders sitting back behind that ball, it's really hard to accomplish here, as they're gonna team pinch in their own third here. Not sure what was going on there from the side of the Melons. Kind of awkward as Gallium now does get a good touch. Tragic unable to get that 50, but 10 mil is going to get the small touch as well. But Velocity's now really threatening here. They have some good offensive pressure. They just picked up another demo, and they're really starting to get this Melons team awkward in their defensive third.
Yeah, this is the pressure you want if you're the Velocity team here, as this is what we didn't see a lot of last game, as they didn't get a lot of pressure, not a lot of shots, not a lot of goals. And if you're them, you want to have this pressure, keep the demos up to kind of clear the field. And I saw they were kind of low on boost during their attacks. Maybe find a little bit more boost just to make your attacks more threatening.
And I'm loving this passing plays that are coming out from the Melons. They're just they're just not quite able to get that one back to Gallium. We've seen it twice now where Tragic sends it up to Timel on the backboard, and Timel's trying to find Gallium coming in, but he's not getting it far enough away, and Gallium doesn't want to overcommit on that one. But the passing plays, they're starting to come out. They're looking for him. They're looking great. They're just not quite fully capitalizing on those plays as we're 3 minutes in here. Still 0 apiece in game number 3. The series tied at 1 apiece here. I think this is going to come down to a 1-goal game here as both defenses have looked solid as Temo's going to throw that one off the backboard. Breaking Coin gets the clear. A demo attempt coming out from the Melons. KSU's going to take his time. He's going to beat one. He's going to look for the double tap. Misses it. Temil, he likes to flick this one up high. Tries to get it over the next defender of Velocity, but he's unable to do so. And we're really just seeing a stalemate here in the midfield.
Yeah, 100%. Like you said, a stalemate in the midfield. Only 4 shots in total so far in this game. And like you said, that 1-goal game is most likely going to happen from what I've seen this game. Both teams have really fortified their defenses and are trying to make this a low-scoring series, and just kind of be the first to make a mistake will be the team that loses here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to come down to a mistake as that one's not cleared away. Right to Gallium, who has a little bit of boost, but not enough to get the dunk at the end as he had beat 2 defenders and had 1 left sitting in net as a big demo is going to come out. Gallium does have boost in the net, but the pass is going to come out to the middle to Breaking Coin, but that one's going to be sent away by Temel as we hit the 1-minute mark, and this game is going to remain tied as now Melons trying to get a counterattack. Tragic can't quite follow that one. Breaking Coin, plenty of boost to work with. Slots it by 1. Gallium diving back is going to make that save. Gallium's going to take it across his net, gets 150. Can he get another? No, but he's staying behind the ball. He does pass it across to Tragic. He's going to try to slot that back post, but Velexity is smart. Slow down just enough to be able to get a piece of that one. Final 30 seconds. Temil beats 1. A little bit of boost in the tank. Gets a small touch. Gallium is there. He's going to back off. Get that touch off the corner wall. Can he get this pass middle? He does, but that one's 50. Tragic having to race up. He can't get that touch, and Velexity is going to find that read and give Velocity the lead very late in this game number 3.
Yeah, we saw Temil all the way up in Velocity's half, going for a demo there. Just kind of left Tragic alone as last man, and Velocity really just set himself up phenomenally there and able to hit the double tap, which will really set tempo for the next game, really, as Melon's gonna have to play from behind.
As they have a chance here, this one is floating down in the Velocity defensive end. Can Gallium keep it up? No, he's not. As Tragic, it was just a hair too late, and that ball hits the ground right in front of the nose of his car, trying to keep that one up. Valiant effort here to try to tie this one up with 0 seconds left, but Velocity is going to find themselves in the driver's seat yet again, taking game number 3. And again, the story here is the Melons offense wasn't really able to get past that, midfield point of Velocity. And when these games are low scoring and they can't out pressure this Velocity defense, we're really going to see these low scoring games, and it's going to favor Velocity, as we see here. Velocity able to put up 6 shots, very consistent across the board, but Melons dropping back down to only 5.
Yeah, 100%. Melons kind of took a backseat on that shooting, and we saw it really dwindled as they aren't able to capitalize in that game. But Velocity, they played very well the last 2 minutes of that game. They kept pressure up, and it was hard for Melons to find a clear, and they had to find something late, and the desperation kind of got to them.
Yeah, the longer these games are staying close or in the favor of Velocity, close games, low scoring games, it's going to favor Velocity just based on how their defense is really hunkered down, and Melons really prey on playing fast and just outbeating teams. But you can't do that if you have a team that's just hunkering down and not giving you those open opportunities to really pick them apart, as we do see a couple misses coming out from Velocity, but that one's going to get dunked back down into the Melons end. Temil racing back. Plenty of boost to work with. Takes it up over the midfield. Can he get that dunk? He does. Gallium's trying to race, beat KSU to the wall. He doesn't. Tragic is there, though. He's going to send that one down. Breaking Coin has to get a touch. Tragic Wide open net off of the bump from Gallium, but that one's going to be put just wide. But Melon's still on the attack here. That one's sent up. Gallium's up early, but that one's going to be saved away by Velocity, as Velocity is now still in the driver's seat looking for another counter attack here. But no, that was a great defensive presence there by Velocity to really withstand that offensive powerhouse of the Melons.
100%. They always City will find one as we finish up that sentence, Speed. It was a awkward play by Breaking Coin, and KSU gets a pass off it, and they send the house, but they are not able to get to the shooter there. And very, very similar shots, but Velocity just able to find more consistent pressure, a lot more passing, a lot more people committed up to these shots.
Yes, they definitely are capitalizing a little bit more than the Melons have been. We did see a little bit of a triple commit, as you said, and not one of them able to get it on target, but this one is going to go on target now as Temmil finds it off the backboard to a Gallium racing in, and he's going to slam that one home and tie this game back up.
Yeah, really good play by Temmil to just keep banging the ball off that corner and then feed out to Gallium, who had one of the freest shots he'll probably see all night. And really good team play that we haven't really seen the last game, but we saw it this game, and we just really need to see more people up here for Melons, as City will get his second goal of this game, Speed.
Yes, and this is how Velocity ended up taking down my Rooks team. Is Velocity back then was savage. He's just really, really aggressive. We saw him kind of struggle a little bit in game number 1. It didn't hurt him. They were able to take away to win, but we've really seen him come out of his shell here the rest of this series. He's put up quite a few shots and quite a few goals here, as Temmil is trying to slot this one in, as KSU's caught with not a lot of boost and he's not able to get back.
Yeah, just kind of an awkward attempt at a pass there by Breaking Coin. He ends up balling City, and KSU not a lot back in. Breaking Coin isn't having the greatest game right now, only 42 points, but you got to get Breaking Coin involved. He is a low sal, but he has been getting better consistently as the season's been going on.
He has. He may be a low sal on the sheets, but he has peaked fairly high since then, since, you know, really start playing the game again. But Gallium's going to send this one wide. Still a 2-2 game with half a game to go. Temmil's up, does get a beat, gets a double tap, but not the direction he was looking for. And this one's just going to be sent away to Gallium, who had plenty of boosts to work with, but he's going to send it right back. And now we have a 3v1. Can Temmil make the save? He does make the first save. This ball's going to get sent back middle. Now Velocity, he doesn't have a lot of boost. Can Gallium beat him? Can he get the angle? No, he can't quite get the angle, but he does get the 50.
Yeah, really good counter attack here from the Melons, as the 3v1 quickly turned into a 1v1 on the other side, with Gallium having way more boost, better positioning, and gets a strong 50 to beat the defenders here in what has felt like Velocity's game. But these quick counterattacks have really changed up the score Speed.
It really has. Gallium's 50s have also been a huge, massive boost to this Melons teams. We saw him. I still don't think he's lost a 50 yet, and that one was to give his team the lead here with 2 minutes to go now. Temmil's going to send this one up off the backboard. KSU doesn't quite make the touch. Tragic is there. He's going to find the shot. Initially gets saved, but I think he ends up getting the dunk here. I'm going to have to watch this replay, as, you know, there was a little bit of a smoke screen.
Yeah, the replay doesn't really help, but I saw KSU come out of that smoke, and I believe KSU got the save there, but Tragic, I think, just overpowered him with that shot. KSU wasn't really ready for it, and this Melons team has come to life.
Yeah, it has, and that smoke screen definitely didn't help KSU trying to make that save there. Does get an initial piece of it, but not able to follow through and survive the dunk, as this one's now going to be sent back over the middle to a Breaking Coin. He's going to hit the post. Can Gallium get this touch? He does, and it's just awkward enough for KSU, as he's not able to handle that one. And now Tragic sends this one down to the offensive third. Tries to get that pass middle, but that one's going to be sent away by Breaking Coin. Not a lot of boost on the side of Velocity here. Gonna get sent away back to Breaking Coin. He's gonna send it off the backboard, but KSU wasn't ready. The dunk coming out from Gallium. This one is on target, and Velocity isn't going to get back, and the Melons are starting to run away with this.
100%. They've completely changed this game. They are down 2-1. They've scored 4 straight, and another 50 that Velocity is just not ready for. And Gallium, like you said, those 50s are suffocating Velocity right now.
That has definitely been the story for the Melons, is their 50s and how well they have 50'd the ball and won a lot of these, as Gallium is going to send this one down to the corner. He does have 2 teammates there. A pass back to Gallium, but he's going to get beat. Temel is back, full boost. Going to collect this one, send it to the corner. Gets it past one. Can he get it past another? No. Great 50 there coming up from Velocity. A huge demo coming out, and Velocity is going to find the open, easy goal with 50 seconds to go, cutting this lead to only 2.
Yeah, Breaking Coin hasn't really seemed like a lot of, like we were saying, but he is participating there with the demo to really set them up, and really that's a shot you can't miss. And Velocity, don't count them out yet in this game.
No, KSU gets the mid boost, but unable to get the dribble attempt, as there's, again, another 50 coming out from the Melons in their favor. Gallium looking to get a 50 of his own now. Doesn't quite happen, but Timmo is going to pop this up. Let Tragic attack that one. Gallium is there, but first sends it right into Breaking Coin. But a pass coming back to Timmo, who has plenty of boost. He elects to send it high. That one's going to get sent away by KSU now. Gallium loses his first 50 of the series, I believe, but it's all right because Tragic's there, wasting more time as 15 seconds left. KSU needs to get his team a goal now. Sends that one middle, but no one diving for Velocity, as this ball sent away by the Melons. And that is going to do it for game number 4 here, as clock hits 0, ball hits the ground, and now this series is tied up 2-2, and it becomes a best of 3 series from here on out.
Yeah, this series could go any way from what I've seen from both these teams. Both these teams' players are all contributing really in in their own ways, right? We've seen a lot of demos. We've seen Temil on the Melon side just playing a really solid third. We've seen Volk City also playing third most of the time. He's just been getting a little punished, but what I've seen is both these teams can adjust and really run away with this series.
They certainly can. It's going to come down to who can win this game. I think this is the most pivotal game for this series. 2-2. Winner of this game goes on match point and really puts the pressure on the other team. And with this series being so back and forth, I think it's just going to be so disheartening to the team who loses this one. This ball's going to get sent away, but Timel collects it in the midfield. Tragic pushing, gets another 50 to Gallion. Gallion's going to throw this one on, and he's going to find it, as it looks like, I don't know if that was Temel or Tragic, but running through the net, trying to scare the opposition, and it works.
Temel got that big demo on KSU's front post, I believe, and Temel has really contributed with these demos, and he's doing whatever he can to will his team to the championship here, Gallium.
He really is. Beautiful shooting coming out from Gallium, as they have given themselves the early lead. Temil there in the midfield does get a touch. KSU not a lot of boost, but a beautiful 50. He's going to send this one down, but that's going to be just wide. Gallium with not a lot of boost, and KSU steals that one from him, as now Temil looking to get the 50. Doesn't go in his favor. KSU coming racing in, but he's not able to send that one in front of the net. Now Tragic taking his time, sending this to the corner. Does get 50'd out here by Breaking Coin. Breaking Coin looking to make a touch. He's not going to get it. Gallium comes in. He's not going to get it either, as this ball heads to the midfield. KSU with a great 50 in the middle, but Breaking Coin not ready. And I noticed that Breaking Coin wasn't really involved in the action there in game number 4, and they really rely on him, you know, to be kind of the centerpiece of this team. Yes, he may not necessarily get on the stat board, but he's just not being as impactful all around as we're really hoping to see.
100%. He is the secret weapon, I'd say, for this Velocity team. As we talked about his salary not indicating his skill, and he really has shown out. He's gotten an org player of the week as KSU will tie up this game from what I believe was a just a solo play here, and just caught him off guard, and Temil not able to react in time. And very odd we see a solo play going, as this series has been very team oriented so far, Yaliam.
Yeah, it has been very team oriented, as we do see KSU. He's going to tie this one up with a beautiful little air dribble. Tragic does, you know, dive on that one a little early, doesn't quite get the read, and leaves Temil in an awkward spot who he's not able to get there in time, as Velocity trying to get their second goal and take the lead back here. But Breaking Coin is going to get outbeat by Gallium, and that was a beautiful touch by Gallium, coming back, hitting that off of his own backboard. But the dunk coming out from KSU, a double commit now coming out from the Melons, but Tragic's there in the corner off of Velocity's touch. He's going to send this one down, give his team a little bit of a breathing room. Tragic chasing them down, not letting them take their time and get set up. Now Temo's going to send this one off the backboard. He has Gallium behind him. He hits it off the backboard again, but Gallium's going to get demoed, and that's going to open up this counter attack here from Velocity, as now Temel taking his time, hits it to the corner, does get it past one. Breaking Coin's up early. He does get it past another, but KSU's there. He's going to pop this. He likes to come back down with it. Does get one defender to bite. He catches it. Can he get the dunk off Temel? No, he cannot. And Temel, beautiful save there, as he keeps his team tied with 2 minutes to go in this game number 5.
Yeah, KSU has gone for a lot of solo plays. He has been beating one and almost beats two there, but Temel just been really solid defensively all series long. And KSU, if he sets himself up for more, it might be dangerous. You might want to shut that down if you're Melons, but we've seen a lot of impact I saw from Breaking Coin. We saw a demo come out defensively to make sure the shooter didn't go in, so he has been stepping up more, like we said.
He has, but it's not going to matter right now, as Gallium sends us off the corner. KSU with a rare miss. He doesn't have a lot of boost, and Gallium's going to slot that one into the back corner, finding its way in, giving them the lead with 1:30 left.
Yeah, what a shot from Gallium. Great placement. Really good step up when, like I said, you need to see Gallium here if you're a Melons fan. Gallium is the key player, I'd say, for their side, and he has really stepped up and taken control of this series.
Yeah, as is Breaking Coin trying to send this one down, but that one's going to be sent away by Tragic. Tragic trying to get the 50 in the offensive third. Doesn't quite get it, but he's just really harassing this Velocity defense, not allowing them to get solid touches, as this one's going to go off the backboard. Tragic's up, but he's going to send that one backwards right over to a Velocity, who tries to send this one down to Breaking Coin. Doesn't get there initially, but does end up finding it. But the defense coming out from the Melons, Tragic saving another goal that for sure I thought was going in.
Yeah, 100%. That was a great attack. We saw two players floating, and Tragic somehow able to get back.
I don't know how he got back. There was a little bit of a double commit. I thought it might, hurt them in the end, as two of them went diving, but the save was so beautiful coming out from Tragic that not only was he racing back, he makes a great touch with it as well, and Velocity wasn't able to do anything with that second opportunity, as this one's floating in front of their net. They have 8 seconds to make something happen. Who but KSU on the ball, but he's going to get dunked early by Tragic. Flexity's going to miss the ball. Tragic just trying to send this one across the galley, maybe find one more for the road, but no, this ball is going to stay up. KSU gets under it, has a little bit of boost to work with, does flip it up over two. That ball is floating on the net, but no, there's not enough time, and the ball hits the ground about, I don't know, a few inches away from the goal line here, Trunk. And Melons are going to take this pivotal Game 5 and put themselves on match point.
Yeah, we saw a big step up there from Tragic defensively, just shutting down the desperation attacks from Velocity late in that game, and it's gotta be very disheartening if you're Velocity here, as Velocity will take their timeout in this very close series so far. So you gotta take the timeout when you're on match point. I feel like when you're down 3-2, because we've seen the efficiency of the timeout to get that game, and if they do get that game from that timeout, it will force the Game 7.
Yeah, it will. And, we do see teams have success coming out from after taking a timeout, regardless of where in the series they take it, as Velocity elects to take it here. You know, all these games have been super, super close throughout the series. There's only been one where the Melons really ran away with it. But other than that, they've been 1, 2 goal games here as Melons squeak out yet another nail biter. A lot of the times, too, we're seeing teams score fairly late into the game with less than 30 seconds left and really putting on that pressure from the other team, forcing them to try to make something happen with a little bit of time.
Yeah, 100%. It is so hard to, especially low back in this, uh, low down in prospect and novice especially. It is hard to back out. It is hard to make these like heroics happen at 0 and low seconds. It just puts so much pressure on your back, especially mentally.
Mentally, it is super draining to try to come back and score, 0 second goals or last second goals. I mean, we've seen it a few times. We did see, I believe it was Velocity. They did put one in with a little bit of time left and did have a slight chance to try to tie it up with 0 seconds, but they were unable to do so earlier in this series. As now we are getting ready from this server reset real quick to get both teams back in here. Again, Melons up 3-2 in this series on match point, looking to upset yet another team in this postseason.
Yeah, the record and seed they got really didn't show how this team has developed here, especially in this postseason. They have come together at the correct time to make this championship run, and we've really seen every player play a role in this. We've seen Gallium being that intense scorer, the big 50s coming out from him. We've seen Temel being really solid defensively all series, and we've seen Tragic doing everything in between. We've seen him defend crucial things. We've seen him set up passing plays, and we've just seen a lot of from the Melons, and it's Velocity's time to really answer what they have put up.
Yeah, Velocity, it's win or go home. Can they force a game 7, or will their season end here in game number 6 as the kickoff is underway? Demo coming out from Temo. Ball sent into the end of Velocity, but Breaking Coin gets a great touch out. He passes this one middle, but that one's going to be dunked and sent away by Gallium. KSU now full boost, and we're seeing the Melons get very aggressive here as now all three of them beat, but KSU not the greatest pinch middle as that one's going to go a little high. No one from Velocity able to get to that right away. Velocity does get another pass middle. Gallium's there, meets him. Can he get a follow-up touch? He does. He sends it up. No one there for Velocity yet. Tragic's there. Not a lot of boost. Tries to send this one on. Does get the follow-up touch. Sends it a little wide as KSU gets the first beat. Now going to send this one middle to a Gallium with full boost. He elects to send that one to the corner. He's going to pass this one middle. Breaking Coin sitting in that. And we're just kind of seeing, Melons bang this one down. Get one passing attempt and just someone's there for Velocity and they're just sending it right back away.
Yeah, we've also seen a lot of demos coming out from the side of Melons here. As Tragic, I believe, is the second highest demo we're in Prospect League. So we know he does it, but we've seen a lot from Temel just trying to really open up. As Gallium, who else would score on Melons besides Gallium?
And not only who else would score, but who else would score such a tight and tough shot angle? A defender with his hand right in your face, but Gallium. Gallium's done that all season, all series long. We've seen him put up some very tough shots, very tight angles, and yet he just keeps finding a way to put him into the back of the net. As Melons, again, up early in this game. They're up in this series. They're on match point. They just need to find a way for the last 3.5 minutes to hold down their defense and not let Velocity find a way in, as they're going to send that one off the backboard. But Gallium's going to play it smart, take his time. He does get dunked here, though. That one's off the backboard. He's not quite able to find his way. KSU, plenty of boost, going to send this one off the backboard. He can't get the double touch, but Velocity is there, and he's going to slot that one in past the Melons third man. And now this game is tied up with 3 minutes left.
We've seen a lot of setups from both Breaking and KSU trying to set up Volksity, who has really been the defining striker for them in this series, and they've gotten a lot of good looks, but they'll finally find one that connects. And we do see a pause come through as they may have some issues. And allegedly KSU has crashed. I know he plays on console, so it will happen here and there, but going forward, we've seen a lot better, a lot more pressure, a lot more passing plays from Velocity going into this first 2 minutes of the game, and
Yeah,
it's just
as
yeah. Go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say, yeah, Velocity's starting to look really good. We saw a lot of solo plays coming out. We still see a little bit of solo plays coming out from KSU, but if there's one player on that Velocity team that can get away with solo plays, beat a couple defenders, and make it way easier for their teammates to score, that is KSU. You kind of have to allow him to go for those every once in a while. He's not just going for solo plays though. He's had quite a few, passing plays he's looking for it. The whole team is really starting to get on board with those passing plays. As we have restarted from the kickoff, we are 1-1 still with 3 minutes to go. Breaking Coin gets a 50 in the corner. Now he's looking for the bump. That one's going to be dangerous as KSU comes roaring in, but he's unable to find that one in the top corner, as now this ball is going to get sent away. Breaking Coin and Velocity, not a lot of boost. Gallium just sending this one down, allowing his team to recuperate a little bit of pressure. He's going to get the small touch, pick up their corner boost as his two teammates are back. Does get dunked in the midfield. Who's going to be the first one to that ball? Gallium is not the greatest touch. Leaves a rebound. KSU's going to take that one to the wall. Sends it up off the backboard. Breaking Coin is there, but so is 10 Double commit coming out again from Velocity. And that's a little dangerous as we're seeing they're double committing, but they're double committing with not a lot of boost chunk.
Yeah, 100% left KSU in a really sticky pickle if they add something threatening, but really good to not get punished, especially so deep into this game, tie it up. I know it will be demoralizing for them if they do get scored on.
As Gallium looking to get his own backboard touch, but unable to put that one on net, as we have seen him score those tough, tight shots and angles all series long. Is now Breaking Coin, plenty of boost, but he's going to get demoed. Gallium just racing around the field like a madman right now. Tragic is going to float this one up and on. Another demo coming up from the Melons. This one's sent up. Gallium likes to take his time. He knows they have the momentum and they have the boost advantage here, but he's going to get beat. Does bump him off though. Gives Tragic plenty of time to work with. This one's sent straight down. Gallium's up, gets a touch. Breaking Coin's there. He's going to send it off the backboard. Can Timo get a great clear? Yes, he can. This one's going to go all the way down, and that's going to be the clear that the Melons needed. They're going to reset here. They have plenty of boost. KSU looking for the ground pinch. Doesn't quite get the full ground pinch that he was hoping for, as now this one's sent back to the midfield. 10 catches that one. Gets dunked instantly from Breaking Coin. Breaking Coin with another beautiful dunk. Sends it out middle to KSU, but he doesn't have a lot of boost to work and handled that one well. The touch from Velocity is not going to be the greatest, as this one's just bouncing in the midfield. But again, Gallium not there, playing it smart, doesn't want to get countered attacked. And we've seen him do that quite often in this series.
Yeah, really smart play by Gallium. He knows they will be getting their chances later in this game, and it would be extremely risky to go for it. Just playing it cautious and really making it so they don't get punished for their mistakes. Just incredibly smart from Gallium, and you gotta be careful though, as we've seen some of these attacks be lethal, and you might not get a lot more opportunities going in this game.
No, you might not, as we have 5 seconds. Tragic accidentally gets a touch past his third man. This could be dangerous as the clock has hit 0. Gallium trying to send this one away. He does find some grass out there, as game number 6, Melons up 3-2 in the series, and we have overtime, Chunk.
Yeah, it's win or go home here for Velocity. If you win this game for Melons, you are in that championship against the Blackhawks. You gotta know what you're playing for. You gotta want it more. You gotta, especially play. You gotta perform when you need it the most, Gallium.
Yeah, you do. As this ball is floating in front of the Melons net, and Velocity is going to find the overtime goal. They're going to force a game 7 here with a date to the championship on the line.
And we do see the timeout come. We'll see if that also gets the game for Melons here. But if you're Melons, you are not too discouraged by that loss here, because it was a very close game. It could have gone either way, but that passing play that we saw at the end, really reminiscent of what we saw all game long. And if you're Melons, you gotta find a way to stop those or interrupt them at least.
Yeah, and you know, they're not super tricky passing plays either. Velocity, they're just being really smart with where they're passing the ball off the backboard or, you know, just wide of the net. They're being very strategic about it. They're not forcing shots. Instead, they're electing to just beat a defender who's diving in, put it wide, and knowing that they're going to have another teammate behind them to have an opportunity to try to have a better shooting look. And they're capitalizing on that. Melons haven't quite figured out what they're doing with that yet. They're trying to really still be super aggressive and dive early on some of these attempts. And that's when they're really starting to get beat on those passing plays.
Yeah, we've also seen just insane aggressiveness from Volksity on the side of Velocity. He has just been pre-jumping, pre-dunking everything. We've seen a lot of that from Velocity, and if you're Melons, you might take it slow and kind of make them overcommit, as that you can easily get punished for doing that if the other team plays patient.
Yeah, they can. They battled back. They have forced their game number 7. They have trying to move on to this grand finals to have a date with Blackhawks, who just took down the number 1 seed Origin right before this match. Now, all the marbles on the line for both these teams. I'm going to ask you now, Chunk. I know your original prediction. You had it going to 7. You had Velocity taking it. Is that still what you're rocking with now that we are in this game 7?
I don't know, Sweet. This has gotta feel like a 50-50 to me, especially with Melons being able to take that timeout, being able to really reset the momentum that Velocity had the late from that last game. And I think that I'm going to switch up and say Melons are gonna take this one. They're gonna adjust. We saw that timeout, and we know how good Gallium is at really inspiring his team. And I got Melons taking this last one.
I think I have to agree with you. I know I had the Melons, but I had them in 6. We're in game 7 now. I still have the Melons, especially like you just said, Gallium having his timeout in his back pocket to use it right before game number 7. I talked about his mental. I talked about his, you know, really good speeches that he's prepared to give. And I think he just gave probably the best one of his season right there heading into this game number 7 as Gallium gets it past 1. Plenty of boost to work with. Gets the demo, not able to get to 50, but that demo relieves that pressure that Velocity would have been able to put on. Temmel gets it past 1. Tragic looking to make a bump. KSU, not a lot of boost, but Gallium doesn't know that, so he plays it smart, backs off, goes up, gets 50'd in the corner. Can Temmel get the read? He does get the read. He's going to send it off the backboard. He gets another touch. Can he get another one? He can't right away, but he's going to get a big dunk and send it off the backboard, but Velocity is there, and now he gets the beat on Gallium. 2 members back for Melons. He pops it up high. Breaking Coins rushing in. He gets dunked out as a triple commit. Comes out from the side of Melons, but it doesn't matter because they get the ball cleared. As the first minute of play, we've seen both teams have a little bit of a look, but nothing too dangerous here, Chunk.
Yeah, 100%. The triple commit really went unpunished. We saw a bump play that I thought for sure was going to connect from Tragic, but this didn't really end up finding a good shot. But we've seen a very defensive game so far, as only 1 shot apiece from both teams.
Yeah, 1 shot. Both teams know what's on the line. They know defense is what wins championships. If you don't let the other team score, then you're in the driver's seat. as Tragic sends this one to the corner. Can he get the double touch? No, but he does steal the boost. He does pick up a bump on the third man. He's looking for another bump. He does pick up a demo. Gallium with not a lot of boost just sends this one to the sidewall, but Velocity is there. He's going to send it up off the backboard. A whiff comes out from Tragic. Temo does beat one. This one's high. This net is open. Can Tragic put this one in? He does, and he gives the Melons the lead here with 3 minutes to go in game number 7.
Yeah, big players make big plays when it's most important. Tragic, not a lot, but Volk City just caught out there, tries to rush the touch, and just will be punished, as that goal will be one of the freest and disheartening if you're Velocity, but you've got to bounce back mentally. But Melon's got a lot of momentum now going. You've got to shut down these attacks.
They do have to shut down the attacks, but what they have to be worried about is the Melons just locking it down, but it's not going to matter because they find a bump, and that bump was so crucial. Velocity gets the bump on the third man, giving just enough space for Breaking Coin to send that one right over his head. Melons not able to save this one, and a quick response coming out here from Velocity.
Yeah, 100%. That's got to feel good. Kind of relieving that pressure that you're down one in. You got to score eventually, but if you're if you're Volk City, we saw him step up shooting all series long, and we saw him get that bump there and kind of showing that he can do anything. And like I said earlier, big players make big plays, especially in the biggest moments.
They do, as that's one of those plays that you don't get in the stat category necessarily, but that is generally what your teammates consider assist, is when you get a big dunk like that, though. And KSU gonna get that dunk. Doesn't need a bump coming out from a teammate on the goal line, and Velocity is going to take the lead in game number 7 and now have 2 unanswered goals with a 1-goal lead.
Speed, I might have to open my eyes. Do you know who we beat on that 50? It was Gallium.
Gallium?
Yeah.
Gallium, who had lost maybe 150 all series long.
Oh, it was a quick shot. Really, really good shot there, but not able to find the net. But yeah, Gallium just not able to find the 50. And those goals that you might call lucky, they're bound to happen here in big games eventually, but you've got to bounce back from them if you're Melons.
Yeah, bounce back, but I believe they do have it in them. We've seen them play tough all season long, all series long, matter of fact, as Gallium, the man, the myth, the legend, Gallium with the solo play, putting the team on his back here in game number 7, as he comes out with a huge goal in clutch time here to tie this one up with 1.5 minutes to go.
That was disgusting. It stuck to his car so well, and just able to counterattack so fast and catch Velocity off guard. And you really, it's gone both ways. Like we said, Speed, this is anyone's game, and it is pretty much 0-0.
It is all tied up. I think the next goal is going to be the seal of fate, as Temo's trying to get this one. No, he's not able to, but Gallium's there. A little bit of an overcommit there on Tragic's end, but it's not going to hurt him as Temo races back. Full boost. He does send that one, though, and that one's going to be sent downfield by KSU. He doesn't have a lot of boost to work with, but Melons don't know that. Temo trying to just get the 50, just enough to send that one wide. Temo sends this one down. Tragic with a great touch as it lands right under him, as this one's going to get sent down. The net is open. Can Gallium get there? He does, but he's going to get 50 by Breaking Coin. Final 40 seconds remaining here. Both teams want it, but they can't overcommit too much. They don't want any mistakes to happen. They do not want to give the other team a reason to score, as Gallium, not a lot of boost, does send this one. He's going to send this one on, and KSU isn't quite ready for that little touch, and Gallium is going to give the Melons the lead with only 23 seconds remaining.
Yeah, what a hit from Gallium. What? That is a shot that defines this series here if you're a Melons. Just really good pressure, not a lot of boost on the side of Velocity, and you are you are on your final breath here if you're Velocity. You need to find a goal, and quickly.
As a beautiful shot coming out from the Melons, trying to save this one and just give no doubt that they're going to win this one, but that one's sent away. The ball is in the end of Velocity. Can they keep it up? They get it up downfield, but that one's not high enough. They're unable to track that one down, and your Melons are going to take this one in 7, and they have a date in the grand finals with the Blackhawks.
Yeah, really good performance from both teams. You can't be upset if you're either team here. And we saw Gallium step up so much in that final game where they needed him, and I think that's got to be your MVP if you're Melons and you are looking to him to lead you through this Blackhawks team in the final.
Gallium steps up in game number 7. Mr. Clutch himself had a beautiful solo play, and then with the pre-flip with no boost, able to beat KSU for that eventual game winner. And, you know, if your Velocity had a beautiful run this season, you know, super unfortunate that you ran into this Melon squad in the semifinals and your season is now over. But what else can you ask for, Chunk? Going to game 7 in a semifinal matchup.
Yeah, 100%. That is all you can wish for if you lost, because you lost, but you proved that you can hang with potentially a championship team, especially if Melons end up taking it here. But you shown through thick and thin that you had a great season. You got like 12 wins or so. But all these teams had a lot of wins going into this, and you gotta feel good if you're on both these team sides.
Yeah, definitely Prospect, one of the most toughest leagues heading into the postseason, but we are running a little bit behind on schedule, Chunk. So I'm going to cut that one there. GG's to the Melons, GG's to Velocity, and we are going to take a short little break here, and we are going to be back with yet another banger of a semifinals matchup, and we will see you in just a few minutes.
so sweet even when they hurt. You wanna feel, wanna fall in love, wanna give it all up, but you don't want to lose your control. Are we playing this game? Oh, are we playing this game? Are you too afraid, or are you giving in? Let the games begin, 'cause I play to win.
Really? He puts it in! 0 seconds remaining! He seems to be playing hard for it. Oh my goodness! Rudy, what is this?
Doesn't get the touch he's looking for. Kato, Scott, oh, he gets the flick and he gets it through. He's gonna get the shot. He's gonna put it in. Back to back. Backward. Can he find the touch? He's gonna put the shot on the net.
High off the backboard here. Opportunity. Here comes the shot.
Is this serious? Hold on. Surely this kid. Oh my lord.
Go with the shot. It's gonna go in.
Oh, open thing on the goal line. He did
Nearly over.
sweep. It comes through. The venom, the improbable, the impossible. The 4-time champions.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Nemesis Gaming League. And I'm joined in the booth by Speed, man. We just had a banger of a series, a 7-game screamer, and my melon's on top. But now we are going right into some more action, and this time we're going to the Chally League, where we got Griffins versus Snowstorm. This Snowstorm team able to beat out the 2-seed Ascension they're the 7th seed. They're here in the semifinals. Now they're trying to make another upset on this Griffins team. Speed, we got to make this one quick, man. I want to ask how you're doing, but I also want to ask, who you got taking the series.
I mean, obviously, I'm doing well. I just casted that banger of a match, as you stated. But I think in this one, I got to roll with Melee. Melee and J-Rod. They're a dynamic duo. I casted their last match. They looked great together. And Kiwi just doing the little things to really holds this team together. And I think that's just going to be a little too much for this Snowstorm team to handle as we are underway here. And just seeing a little bit of back and forth midfield play so far here, Flip, to start this one off.
Yeah, actually we casted that Griffins match. And, man, I remember J-Rod being the difference maker. Obviously, Melee had so many assists as well, but Crates being just a little bit bigger this time. He said, put on some weight, buddy, as he gets an insane 50 here, and 33 seconds in, already have a 1-goal lead for Snowstorm.
Crates, no boost, but puts himself in the best possible position to win that 50, and he does, and he's going to put, like you said, put Snowstorm up early in this series, and I think Crates might really be the difference maker for the Snowstorm team. Obviously, iTrots, really solid player. Polash, really aggressive player. But I think it's really going to fall down to, between Crates and Kiwi on what one of this dynamic duo and their supporting piece is going to support their dynamic duo better.
Yeah, I will say, I feel like so far, Snowstorm, they've had, a couple they had that 1 goal, but other than that, it's really not been that many chances for them. It's been a lot of Griffins on this offensive end, but still, no real threatening shots. Actually, 0 shots coming out from the Griffins so far, but still, the pressure is in their half. However, that's a great clear there. Kiwi doesn't get the touch, and Crates with the shot. That one getting it saved away by J-Rod, and that ball gets launched high as now Trots with a great 50, but Kiwi already there. A great 50 again, though, from Trots as Melee now. Touchdown to the corner, kind of awkward Polish. Gonna get a nice touch as, but that one gonna get cleared away by Kiwi, and Trots with 1 touch and gets the boost. No, he doesn't. That one gets stolen away from him. He now, oh my gosh, he does. My screen's glitched. He did get the boost. I couldn't tell you what's happening anymore, but Polash is able to get the clear over to Kiwi. Creates is up in the air, but that touch straight to J-Rod with the shot. Oh my goodness, there's some bumps on the back end, and the physicality allows J-Rod the open net.
And again, we've seen Crates, the support player here, get the early goal, and then we see Kiwi getting his bump, allowing J-Rod to just have to put the ball on net, and able to secure the tying goal fairly early on here. We still got 3 minutes of gameplay, and we're back squared away at even.
even, and you know what's this is just the early signs of a banger series. Strut's gonna have to put a banger shot on target there, not gonna get that one as Polash now trying to get a touch, but he's gonna leave it for Krates. Krates is now gonna pass it down to Trotz. Trotz couldn't get the dunk on Kiwi on target, at least as Polash had to dodge a demo as Kiwi's able to get a long clear. Krates already back though. That one goes high and long. Can he get the follow? That one's gonna hit the corner. J-Rod with a nice read, but a good 50 there. Polash, a good 50 as well. That one super awkward for J-Rod. Polash up again. That one off the backboard. Krates, he's up, but Kiwi with a nice beat and saving his team there as Trotz with a good touch. That one over to Mealy, as now Mealy has an opportunity trying to get a beat on one, but just not able to get it to a teammate at least, as J-Rod now trying to make an opportunity happen. That one gonna be bouncing down. Kiwi with a nice touch. Trotz though with a little bit of time. Mealy, he's gonna be the first one there and gets a nice touch, but stops Trotz from getting the air dribble, but he still has boost and still has control a little bit. That one gonna hit the back wall. Kiwi with a nice touch, but it only goes so far as now Polash hitting that one to the corner. Krates has an opportunity, gets the dunk, but Mealy with a great 50 there, and Trotz has to get it clear down, and he does get a great one. J-Rod taking this one to his own corner. Krates already on top of him immediately, and Snowstorm, they just are not giving this Griffins team any time. There's always somebody challenging for this Snowstorm team.
Yeah, they've been quick to the ball. They've been really locking down that midfield, like you said, not giving any time for the Griffins to get anything going. But as we say that, J-Rod's gonna try to make something happen. He's gonna send that one off and wide, and then Kiwi's gonna send that one off the backboard to Mealy, who's gonna capitalize. They may have not have gotten a lot of scoring opportunities, but when they have gotten them, they've made them count.
And that's what matters, you know, just being able to put the ball actually in the back of the nets is the biggest difference maker. And the Griffins defense has held on well to allow them to have this one goal lead now. Trotz taking the boost, gonna elect to go for the ball now as well. Gonna leave that one for Krates. This is Krates able to pop it high, but J-Rod already on top of that one. And good patience and good, like I would say, there's a calmness almost from this Griffins team. And you know, it's game one already, Speed, and I feel like, you know, game one's usually whenever some chaos happens, you know, teams panic a little bit. I saw some double commits from Snowstorm, and but I've seen a lot of good, just, you know, stillness on the side of Griffins. Is, oh my goodness, Polash just able to get a touch there. Is now Mealy already up. Trotz trying to get the 50 as well. And with 45 seconds left, we got to see a play come out from Snowstorm. Trotz trying to make that happen. He's going to leave it for Krates. That's a great shot. Kiwi just not able to get there. 38 seconds left, and Krates ties it up.
Kiwi a little hesitant here, elects not to challenge right away, and he lets Trotz and Krates, both who didn't have a lot of boost, just manipulate the flow of play there and allowing them to get that equalizer here with only 40 seconds to go. I bet Kiwi, now watching that replay, seeing that they had low boost, had really wished he had challenged that one sooner.
Yeah, now, you know, with the hindsight done, now they just got to make sure they don't get scored on again. But that's a great victory from Trotz, and Polash is there. A little help from the Griffins as well to put that one away. But Trotz with an insane 50 here on Mealy, and Polash just in the right spot.
Yeah, Trotz keeping it low, knowing that he needed the leverage of keeping that ball low to let his team have a chance. Great 50, and gets a little help. Kiwi being a little overzealous, trying to race back and hit that off of his backboard, and he's accidentally going to just put that one in. As now, final 20 seconds here. Can the Griffins tie this one up and force an overtime?
Kiwi not going to have the touch there, so it's going to be Mealy in the corner trying to make a play happen. That one gets popped out wide. Krates doesn't get the touch, but he actually left it for Trotz. Trotz is going for the sidewall double. Not going to happen there as Krates now can run out a lot of this clock. This one going to hit 0 seconds now. The ball just has to hit the ground, and boom, there it is. Snowstorm going to take game number 1. Griffins had the lead there, and a great play from Krates, a great shot from Krates to tie it up, and then a great 50 from Trotz, and a finish from Polash to put this game away. 3-2 victory. Snowstorm able to come back.
Yeah, and you know, that's something that we didn't really see in that last series. The Griffins kind of, you know, folding. I think they were being a little too patient. They were being a little too soft once they had that lead. Really just trying to, you know, play the defensive game, but that's not their play style. They're best defensively when they're still being super aggressive, when they're still trying to make those plays, when they're still trying to shove the ball into the net. And I just don't think they have it in them to necessarily be that soft, you know, hunkered down defensive team like that. So we'll see if they can, you know, get get that mindset if they get the lead again to really just continue to try to force the ball into the back of the Snowstorm net like we've seen them do time and time again. But yeah, Flip, I definitely think that the Snowstorm is trying to come out and prove something here.
Snowstorm, the 7th seed. We've seen some insane low seed runs. This one, honestly, a lot of people didn't have a lot of faith in the Snowstorm team. To be honest, like they thought they were good, didn't know how good, but they are showing up, showing out right now. As now they gotta make 3 more games. They need to win 3 more, and they are on to the grand finals. As now it's gonna be this Griffin starting a passing play as it was Mealy to Kiwi, back to Mealy, back to Kiwi, and Mealy gonna pop that one up. J-Rod, man, he is last back, and it's a pretty safe man to have last, but Kiwi's gonna try to get a pass over to him. Mealy now, it's not any boost to work with. Polash doesn't have any boost either, so instead of going for the demo, Kratos was looking for the pass, and a miscommunication there. It was a 2-on-1 opportunity. That's the kind of thing Snowstorm, any team, you really want to convert those chances.
Yeah, 2v1s, it's hard to see those 2v1 chances just slip out of your fingertips, as was definitely not executed to the way that Snowstorm would have liked, but it works in the Griffins' favor. It does keep them in this game. We're now a minute in, but we haven't really seen the Griffins get out of their defensive half here, as Snowstorm just continue to, right where they left off, just put the pressure on this Griffins defense.
Yeah, it is an absolute hailstorm of shots onto this net, as now J-Rod trying to get the clear there. It's finally looking like an opportunity to get out. No, Kratos is already there. A good touch there from Mealy, but he has 0 boost to work with, and so Trot's already turned on top of it. Kiwi and J-Rod combined in front of their own net to try to get that ball cleared, and it's still only as far as their corner. Kratos now looking for the shot. A great 50 there from Mealy, and a great second 50 as well. He's going to leave that one as Trots is going to get a touch over Kiwi's head. Kiwi, kind of awkward now, has to take control, and Trots already on top of him again. Guess who's there? It's Polash off the backboard. Kratos going to be there for the shot. Great play and great pressure from Snowstorm, and that one was just a difference in speed. They were just that much quicker.
Yeah, and the Griffins kind of sold there. Mealy getting 2 big dunks initially in the midfield, but no one there to follow up his second dunk. And that's what allowed Snowstorm to collect the ball and then just get 2 beautiful shots and passes off the backboard, and hammers in their first goal in this one and takes the lead. We're just not seeing a very aggressive Griffins team, and that's kind of been their bread and butter, just making teams so awkward, but it doesn't matter. Again, we're seeing them just be too patient, and Kratos is going to find a top bins goal here.
Yeah, Kratos with an absolute snipe. Top left, Kiwi didn't have any boost to work with, and I feel like that might be a theme you're going to see more and more. Like, it's this Snowstorm team just boost starving the heck out of this Griffins team, but so far it has been all Snowstorm. Literally, it feels like they've been on the Griffins half this entire game. J-Rod trying to make a play happen here. It's going to go to Kiwi. Kiwi gonna not get past Trots, and that ball does get pinched clear as well. Polash just instantly challenging. Mealy gets it over him, but guess what? No boost to work with, so all you can do is just kind of drive at the ball and jump at it. Gets a good 50 on one. Kratos able to get the 50 past him there, though. But as some good bumps come through, Kiwi taking his time. I think if he just went fast, that would have been a goal. But instead, it's going to be a counterattack for Trots. Kiwi is there, though, and so going to be a little bit of time bought for his team. Now, Kratos off the ceiling. It's going to be Kiwi off the ceiling, though. He's going to get that touch. Trot's not going to have the touch. Oh, he is. A great touch. That one going to get just past Mealy as Kiwi now turns on it. Gets a nice pop. Trying to go for the air dribble, but Polash already on top of him, and Griffins just have no room to work with. But Kratos going to have to make a great save, and he does. Mealy now going to try to get one touch, trying to get a follow-up, but Trot's on the backboard. Going to get a long clear. That one on target. Kiwi has to make a save, and a good bump there to buy Kiwi some space. Kiwi gets a flick, but now he's going to go for the demo. Polash says, hey, all right, fine, I'll take the ball then. Thank you very much. And J-Rod gets absolutely dunked by him. Is that one going to be on target? Kiwi not going to let it happen like that. Mealy with one touch, but Trots with all the time in the world as he puts it back to his own corner. Minute and 40 seconds remaining. The Griffins have turned on the offense, and there it is. The infield pass that, honestly, we haven't seen that much of, but a great pass here from Kiwi.
Yeah, beautiful pass from Kiwi. Doesn't have the boost to put a really hard shot on, but he knows Mealy's middle. But that started there by J-Rod pressuring Trots early with a pre-jump to the wall and gets that dunk that finds Kiwi underneath him. So again, them playing faster, them playing more aggressive is how they like to play, and it really puts these teams on the back foot. They don't expect how quick that this Griffin teams can this Griffin team can get on you like that, especially when you least expect it. And that's just their bread and butter, and we see it work out for them there.
Yeah, and J-Rod also, it could just be a sniper. Sometimes that one was a great shot, but Trotz had that net defended. 4 saves for him. Now as Mealy with 1 touch, that one's going to go over to Kiwi. Kiwi gonna hit this one off the corner. That one's going to go back mid. Mealy's there, but guess what? So is Polash. J-Rod jumping at air. Gonna jump at air one more time. Why not? As Mealy with a 0 boost challenge, so Kiwi's gonna have a touch there. That one gonna go to the Snowstorm corner as iTrust could not get a great touch on it. That ball is bouncing in front of his net. J-Rod with that insane pre-jump as Mealy's now gonna be there. No shot coming through, and all the Snowstorm was racing back for it as well. J-Rod now pops that ball high. He has some boost to work with. Is he looking for a player? He is, but the back wall is a safe place for Kratos to be, but now it's still Griffin's pressure. Mealy gonna look for J-Rod. He's gonna pass it down. J-Rod's there. A great pass, a great shot, and they have tied this game up.
Yeah, Kratos, not a lot of boost. Trying to send it to the corner, but Mealy reading his one play that Kratos had. He was there, he was ready. Beats Trotz again on the backboard and just leaves Polash a sitting duck as he gets the beautiful pass out to J-Rod, storming on for that one to tie this one up as we're now in the final 24 seconds. Griffin's starting to get more aggressive. Can they keep it rolling? Will they find their 3rd goal here and even this series up, or is Snowstorm going to be able to respond and take their 2nd game in this series?
It's a great save there from Kratos, but still more pressure for Griffins. Trots backwards, able to make an epic save there as J-Rod now trying to continue the pressure. Mealy with some boost. Polash with a great 50. Kiwi last man, he goes anyway. There's 0 seconds on the clock. J-Rod gonna try to keep it alive, so is Kratos. That one gonna float towards the Snowstorm net, and they're not gonna let it get any farther than that. We have overtime here, speed. Snowstorm looking to go up 2-0, set a statement here. It'll be the first team to go up 2-0 in the semifinals, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think I'm mistaken. That it's usually has been a 1-1 kind of action for us. Let's see if that trend continues here, as Mealy couldn't get a touch, but Trotz does. As Trotz still able to get another 50. Mealy backflips on that one. Crate's kind of awkward now. J-Rod gonna go for an air dribble, a slow one, but that ball still 50 beautifully. Polash able to get a touch, and now that one goes high and wide, but Kratos is already there. Now Polash with the shot, not going to get the touch on it. Kiwi probably would have had the block as well. J-Rod trying to get the clear. J-Rod gets a beat on Trotz, but Trotz able to get the dunk. Kiwi with some boost. Kiwi going to get it around Kratos. J-Rod not going to turn on that one, and Polash is going to try to get the clear, but it's only as far as Kratos, apparently. Kratos cutting across the field with a great touch. Now he's going to look for a shot. That one is going to be on target. Mealy with the save in a minute in. It's been a lot of back and forth. Snowstorm seemed to have the better opportunities, like this one right here. Polash able to put it away. No, it's a great save from Mealy, and he gets there again. Kratos, he's there though for the shot. Oh my goodness. Mealy had the save of his life, but it just wasn't enough.
Mealy had the save of his life, and then he had no choice but to dive at that one, as the ball was still, as you could see it was still trickling its way in, so he couldn't have taken his time to clear that. He had to jump at it with no boost, wasn't quite able to get it around the Snowstorm. Crates coming in, reading right where he was going to pass it. He gets his hat trick, has 3 saves, and Kratos was just all over this field, and a huge goal there from Kratos, and Kratos is looking great in this series.
Yeah, 3 assists from Polash as well. He had 2 saves, and 5 saves coming out from Mealy, 5 saves coming out from Trotz. Both these teams, I feel like, are playing at a very high level. It's just Snowstorm. I feel like they're able to capitalize on the mistakes defensively that the Griffins are making. I think they're also forcing a lot of those mistakes. And I think that's a huge... in Game 1, I think Trotz was really the disruptor. I felt like he was cutting a lot and just kind of just being everywhere. On that one, it was Kratos getting a cut in the midfield that allowed them to start that pressure, and it really did turn that whole sequence around. So we're seeing Griffins can be a little shaky sometimes on the defensive end, but I mean, both these teams, their flaws are covered up by a lot of great points, as well as now Trotz gonna try to put a shot on target. That one gonna go wide, and Polash able to put that one away. Kratos was playing some disruptor right there, and just not a great touch from Mealy, and no boost as well, and that's just a bad recipe right there.
Yeah, Kratos leading off right where he starting off right where he left off from game number 2, as just being aggressive, just getting in the face of the Griffins, not allowing them to make the touches and the plays that they want. As we saw, he went for that bump,
Oh,
wasn't able to quite get it, but was just enough to make some mayhem happen. As now Polash sends that one to the corner here, as just the Snowstorm team has looked so good. And like you said, they're just forcing Griffins to make touches and plays that they're not necessarily wanting to make.
yeah, and I feel like every time it's a player with 0 boost that's like just insta challenging this Griffins team. This time it's gonna be Trots off the backboard. And guess who's there? A player with no boost, and it's gonna be Polash. They don't care about boost speed. Why do you need boost when you know you can score?
Yeah, and that's again a beautiful pass coming up from Krates. Trots, he's there, he's ready. He elects to put that one wide, knowing that there's 2 defenders in net, and knows that Polash is going to be in behind him. And like you said, you don't need a lot of boost if you're making the right plays and you're able to really. They're predicting where and what Griffins are trying to do, and they're just beating them smartly, and they don't need a lot of boost. They don't need all these, demos and bumps. Yes, it's helped them, but they're really just doing it based off of straight, pure will right now.
Yeah, and guess what? That will has gotten them 2 wins, gotten up 2-0 here in the series and in this game. With a minute and a half gone, Trot's trying to put a third one on. That one almost gets dumped. He almost had a nasty clip onto Kiwi, but instead it's going to be an attempt here for the Griffins. I thought Polash was gonna dunk his own teammate there, but a bump on the back end from Melian, and that's one thing I think we've seen work for the Griffins. The bumps. I haven't seen a whole lot of them. Kiwi gets a demo there as J-Rod, he's bump hunting now. Is Mealy gonna try to put a shot on target? Mealy, that one just gonna hit the post and go off, but it's still a great chance, and Kiwi's putting it away. Mealy with the corner read, and cuts this lead in half.
Yeah, and that is huge for the Griffins going off the post. Thankfully, it bounces in a spot where Kiwi's able to get to it, and he has plenty of shooting lanes, and he's going to elect to go right down the middle, in the middle of 2 Griffins defenders sitting in there, but he just hits it so hard and so clean that they weren't able to get to it, and is now this lead has been cut back down to only 1 goal here, and gives the Griffins a little bit of life here in game number 3.
Oh, Mealy. He said, you know what, I missed the corner read, but I'll slot this one's up right. Why don't you? A great shot here. Polash just didn't get the touch. If he got that touch, it's going the other way, Speed. But instead, we got a tied ball game and 2 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. I mean, hey, I don't know what's going to happen next. Both these teams, they can really turn it on whenever you need them to.
Yeah, they can, and it's about time that we're starting to see the Griffins really turn it on. We've seen a little bit of life from them in the first 2 games, but they haven't been able to sustain it, and now it's a great sign that they went down 2 goals early, and then they were still able to find the sustainability to fight back, fight through, and still put in 2 answer goals and bring this game right back.
Yeah, and a great touch there from Krates prevents, more pressure here from the Griffins, although it comes anyway, because guess who's there? It's Mealy, but Trots now has an opportunity to get a nice dunk, and he does. Krates already up in the air. Kiwi gets a touch around him. Polash doesn't have any boost to jump for that one, so J-Rod puts it to the side. Mealy now with a long clear. Trots committed on that one, so Polash, last man back. Krates is also in net. Polash gets a touch around one. J-Rod also committing, and Polash gets a nice pinch around him. Kiwi kind of awkward. This is going to be an awkward bounce for him. Gets a favorable bounce is that one. Bounces kind of straight to him. Good touch there from Trots, though, and Trots is going to get a beat on J-Rod as well. Mealy in net, though, with a nice save, and Mealy now opportunity gets a nice air dribble, but Polash was already on top of it, and that's what I want to see more out of Snowstorm. I feel like they kind of let off the gas with these instant chows. Almost let off the gas and own goal there for a second, but Trots able to get the clear. J-Rod with the pass down, and Polash with a touch. Kiwi kind of awkward. Krates already on top of him, though. Mealy back out to J-Rod. J-Rod back over to Mealy. Trots in the way, though, and J-Rod now with a little bit of boost, a little bit of time, a good demo. Oh, but Krates able to make the great save, and that one gonna go high. Mealy with a nice touch. That one's down to Kiwi. Trots able to get the nice touch off the backboard. J-Rod going for the double, and he doesn't have the touch. 3 players from Snowstorm were there. Somebody had to touch that ball, and they're able to get it cleared, but it's still more pressure for the Griffins. Kiwi couldn't get there before Krates does. Now Polash off the wall. J-Rod has the touch, and that one gonna go to the Snowstorm corner where Mealy tries to put it back towards net. That one touched high. Polash can get back to it. Kiwi kind of awkward. J-Rod gonna get to it. That one off the sidewall. Trot's gonna elect to take that one. Hits that one to the corner. Mealy waiting. Crates, he was waiting for that touch though, as trying to get that ball back mid, gets a nice dunk. Polash trying to get a touch on that one, doesn't. Is now Trots and J-Rod rushing back. Polash able to get in the way though. A great challenge there from him as Crates now gets that 50 over Mealy. Mealy with one touch, Trot gets it over him. No, Mealy with the backflip save. J-Rod already up in the air. That ball launched from Trots as Crates tries to make a turn on it. Could be a counterattack opportunity. Polash not too far. Just able to get back in time with 10 seconds remaining. J-Rod tries to make this play happen. That one gonna fall down to Crates. Crates with a nice 50, but Kiwi is gonna win that one. Kiwi gets a beat on another. Kiwi with a pass over to Mealy, but it's gonna be Polash with the save, and we have overtime.
Overtime, and this series is starting to heat up. We're starting to see the Griffins really heat up. They're mounting a lot of offensive pressure. The Snowstorm defense has been rock solid since they let up those two quick answers after they had the lead here, and we're just seeing both teams just trading blows right now.
Trading blows, but who will deliver that knockout punch? Can the Griffins prevent going down 0-3? That would be tragic in playoffs, I promise. As now Polash getting that one cleared, and Kiwi's gonna be there, but Polash with a nice dunk, and Mealy kind of awkward, does get bumped, still able to make a touch though. Crates not a lot of boost, 0 boost. In fact, Mealy takes it from him. Trots gets bumped a little bit, still trying to get back to that one. That one's bouncing high, gonna be awkward for Polash, but he's able to get the clear. Kiwi waiting really far back here, doesn't have any boost now. Trying to get a touch, trying to get this one mid, a good bump there, making him awkward, but able to get in a position where he's able to get a pass. Still no one there in the midfield. J-Rod, he doesn't receive the pass from Mealy, so Trots is going to say, I'll take that one, and clears that one long. That one falling back to him. He tried to pass it over to Crates. Crates went for the demo. A little miscommunication there, and that one could be in a dagger, as Crates is not able to get the touch. Mealy able to put it away! Barely! But guess what? Griffins prevent going down 0-3. A great clear here from J-Rod, and Mealy just in the right spot.
Yeah, and that's super lucky for Mealy that Crates misses that touch. He kind of has to go for it. That ball is so close to being on that it's one of those things. If you don't go for it and that goes in, then that's so much more demoralizing than just saying, hey, I tried my best, I went out for it. And then Mealy, he forced Mealy to make a great play. That ball was wide. Mealy with a great catch with no boost, and just I don't even know how he catches that with his butt, but he's able to catch that with his butt and find the back of the net, and he's gonna give Griffins their first win in this series. And they battled back. They showed a lot of resilience here in this game number 3, and we have officially got ourselves a series here.
You know, I'm glad, because if Snowstorm were able to take this game as well, you know, like another overtime win, that's just it feels bad. Griffins though, they're hanging on, and honestly, being honest here, I think this Griffins team, you know, whenever they are playing aggressive, whenever they have really good like midfield pressure, I think they are the better team. It's just the Snowstorm team, you know, I feel like they are very solid in net, and it's like if they have this solid defense, they're really hard to break through. So I'm kind of seeing two different sides here, Speed, and I do think that, you know, on offense, you have Crates and Polash and Nitrots, who all are honestly really good offensive players as well. So I feel like the Snowstorm team really can put it to them, but this Griffins team, if they get going, I think they are just an unstoppable force. Trots, though, trying to be a stoppable force, as that one gets saved, as Polash, he tried to put a shot on target as well, and Mealy with no boost now, gonna try to get it clear. It's been an interesting series so far, but I will say it's been entertaining nonetheless. These teams have been great, and you know, I did make my prediction earlier. Speed, you said you had Griffins, if I'm not mistaken. I'm gonna take Snowstorm here, as Snowstorm try to put on another shot. Obviously they're up 2-1 right now. I think this one's going 7 though. I just got the feeling it looks like both these teams are just so neck and neck, and we got 40 seconds into this game. Both these teams looking for opportunities. J-Rod's going to take that opportunity right there, and Crates says, I'll do you one save better. Trots now putting that one up to Polash. Polash just going to take the shot. That one's kind of open. Trots is going to help him put it away. A great counterattack opportunity, and that's not something we've seen the Griffins give up a whole lot.
No, and you know, that's a sign right there from the Griffins that, yeah, they were honestly being a little too aggressive, as Mealy was pushed up quite a bit up the field, way over the midfield point as third man, and you know, unable to get that read and get back to that one. Snowstorm gonna find the early goal here, but you know, if there's any kind of sign, we had to see if Polish was gonna hit that one. He's gonna hit that one off the crossbar, as this one's still gonna be in a dangerous spot as Trot's trying to get that touch. But I was trying to say here is that, you know, you can't be two down here if you're a Griffins fan, as they did just, survive and come back and win that game number 3 after being down 2 goals early.
Yeah, and they were. I mean, I'm pretty sure they were down 2 goals early in game number 2, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that one, but like I feel like they definitely had the offensive firepower to come back from it, and a little help never hurt. But Polash actually said, I'll put that one to the side just a little bit. Post helps him out there. On Forbidden Symbol, I'm just saying that's in the net. That's all I'm saying. Is Crate's gonna get a save on that one. Trotska's doing by Kiwi, and so J-Rod's gonna be able to put that ball up high. Trot's able to make the save to the corner still. J-Rod gonna be there. Trotz now on the back wall, has to get the clear, and he does. Any follow-up coming through, it's gonna be Trotz himself again getting the beat on Kiwi, but Mealy all the way back now. Sending that ball long, and the deeper third man not allowing any counterattacks like that first goal. Now, can they break through the Snowstorm defense, which sometimes just seems almost impenetrable, as Kratos with 0 boost, trying to get that ball, just one more touch on it, but instead it's going to be Polash who pops that ball high. Mealy's really awkward. Trust, can he get the shot on target? He does. I don't know how that goes in.
Yeah, I don't even know. Polash just soft touch, puts it up and over, and J-Rod just, I don't know if you expected Mealy to get that, but I'm sure Mealy had comped. He was low on boost, so, J-Rod should have been quick trying to get to that ball. He wasn't. They're allowing Snowstorm again to just get the plays that they want. They're not being super aggressive, and that's partly because Snowstorm's getting back into this groove where they're really starting to starve this Griffins team, especially when they're sitting on their back line.
Sitting on that back line, 0 boost, it's just not a good combo. And, I feel like it's the recipe that the Snowstorm boys are trying to cook up here. And that one not going to be a good touch from J-Rod, I think. Trotz says, thank you very much, I'll take that hat and throw a trick with it. As a good touch from Trotz, but honestly, he just gets gift-wrapped that one from J-Rod.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Mealy trying to get out and get that squishy, but Trotz not having boost. He didn't put it high. He also saw him coming in for that squishy save, so he sticks it low. He does get his hat trick, and now it's a tough task for the Griffins, but J-Rod gonna get his own goal here with a little bit of help from a misplay here coming out from Snowstorm.
Yeah, Polash definitely should have had a touch. Actually, he did get a touch. You know what? Shout out Polash. It was a nice own goal. But, J-Rod, he gave away a goal. He's just doing some paying it forward. He got that goal right back. Why not? Is 2 minutes remaining, 2 goals down. I've seen worse situations that this Griffins team can be in. That's all I'm saying. Is this one going to be falling down now? Oh, my goodness, Trotz. The fat man himself. I don't know how much you weigh, Trotz, but you could be the star of my 600-pound life. Oh, my goodness, that man. Absolutely huge on the goal line, not letting anything through, as Crate's now able to get the counterattack. J-Rod couldn't get the touch, but Mealy can. J-Rod going for the 50 on his own teammate with a nice little bump there, but Trotz able to get a nice catch, and that's a good touch from Mealy. Polash with a nice touch as well. Mealy continuing the pressure, though, down to J-Rod. J-Rod with a nice touch down to Mealy. Oh, he doesn't come through, but Trotz showing off the defense here on the goal line. It's where you want to be if you're Trotz.
Yeah, it is, but it's not gonna matter in the end, as after all these beautiful saves that they put in, we saw Polash have one too right after Trotz's first initial one. Pass comes out, creates not the greatest touch. That one's gonna find a way over to Mealy, and Mealy is going to make them pay. And now, with a minute 20 left, Flip, we have a 1-goal game.
Yeah, and Trotz trying to pull off the Cuxer pinch, almost does, by the way. That would have been kind of nasty. As now Kratos try to pinch it out towards the midfield himself, and Snowstorm, they're like, hey, I feel like I've get some deja vu here. This isn't how the script's supposed to go. It's not supposed to just be so readable like this, but maybe a comeback in from the Griffins. Yeah, it might be in the cards here. Instead, Snowstorm going to try to continue the pressure. Kratos now, a lot of time to buy, as both of his teammates went for the ball, and so Kratos doing a good job letting his teammates get some boost and rotate back, but Trotz says, I don't want to rotate back. He'll go for that ball and leave Polash last back. Trotz now with a little bit of time himself. Mealy, not a great touch. Trotz get a good 50, staying in that corner. 35 seconds left, and a double commit from the Griffins could be critical. Mealy gonna have a save, but 0 boost to work with. A demo from Kratos now. It's just gonna be Mealy. He picks up 100. Mealy with a nice 50. Kiwi in the corner with them. Polash able to get another great 50. He's going to go for a third. It's going to be Trotz now able to get that ball cleared. And Kiwi's there. Pops that ball high. 10 seconds remaining. Kiwi has to get a touch here. Trying to find his teammate Mealy. Mealy's there. But no, it's Crates going to get there first. As Crates now has to waste 5 seconds. J-Rod gets faked out. Kiwi has no boost. Mealy has to put that one to the wall, and Trotz trying to hit it down. Mealy keeps it alive. Trotz gonna be there. A double commit. Kiwi, it's gonna fall. Snowstorm take game number 4. A 3-1 lead off of a huge performance from Trotz.
And the Griffins, they had the most perfect opportunity there with about 8 to 10 seconds left. You know, the pass came out. Mealy tried to put it into the back of the net. Snowstorm, none of them had more than 15 boost. I think 2 of them had 0 boost and still unable to find the back of the net. So we do see Griffins down 1-3 in this series. They are going to take their timeout, rightfully so. And hopefully they can take this timeout. They can talk about really just focusing on being aggressive. We saw in that game win that they had that they were just super aggressive. They weren't aggressive the whole time. They had to earn it. They let themselves get down early. However, once they started turning it on and being fast and just putting the pressure on Snowstorm, Snowstorm couldn't handle it. So they need to get back to that same play style here.
Yeah, and I like it's the demos, it's the pressure, it's the pass. Um, so that's kind of the way Griffins need to play. I will say it's hard to do. It's not like, oh, just do it, duh. I mean, like, we saw a great counterattack, like literally a pass up to Polash. Polash sends it down to Trotz. Trotz finishes it like immediate. And you get counterattacked like that. You start thinking in your head, so should I challenge this ball as third man? Like, should I shoot this? What if I miss? Like, what if they get the save and there's a counter and it's then you start overthinking a little bit. And, man, sometimes speed, you just gotta be dumb. Like I feel like this Griffin team just needs to be a little dumb. Like, man, I don't care what you're doing. I'm gonna challenge. I will say though, they need to be smart in their passes. Like they just need to go, but then they need to look for an infield pass because I feel like the infield passes have been working great. We saw a great one. I think it was game 2 or game 3. I don't know. It was one of the games where Kiwi dimed up Mealy. I think it was ascended to overtime. It was a great shot, a great pass. And this last game, like one of the only goals was a great infield pass, and that was after Trotz and Polash just had insane saves. So the infield passing and a little bit of dumbness, in my opinion, just kind of just going. Those are two, in my opinion, the key things. There's also the physicality where it's like, oh, okay, I can't hit the ball, but I'll hit the player. There's a lot of things, in my opinion, that the Griffins could be doing better, and I've seen them do better. So there's a lot of ways that they can really make up this deficit. And why not start out with a nice little Kiwi goal?
A nice little Kiwi goal to start it off very early in this one. They came out. The timeout clearly has worked. We saw J-Rod. He went up early for that ball, was able to follow it up, get the double tap, left it there for Kiwi. And Kiwi, Elix, yes, he still took his time. We saw him do that earlier, but it was a more purposeful soft touch taking his time, as now J-Rod trying to get their second goal early in this one, but that one is going to be sent away by Polash. And I think you hit it on the head right here. They're playing dumb. They are challenging. They are going for it. They know their season is on the line, and why not just go out trying your hardest?
Yep. Throw the kitchen sink. Throw your body into it. Kiwi, try to throw a shot on net, Kiwi. Why don't you? A great pass from Mealy. Kiwi is just there. He plays just close enough. First, it was that great 50 from J-Rod to get that first goal. Now Kiwi just close enough to get that shot on from Mealy's pass. It's a unlucky 50 on the side of Snowstorm. But if you're Kiwi, you're in the right place at the right time. Put the ball away, and that's what he does. And Kiwi not wanting to go down without a fight. Snowstorm, they got to put up a fight here in this game. They don't, you don't want to give momentum to this Griffins team. Like that's what they can really work with. Snowstorm trying to get the ball clear, trying to get a counter started. Trotz gonna hit that one to the side while J-Rod a little pushed up too far, but good touch there. Able to send it back to his own corner, pass it out to Mealy as well. Mealy trying to get a 50 Crates literally on top of that one, as now he's gonna pass it down to Polash, and Kiwi couldn't get there, but Polash shot is not on target. Trotz now hitting that one to the corner. J-Rod pops that one high to Mealy. Mealy touchdown field. Trotz gonna have a touch going for the Psycho. Not gonna happen there as Crates now with a touch, and Kiwi with a nice controlled touch, but Polash already on top of that one. Now Mealy up Not a lot of boost on the side of Snowstorm, and a bump as well, but Krates with a nice save. J-Rod pushed up a little too far, has to make a touch, and Krates is there. Krates now going for the air dribble, gonna look for the 50 as well. Trust is going to be there. He gets it around 2. Can he get it around Kiwi? Kiwi elects not to go. A great decision from Kiwi, but he's awkward. Oh, and the Snowstorm boys didn't expect that one. An awkward play there, but it's the Griffins, they're kind of on the back foot a couple times, but they've held strong so far, and their offense is still cooking with gas.
They really are. And, it's super unfortunate. The one great opportunity that Snowstorm had, they weren't expecting a miss to come out from the end of the Griffins, as, they still have plenty of time, though. There's still 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. They've, withstood now this pressure from the Griffins after letting up 2 early goals. So they just really need to try to find one fairly soon and just, really show the Griffins that they're still in this game and they are still in the driver's seat for this series.
And Griffins trying to continue the pressure here as Kiwi just continuously touching the ball. It's going to leave that one for Mealy, as Mealy's shot going to be just wide. It's going to hit the post, and it's going to be a great bounce for Tross, and not a great bounce for Kiwi, but Kiwi's already on top of it. Krates now, last man, just has to try to pass it over to Polash, but there's no Polash there anymore. Kiwi with the demo, Mealy with the touch. Mealy, nice control here, going to try to look for the infield pass, and, he was taking notes. His teammates weren't. Kiwi, he's not going to get the touch on that one, but Polash's shot just high. The bounce not in his favor. Tross now with a good control, but Kiwi says, no thank you, I'll take a goal instead. Polash, you can't get there, buddy. I already know it. That's in the back of the net. Kiwi with the hat trick.
And again, a beautiful look that's going to turn into a counterattack here. Great 50. Great dunk here coming up by Kiwi. And Kiwi, he's going to find himself a hat trick. Now, almost every time he's touched the ball, he's got 300 points worth of goals here and only 420 points in the game. Almost every time he's touched this ball, it's been a goal, as he's going to touch the ball again and he's going to find himself a 4th goal.
Yeah, 4 shots, 4 goals, he just, this is what he does, it's a little back of the net action. It's about time, to be honest. I'm not going to lie. Griffins, they needed this offense speed, and guess what? It was delivered. Not from J-Rod, who I really expected to be the guy to score all the goals. That's what he's been doing all season. But instead, it's going to be from ya boy Kiwi. Now it's going to be Polash putting that one away, saying, hey, we're still here. The game's not over yet, guys. And we have a chance, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, it's a good shot here. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a great read there by Polash. He was up to it quick. He puts a powerful shot on net. But the biggest thing there was Kiwi read that the whole way. He could see Polash having an attempt, and he elects to not even really put a hand up. He just watches go over his head here. As I would at least like to see him jump and attempt to make a save after he just picked up that corner boost. But they're still in the driver's seat. They're still up 3 goals. Trot's trying to find Krates in the corner, but Krates just wants the boost, and he was looking to get out.
Yeah, I think it might have been a pass to Krates, rather than a pass to Polash, and Polash got too close. I don't know. There's a lot of Snowstorm players on my screen. I can't lie. Maybe too many. I feel like they were all, just sometimes you need to spread out a little bit. But it's going to be a good touch from Krates and a good demo from Polash. And, hey, maybe it's not over quite yet, as Krates puts that one in the back of the net. And the Griffins, you're still up 2, but you can't be getting aggressive like that.
No, you can't, but it also doesn't help. I mean, he was in a decent spot. If he didn't get demoed, he would have been there to collect that ball. But Polash, doing what Polash has done this season, really, really good at picking up those back pick demos. As we see there, he picks up the back pick on the 3rd man, leaving that wide open. And now with a minute and 5 to go, it's only a 1-goal game, as Polash gonna find himself a goal here, as I don't know how Mealy missed this. It just... he gets a touch. It just goes under him still.
I'm begging for Mealy's sake, for his mentality. I'm hoping that this man is able to not lose this game, because going up 4-0, and then losing and getting eliminated from playoffs would be more than sad. J-Rod's got to make the save here, and he does. 50 seconds remaining. Trots now with a good 50, but J-Rod's going to be on top of that one, able to get the clear. Krates now, last man back, going to leave that boost because he already has 100. Krates now One touch. Gonna try to look for a Polash. Polash was getting absolutely destroyed on his way to that ball. Trotz just has to clear it off his own corner, and J-Rod's already on top of it, and Polash just a little quicker. Kiwi, last man back. Kiwi gonna get an awful touch. Oh my goodness, could have been devastating, but instead, it does get saved away. Kiwi and J-Rod combine for a nice pinch. Mealy's downfield. Mealy, he wants to put this one away. Crates with the save. J-Rod, he puts it away. 19 seconds left. Griffins are not going home yet.
J-Rod hasn't been too active in the goal scoring category in this series, but that one right there, probably the biggest goal for the Griffins in this series so far. You know, Snowstorm battled back, got 3 unanswered goals, was, you know, really forcing and threatening with putting you out of misery here, but they're still looking to, as that one's middle, but Krates is going to send it just wide, and I think that's going to give this game here to the Griffins and giving them even more life in this series, and that's not what you want if you're a Snowstorm fan.
Yeah, you know, J-Rod puts that one to the side. Could have been another goal, to be honest, but let's relax here, Pete. I mean, like that was a scare. Like let's not act like this Snowstorm team ain't feeling confident in themselves right now. They're like, hey, if we didn't give up 4 dumb goals, then we probably could have won that game. But I mean, then you know, there's a whole what if scenario that you could do with that one. But it was a great performance by Kiwi. That man had 530 points in about 3 minutes. Then 30 points the rest of the game. But it was a great 4-goal performance from him. 4 goals, 5 shots. He did what he needed to do. Every touch of his felt like gold. Or should I say it felt like gold? Anyway, it was a great performance for the Griffins. Also, you know, shout out Mealy. He's been assisting all season. Got 3 assists here. J-Rod had 2 himself. So Storm were able to make that comeback speed, but man, I don't know. I feel like the Griffins, dude, like that's like getting scored on like 3 goals like that. That's me, I'm nervous. I'm not gonna cap. If I'm Griffins, I'm feeling a little hesitant here, and we're on to game 6 speed. I had Snowstorm in 7. You had Griffins? I don't remember, to be honest, but you know, right now we're on Forbidden Temple. Anything can happen, but who do you got taking this one?
I still have the Griffins. I think they're starting to play well, but that's not going to bode well for my prediction here, as Krates, 2 seconds in, is going to find himself a goal off of a beautiful kickoff here by Polash.
Yeah. You know, great kickoff, great shots. J-Rod, that's why we always turn back to net whenever you go for corner boost. Everybody take notes, pull out your pens, go back to net whenever you go for corner boost. Do not turn upfield. You will never get scored on. Anyway, that was a great shot, great capitalization. Trotz now trying to get a double touch. Trotz, you don't hit these. Let's relax. Kiwi not going to get the touch either, as Krates now going to go for the challenge, and J-Rod with a good 50. That one going to get sent down to Polash. Mealy gets the boost grab, though, so Kiwi's able to go with full confidence. Gets a nice first touch. Trotz has to clear that one over to Polash, and Polash is able to get a banger clear right over J-Rod's head. Mealy is helping him out, though. He's already back, and Krates gonna leave, or not gonna touch on that one. Polash is gonna try to pass over to Trotz. Mealy with a nice pre-jump save. Polash now gonna pop that one high, and Kiwi just has to get one touch on it. Mealy trying to chase it down, but Krates is able to get a long clear. Krates now trying to get the follow-up. Not gonna happen there. Polash gonna wait and respect J-Rod's touch as Polash now up in the air. Gets a beat on Kiwi. Mealy now. Not a great touch. Trotz with a great 50, though. Trotz trying to get that follow-up, and he does, but now he has to just try to pass it down. It's going to be J-Rod passing it down to Krates. Krates was waiting for that one to the ceiling. Krates going to try to get another one. Mealy kind of awkward. Guess who's going to be there? It's going to be Kiwi, actually. Polash, I saw him coming, but Kiwi out of nowhere able to make that save, and Trotz now grabs the boost, dodges the bump, and gets the save. Great play there from him. Now he's trying to get a touch past Mealy, and he does, as Polash now trying to get the follow-up touch. More pressure here from Snowstorm, and a bump comes through. Trotz with a good challenge, but Krates is always in the right spot, Speed. And this is what I've noticed. It's this in the midfield. Yeah, I feel like it's always Krates that's there to continue the pressure for Snowstorm, or back off and, you know, play a safe third man. I feel like Krates is the one making the right decisions every time. Now he's got to make the right decision here. He gets a nice touch there. That one gonna bounce out. Trotz gonna take that one from Polash. Gets a nice 50. And 2 minutes into this game, Speed, we've had a lot of pressure here from Snowstorm, but it's going to be a Mealy goal. I can't pass it to you because Mealy is going to pass it to the back of the net.
Yeah, and I don't think that was the greatest decision there by Krates in the midfield, as he is going to be the one to ultimately send that up off of his backboard and put his teammate in trouble, Polash, on the back line. And now we see Griffins tie this one up. 3 minutes left now. Still plenty of ball game, but we still haven't seen enough pressure coming out from the Griffins to really be worried here, as iTrot's going to answer right back.
Yeah, a great shot here from Trots, but man, it's just a great touch. I mean, like, immediately with zero boost is one thing, like, on the backcourt. A great touch from Kratos, and honestly, I mean, Trots just kind of slotted that thing, can't lie, so it's just a really good play there from the Snowstorm boys, and off a kickoff again, it feels like, so Griffins, if you clean up these kickoffs a little bit, you know, maybe you wouldn't be down 2 goals, but if ifs and buts for candies and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. Now, Trotz able to get a clear, only as far as Kratos, but Polash and Kratos double commit could be awkward. Trotz already up in the air with a great touch, but Mealy was waiting. He didn't want to go for that ball. He wanted to go for the follow-up, and he's there with a shot, but that one was high as Kratos also able to get a clear and a save. Trotz now with some boost. Trotz now to the sidewall. Trotz now looking for a pass mid. He's trying to get the dunk down on J-Rod. J-Rod with no boost. Still able to get a beautiful shot. Kratos, it looked on my screen like he got a ghost touch, but man, Trotz able to get the touch and no demo coming out through Polash. Man, speed just so close from Snowstorm, but a great shot from J-Rod.
Yeah, Kratos getting a little excited there, as normally that's a play that Trotz is able to get a good dunk on, but he hits it a little too far out in front of him, and Kratos should have just realized and been a little more patient, but again, it's not going to matter as Trotz getting the answer mere seconds after letting up the equalizer.
Yeah, I don't know. Did you hear me say kickoff goal? Like, before kickoff, like, I don't know if that came through. I said kickoff goal, you know, there it is, because, I mean, like, I'm not saying it's readable, but, man, Rockerman did not do a great job with this script. Kickoff goals is how they're going to lose. That's kind of sad, but it's going to be J-Rod trying to, change the script a little bit. Mealy, he gets beat. Oh, great play there from Polash. Now he's going to try to get a dunk. Now, J-Rod, I think he was going for the bump or the redirect. Either way, he didn't do anything with it. Now he's going to be back for that touch there as he's trying to get it around 2 when he does. Trotz last man back, though. Going to get a good, nice 50 on Kiwi as that ball launched so far. Kratos with not a lot of boost to work with. Sends that one to the corner. And Mealy going to have the clear. Polash up, but Kiwi is also... Kratos missed the boost, so he couldn't turn on this one as Mealy now gets 50 by Kratos still as Kiwi up. It's a beat on 1. Trotz. He's back. Gets a nice touch high, but that ball going to get followed by J-Rod. That ball bouncing up high, but it's going to be Polash beating out Mealy, and could be a counterattack opportunity. Great shot. Not great, but Trotz over to Kratos again. Oh my goodness. It ramps off the post, hits the crossbar, and a little unlucky from Snowstorm. It was a great counterattack opportunity. Could be another one here as Kratos racing for that one. Trotz had a great 50. J-Rod to the corner. Gets his boost stolen. Polash gonna get one touch. Polash now gonna try to find the pass. Trotz not able to get the touch. Kratos last man. Kratos gets beat. Kiwi gets the goal.
Yeah, Kratos has looked great as an aggressive first man / middle man, but when he's been third man, he hasn't made the greatest decisions, and I think the Griffins are really starting to notice that and are trying to put themselves in position where Kratos is being third man back and just hoping they can put up these 50-50 balls.
Yeah, hopefully they can get a good 50. Oh, go ahead.
Have him just, make the wrong decision, as he's done that quite a few times in this game, let alone.
You know what? It's been 5 seconds. They haven't been scored on. It's a miracle. I've seen the Griffins not get scored on kickoff. It's about dang time. Mealy now with 0 boost. Able to get a touch. As that one's going to get sent to the corner by Kratos. Polash now trying to get the clear. That one going to get sent to the sidewall. Trotz with 1 touch trying to get a follow-up. It's going to be Polash with 0 boost. That's a great shot, Kiwi. Able to make a great save, though. Good positioning there from him. Kratos. A little feels backflip, man, but instead it helps him out a little bit as that ball going to be floating towards the midfield. Trotz has a chance to snipe it. Does he? Of course he does. That bottom left corner, 34 seconds left. That could be the dagger.
That could be the dagger, as all 3 of Trott's goals in this game have been responses to the Griffins tying it up. Normally it was a little quicker, but either way, Trotz has been sniping these goals on these shots that he's had so far.
Yeah, it's not a great touch there as Kratos almost capitalized on that one. Trotz just gonna not get that one on target as Mealy ran a little bit of a disruptor there. A good demo, though, and that's gonna be an open net. And that is gonna be it. That's gonna be the series in my... I mean, there's 19 seconds left. I'm not gonna call the series. Let's chill out a little bit. A great play can happen from the Griffins, but man, Snowstorm, they're putting some nails in this coffin.
Yeah, they really are. Mealy doesn't have a lot of boost to come off that ceiling, looking for that pass, and it was just super readable, and it didn't help that Trotz picked up that demo and just left that backfield wide open. Griffins need to answer now if they want to try to force this to overtime.
No fat lady is singing yet, but Trotz is pretty dang close. Is that one not going to be in? Polash, though, he's going to put it away, and Trotz wasn't singing, but yeah, the series is over. The game is over. It's gonna be Snowstorm in the finals, facing I don't know who. It could be any team. Speed. I have no idea who's gonna make it to the finals. But there's 4 seconds left in this one. A great series by both teams. I think. Honestly, I was really impressed with the way Mealy played. I felt like he was just the most calm and composed on his team. Kiwi also played really well. I wish J-Rod popped off. We saw him pop off in the quarterfinals. So I wanted to see a little pop off here, but give credit to Snowstorm defense. One, I think their defense played extremely solid. This game, I mean, they had so many shots that they didn't need to play defense. I mean, this game there was 9 goals, but throughout the series, I feel like their defense was the biggest reason they won this series. So great series, nonetheless. Though, and Speedman, been great casting with you. That was just a fun series to watch.
Yeah, it really was fun. Like you said, super unfortunate. I thought J Rod, wasn't playing to his full potential. Um, and he really was, the big piece in their quarterfinal win. So to see him come out and not look as good as he did, super unfortunate. But they still put up a great effort. But yes, Snowstorm gonna move on to the grand finals. They're gonna have to wait until Wednesday to see who they're squaring off against. It's gonna be last year's grand finals rematch between Samurai and Venom that they're gonna wait upon. But again, we are slightly running behind schedule flip. So I'm not going to keep on rambling here. And, we're going to get ready for our next match.
Yeah, we'll see you guys back in just a couple minutes. Doses.
She walks in thinking she's one of the 7 wonders. She's talking, thinking she'll get all my 7 numbers. Say it politely for your information. You wear that dress like you wear all my patience. Copy and pasted like this song on every station. Hot and cocky, crashing my party like kamikaze. Knock off Gucci and Versace. You're a decaf Irish coffee, sticking to me like epoxy. Never take your eyes off of me. You tell me that you're a 10, but I'm not here to blend on your seat. 1 for your daddy's money, 2 for the show we've all seen. It's a 3-ring circus lining up behind me. Oh, baby, take a number. 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 I don't mean to sound like I am so conceited. I'm not being cold when you get silent treatment.
He puts it in 0 seconds remaining. He seems to be playing hard for it. Oh my goodness, Rudy, what is this?
Doesn't get the touch he's looking for. Kato, got the he gets the flick and he gets it through. Place this heck. He's gonna get the shot. He's gonna put it in. Back to back. On the backward. Can he find the touch? He's gonna put the shot on the net.
High off the backboard here. Opportunity. Here comes the shot.
Hold on. Surely this can. Oh my lord.
Go with the shot. It's gonna go in.
Oh, open thing on the goal line. He did not win. Nearly over. Sweet. It comes through. The venom, the improbable, the impossible. The 4-time champions.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Nemesis Gaming League. I'm your best friend, Gallium, and today we have a Novice League banger. Actually, matter of fact, we have 2 back-to-back, and I'm going to be here for both of those games with my boy, Fentus. How you doing, man?
I'm doing amazing. I had a little bit of an amazing cast earlier, watching the Blackhawks take down Origin in a very close series, and then obviously we had those 2 great series, the Snowstorm versus Griffins, which just ended, which was an absolute banger, and then the Game 7 Velocity game was absolutely amazing as well. So much great content, I mean, overall, but this is none other than the Novice League. There's so much content here. We have the Kiwis taking on Diffusion. Diffusion, the team who got the bye in the beginning of the bracket, obviously as that 2 seed, and Wisps as the 1 seed. Kiwis did beat Pawns in a close Game 7. Looked a little bit shaky, but obviously they look to bring it to Diffusion today.
Yeah, Diffusion, they retained 2 out of 3 of their members from last year's championship squad. So definitely going to be a tough test for this Kiwis team who struggled against a team that a lot of people think they shouldn't have struggled against. But I say that Fenrir is him and you don't know ball. Okay, Kiwis still on top. Diffusion, they are incredibly good, and Kiwis have to be on top of their game if they want to have a chance to beat Diffusion. Diffusion has Silver J, Div, and Sub-Zero, and Kiwis going to rock with DRX Shadow, the GM, Beard, and Royalty. So it's honestly, bro, for a Novice League matchup, this is pretty much the highest quality you're going to get.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, both these teams are super close, and I mean, you got a lot of top players here. I know Beard and Shadow. I believe Beard is the second best rated Novice player in all of Novice, obviously. And then Shadow, I believe, is number 6. You got a lot of others in there as well. Silver J, number 13. I mean, and I think there's one more, but I'm already too late. As we are kicking off game number 1, and it looks like Beard might open up the score early, but that one is going to be saved away. But I mean, this Diffusion roster, the Kiwis roster, I mean, I'll throw it to you real quick, Gallium. What do you think is going to happen? Who do you think is going to win?
Honestly, I have Kiwis here in 7. It's going to definitely go the distance. In my personal opinion, I think Diffusion, excellent squad. I mean, they've been that team this entire season, you know, not including the Wisps, obviously, but they have just been so stellar this entire season, and I really think it's going to continue here, but I don't know if they can handle this Kiwis teamwork here, because when they get going, they get going. Shadow is the player I'm looking towards. He made some clutch shots in his series against the Pawns, and he was helped out in large part due to Royalty's performance. He had in himself an insane series as an open net here, but gonna get demoed out by Sub-Zero. Shadow. It's gonna take a touch. Div now, 50ing out Beard. Now the ball is in the midfield. Sub-Zero gonna take a touch. Oh my goodness, doubling that one. Beard's up with it. Beard gets a touch. He's going to have to corral this one, but Sub-Zero going to take it from him. Sub-Zero, a very, very nice addition to this Diffusion squad. I mean, they had Ryan Gav, who was a Challenger League player this season, last season. So it's kind of hard to replace him, a player of that caliber. But, you know, they made it work. As we see Sub-Zero, actually Silver J going to take a touch. Shadow going to send it down. And so far, it just seems like back and forth action. Diffusion, though, they're looking like they might get a goal here soon.
Yeah, I mean, they've just kind of been feeling each other out. I think that Diffusion had a lot of good presence. They made some great touches, especially in the Kiwis half. But overall, it hasn't looked like anything's amounted to much really. As not a lot of great shots. We see a shot there from Beard, but there haven't been a lot of very quality shots or extended stays in either team's half. A lot of it's just kind of playing in the midfield, letting them take a weak shot, kind of testing the waters of each team. But once we see this first goal scored, we're really going to see the goals start to mount, because that's when people can get aggressive. That's when teams are going to start to understand each other's play styles and start acting accordingly. And I mean, I think the Kiwis are just really, really good at this, like, passing play style. I know Beard and Shadow are such a great 1-2. They pass to each other like nobody's business. And so I'm kind of look towards Royalty, who has to make a big save here. He does, but it's off the post.
Oh.
He's gonna have to get back to it, but Shadow gonna bail him out, and the Kiwis squeak by a little bit. But Royalty definitely gonna have to stand out this series if the Kiwis want to beat Diffusion.
Yeah, I mean, he is that facilitator, and honestly, he did look the best out of all three of them last series, but that was a series ago. It's a brand new series this time around, and I know Beard and Shadow really want to step up here as a double miss coming out from Diffusion and Royalty. He's going to get one early.
Yeah, and you know, chalk down one up to a little bit of stream nerves. Div not reading that pop, and neither is Silver J, and that one, it's just going to leave a little bit of an open net. Royalty not going to miss that one. He puts it perfectly around Sub-Zero in the bottom right corner to give the Kiwis a lead, but we'll see if they're able to keep it or if they're able to extend it as Shadow, trying to get a shot off the kickoff, but that one is going to go just a bit off target as it was saved away. But I think that the Kiwis opening up strong, it's a good sign. We know that obviously it was capitalized off a mistake from Diffusion, but I mean, it's a long series, it's anybody's game, but Kiwis getting the opening goal is very crucial.
What in the world? Beard has the fake of the century. Actually, Beard and Royalty had the fake of the century. Look at this play. He sends it down, Royalty with the calculated fake, and then Beard just comes across the face of the net. I mean, Silver J really just had no chance.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a novice moment right there. You can't really read that play too well. And if you're Silver J, I mean, you got to respect the touches of both the Kiwis players, because I mean, the Kiwis are a top seed. They have a lot of top-rated players. The players don't really mess up, and whether it was a calculated fake or if it was an intentional miss, which are the same thing, but slightly different. But whether it was intentional or not, it worked out very well in the Kiwis' favor, and Diffusion struggling to really read the Kiwis here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're kind of just making mistakes, but Kiwis doing a great job capitalizing off of them. That's what wins you series and what wins you games. Is Silver J going to take a shot? Shadow, very patient defending, high-level play there. Royalty going to try to 50 out Sub-Zero. Silver J trying to get a goal here to maybe squeak out this game one as Shadow over to Beard. What a play. Almost just put it in the back of the net. Div going to 50 out Royalty. Silver J's up with it. He's going to send it high. Shadow gets one. It's off the corner. Beard, he's trying to find it. Shadow's just going to try to carry it up. Royalty going to play patient here, but he might have played a little too patient. Just barely gets back to that one. Great play from him. And now Sub-Zero. What a shot from him, but Shadow, he's right there. He fakes another. Shadow down the pitch. He goes. He's trying to find any touch to ice this game, and I think he just might have, as this Kiwis team has won game 1, 2-0, and what a way to start.
Yeah, I mean, that's honestly a really good way. I mean, I'm not gonna say Kiwis really earned any of their. I mean, the first goal that they scored, Diffusion misread the corner twice, and they got a freebie. You know, the Kiwis on the second one double faked out the defender and got a goal that way. I could see it being a 0-0 game going into OT right now. I think Kiwis played really good defense, but I really think that the Fusion was in the driver's seat for a majority of that game. I'm not sure whether or not Kiwis are going to be really persistent here. I mean, they got to come out strong again, but I mean, with how good the Kiwis looked in their transitions with the passes from Shadow to Beard back to Shadow, they were connecting really well, and having that connection early on, that chemistry is really good for the longevity of the series, because if you're able to find each other early and that persists, you're going to find so many opportunities to score.
Yeah, you really are. As Royalty gonna make a little bit of a mistake there, but that's another key thing right there. Just demonstrated what you have to do to be successful. You always have to be there to bail your teammates. Well, not always have to be there, but you have to be at least in the area to assist your teammates if, say, they get a mistouch or something. As Royalty is just gonna get a shot. What an individual effort from Royalty there. What a play. I mean, he gets the beautiful 50, and then he just goes back to the ground. It's like, all right, Silver J, I've had enough of your shenanigans. Puts it in the back of the net. What a goal.
Yes. Speaking of shenanigans, I absolutely love that hat you were showing off to the stream earlier. It's a very amazing hat, very festive for the occasion. But I might have spoken too soon as Diffusion trying to get a goal here. I think that the Kiwis have done really well. I mean, obviously Royalty had a great solo play, but they have time and time again Shadow putting a shot on net. They had quality shots all game. Diffusion trying to just dive across the net to save them, and Silver J not gonna read that touch there off the corner, and Shadow gonna bury that one in, and Kiwis scoring 2 goals here, much more dominant, much more earned, and I mean they're still going strong.
I mean, this completely wipes away any doubt that they are in the driver's seat now. I mean, last series they had against Pons, they went down 2-0 in the series. So, I mean, just polar opposite stars. Royalty, I mean, let the man just do whatever he wants. What a performance from him. And you know what? I mean, he's just passed it to himself. I mean, he is a one-man army on the offensive front. What a play.
Yeah, it looks like Silver J kind of was greeting for that corner boost, but I believe Beard stole it away from him, made sure he was boostless, not able to get back to that touch off the backboard, and I think that Kiwis have just done a really good job of keeping possession. It seems like any time that Diffusion has really made a play on the ball, it's either 50'd or going right to a Kiwis defender who's lying in wait, and so they've been really patient. A great shot there from Royalty, at least off the corner. Maybe a little bit of, he gets a dunk there, and I believe he just gets the beat on Sub-Zero and a great angle. And I mean, Royalty having himself a game, let me tell you what.
I mean, he's absolutely balling right now. I mean, he was. I talked to a couple people, you know, because Novice didn't get streamed a whole lot because they didn't have a whole lot of games. I talked to a couple people, and they were like, yeah, the Beard and Shadow duo is insane. They never mentioned Royalty, and I think it's because he kind of took a back seat, let them kind of cook a little bit during the regular season. But in this playoffs, he's been spectacular, but it doesn't matter. He's going to get demoed, and Sub-Zero finally gets a goal for Diffusion.
Yeah, I mean, you could be the best player ever, but if you're not on the field, you can't save the ball. And I mean, Sub-Zero putting just a little bit of an easy shot on net, but Silver J absolutely decimating the defense, and Diffusion get on the board here. Maybe a little bit of signs of life, but I mean, I'm really looking for them to step up. They really have looked out of sorts. They have not really played very well, and I mean, Silver J is one of those players who I'm looking to. It looks like he hasn't really done much this game. He has 18 points in the first 2 minutes. I mean, I feel like he's gotten those 2 demos, so maybe I should credit him for an assist, but I feel like he's been a little bit lackluster, and the shooting from Diffusion as a whole has just not really been that great. They had a couple good shots in game number 1, but besides that, there wasn't really anything threatening on the net.
Yeah, what you have to do always is just tell the other team you're confident with your car language, right? You have to, I'm not saying go for stupid things, but you have to challenge balls with confidence and a little gusto to tell the other team, like, oh, he's in this series, he's for real, you know? And I feel like this Diffusion team, they just look so out of sorts right now that Kiwis, they feel like they can do whatever they want. And, I don't really blame them for feeling like that, as we see Div and Beard almost going to collide there. It's 4-1, but it's not over just yet, as Diffusion just gets double faked there. A little bit of a miscommunication. The comms just have to be a little better from them, as Sub-Zero sends it down the pitch. He's going to get another one. Sub-Zero needs to light the spark in this team. Div gets one. Can't find the second. Royalty, what a challenge. This should be a goal from Shadow, but he's going to elect to fake. I mean, you really can't hate that play. I love a good fake. Wait a second, Sub-Zero. Oh my goodness. He almost just peaked on the entire Kiwis roster, but it's still going to be a 4-1 game here, Ventus.
Yeah, and it looks like Diffusion getting a lot of shots, but Kiwis are pretty much just parking the bus. They're just sitting everybody in the goal or on their goal line, just waiting for the shots to come, and there isn't that much of a good follow-up, or there's nobody going and demoing like Silver J did in the first goal, as that one just going to be off target as well. And, I mean, Kiwis are even getting demos in the midfield where they're freeing up some of this pressure, and I just feel like from Diffusion, their offense hasn't been enough. They've been peppering shots on net, but none of them have been really quality, as this one might be the first quality shot we've seen in a while, as Sub-Zero gonna get a little bit of a dribble play and get a bump on that last defender in Dr. Shadow.
I mean, tell me you play ones without telling me you play ones. Sub-Zero flicking it over one. He's going to control that ball and go for the bump play. Very good play, especially in that situation. What a play from him. I mean, he's having himself a great performance. 2 goals, 1 save, 7 shots. So he's been the offensive catalyst for this team. And even if they don't win this game too, I expect to see more of him in the future. And I think he's definitely a bright spot on this team as Beard's chasing this one down. Beard's going to get a touch. He's going to try to find another as Beard is just absolutely clearing the entire lobby. He's a little awkward. Gets the touch over to Shadow. We see Sub-Zero. Can't get the touch. Royalty sends it off the ceiling. Sub-Zero over to Royalty. It's off the backboard. Beard can't find the touch, but what an attempt from him. He tries to fly over and get the 50, but Sub-Zero doesn't have boost. And you gotta act like you don't have boost even when you don't. And that's a good rule to live by. Is wait a second. Oh, he missed the double tap. That could have been such a huge goal, and Div just letting it all slip away here. That's not ideal. Sub-Zero, he's going to be up with it. Shadow is going to get a touch. Now it's over to Div. He gets a single touch. Can he find a second? No, he doesn't, but he fakes out one. Shadow with a nice touch. 15 seconds remaining. They just need to wind this clock down. Silver J, over to Shadow. Shadow can't find anything else. Div sends it back over, and I think that's it. Kiwis going up 2-0 in the series. My question to you, Ventus, do you take your time out here?
I mean, that's a tough one. If I'm just Diffusion, I just feel like I'm doing way too much. I feel like I'm trying to go for all these fancy plays. I mean, we were talking about Sub-Zero going for a crazy double tap angle. He almost hit it, but like he didn't. I mean, Div is going for these like super high pop, going for a double touch off the ceiling, where they're going for all these like crazy mechanical plays and they're not hitting them. And I feel like Kiwis are just staying grounded, letting them throw themselves at the ball and just kind of popping it towards net. And I just don't think that I think that they just need to settle down. They need to just slow their play a little bit more, focus more on how they're getting their touches, because they are all putting up some great solo plays, but none of them have really worked out. I don't think that they need to use their timeout yet. I think they played pretty close, especially towards the latter half. They were able to keep up and get a lot of pressure without getting scored on. But I mean, it's a really 50-50 for the timeout there. I think it could have gone either way. I think that Diffusion was happy or they were accepting with their turnout in the first 2 games. And I think that they're going to just try to build upon it. And if they really need to, they can use the timeout to start the reverse sweep. But obviously the reverse sweep, it's only happened 6 times in Nemesis history. But 2 of those have already happened in this playoffs. But a great shot from Beard might start me thinking that it's going to have to be a reverse sweep again.
I mean, I'm fearing the Beard right now. What a play from him. Insane read. He's just going to put it in the back of the net. He didn't have the performance I think he wanted to have against the Pawns, but way to show up now. I mean, I'm pretty sure this Kiwis team would rather him show up for the semifinals rather than the quarters. And what a way to do so, as Sub-Zero is going to send it to the sidewall. In 3 games, Diffusion has 2 goals, and both of them were scored by 1 player. So they really need to start distributing the ball, spreading the wealth a little bit, and they need to get goals here as Royalty down to Shadow. Shadow with the 50. Royalty's just going to chase it. He has the boost, sends it off the corner. Sub-Zero can't read that one. Silver J gets a touch. Beard accidentally gets a little bit of a pinch there. Shadow. Down the pitch it goes. Div going to send it high. Trying to find another. He is successful. Beard over to Royalty. Royalty, what a save by Sub-Zero. Really had to get up there and stretch to that ball. Royalty, he's up with 1. Trying to make a huge play here. Tries to get a bump, but Sub-Zero, again, playing stellar defense so far. I mean, it just seems like both these teams kind of going back and forth here. We usually see that, and then there's just an explosion of goals. So might happen, at some point as, wait a second, a bit of a miss coming out in Royalty. He's going to get his first of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Kiwis had a lot of pressure for the majority of the game here. For the first 2 minutes, they have 5 shots. Diffusion has 0. They haven't even been able to shoot the ball on the Kiwis net to make them force a save. And I feel like Beard, he's been playing so well. I know he, in the regular season, was absolutely dominant. I had him in Fantasy League. He was a big reason why I won my Nemesis Fantasy League. Not to brag or anything. But,
oh, yeah, of course.
But I just know he has such a great play style, and he plays so well in these clutch moments. But, I mean, there's a clutch moment right there in Sub-Zero. Another little bit of a solo play. Gonna kind of not get the flick he wanted, but the flick he needed to get past Royalty.
I mean, these 2 former champions really need to step up and help the poor kid out. I mean, he has been the only one who's scored a goal so far. Diffusion really needing to spread the wealth, as I mentioned previously, but rings even more true now that they're only down by 1. Shadow gets a little bit of a pass out. Sub-Zero can't find the touch. Beard over to Royalty. Royalty can't find it, and now it's Div sending it back with Beard. Nice intercept. Silver J over to Div. Div, what a pass. Shadow there to read that one all the way. What a defensive play by him. Sub-Zero just going to get a touch. Royalty sends it off the side while he's going to get one more. It's floating there. Goes over Beard. Shadow tries to find the target, but unfortunately just a little bit wide. Beard over to Shadow. Shadow can't find the touch, and that's a 3rd-man commit, and that is going to be the first goal that is going to be scored for the Fusion. That's anyone other than Sub-Zero.
Yeah, and Div just does really well to read that touch off Dr. Shadow. It's a very hard touch, and Dr. Shadow couldn't get back to it. And so being able to recognize that early and make a good challenge and just put that one right on net over the last defender of Kiwis. A good sign. I feel like the Fusion still has been trying to do too much. I mean, we see these plays where Div's passing it, or they're passing it up to Div, who's on the back wall, and he's passing it back into the midfield, and they're going for these like crazy plays, but it's all these plays that are so hard to hit, especially for novice. I mean, you don't see many players hitting these kind of shots frequently in even the higher leagues, and so they're going for all these low percentage shots instead of going for these shots like Sub-Zero has, where he's just taking the solo play, taking the dribble, getting the flick, playing grounded. And Kiwis are doing just that. They're playing that way, and they're capitalizing very frequently, where it's like Diffusion are struggling to capitalize because only one of these players is playing that way, and it's a little bit of a play stylistic difference, but that was a great shot.
Wow. I mean, he's shutting you up real quick, Ventus. Anytime you talk, I feel like there's just a player who absolutely peaks. So, if you are playing in one of the games that we're casting, you just got to hope that I pass it to Ventus a bunch, because I feel like it happens more times than it doesn't. Is Royalty going to get a nice play? He gets 100 boost, and now Shadow is going to 50 it out. It's off the ceiling now. Div sends it down the pitch. Royalty has to be the last one back. Plays time here. Wonderful play and a beautiful pinch from him. Div now. 0 boost. He gets a touch. Gets the boost. He's up. He misses his touch. Now it's Beard's turn. He gets a nice 50. Silver J up with it. Sends it down. Royalty with 1. Tries to find any more, but 2 up for Diffusion. 35 seconds remaining. Shadow. Oh my goodness, just takes it around the whole defense, but he can't find it. Royalty with the shot. Silver J sends it back out. Beard with the nice 50. He gets demoed for his troubles. Now Diffusion trying to start a counterattack here. Silver J up with 1. Div's just jumping with no boost. Interesting decision. Sub-Zero sends it off the corner. Can't find the touch. Royalty over to Beard. Sub-Zero, he's going to have to chase this one, but he's going to allow his teammate Silver J to take it. What a demo. What a bump from him. Div's just not there. Can he shoot it? Not in time. As wait a second, it could go the other way here, but unfortunately can't get the touch. What an interesting last couple of minutes, Ventus.
I mean, it's super unfortunate for Diffusion. I thought that was a great play there by Sub-Zero to go for the demo, go for the bump, open up the field. But it seemed like Diffusion wasn't on the same page. Once again, Div staying a little bit farther back, not being able to be there for that pass that Silver J had. And this was a great shot by Beard. And that one is going to put the dagger in. I mean, a great angle, able to read that ball off the corner so well from that touch from Royalty. And Kiwis take game number 3, looking to complete this sweep, and Diffusion having to look to potentially, well, use their timeout for sure, but then they have to perform the 7th only reverse sweep ever to record in the playoffs, and that, I mean, that's a tall feat.
Oh yeah, especially in Novice. I don't think a reverse sweep has happened in Novice, but I'm not sure. And a big reason for that is the lack of adjustments. I talked about it the other Novice game that we casted. It's a problem in the Novice League that teams just don't adjust to any of the plays that the other team is bringing out. If a team counters your play style, you have to do everything in your power to try to adjust to that play style in particular. And I think Kiwis they counter Diffusion just so well, because Diffusion, they're playing like 3 individual players, not a team. And Kiwis, their teamwork is just happening. It's just happening so hard right here, Ventus.
Yeah, I mean, their teammate is really good. A lot of the times we see some great cuts coming out from Beard, able to close off the rotation. Sometimes Kiwis have that wider rotation, but I mean, I feel like the Kiwis have done well to communicate the cuts in rotation. They've had really solid rotations overall. It's a great shot coming out from Royalty. This one is off the backboard as well. Not a great touch from Sub-Zero. This one's going to be a shot from Beard. That one is going to be saved away by Div. What a save from him, keeping Diffusion still in the game, not conceding a goal.
Wow, that was a great save, but Royalty going to get demoed out. Now Div has a second chance. Tries to get it to Sub-Zero. But it just seems like Kiwis are on a different level. What a double. I mean, you could just see they're exuding confidence right now. Royalty out for a teammate, but fortunately no one's there. Beard fakes out Silver J. Goes for the touch back to Royalty. I mean, you see these passing plays? There's no way a Novice team is doing all this.
Yeah, I mean, their connection is just really good, especially for Novice League. And I think that's something we talk about for this team time and time again, is just how well they work together. As it looks like it may be a little bit of a mistake there, a double commit. Dr. Shadow kind of getting the beat on his own teammate, but a good save by Beard, or a good force into the corner, is going to keep that one from going out. The counterattack did not happen. Diffusion needed to really be able to score that, as they haven't really been able to get much offense going in general. It feels like anytime they have, Kiwis have just been really well to save the ball away. Some more panic along the goal line, maybe a potential shot from Shadow. This one's going to be off the backboard. Div, a great read, but it's right to Royalty. Royalty looking for another beat, going to get the 50. Beard up, free shot. He's going to put that one off the backboard. Div is going to get the read. I thought that was going to be an absolute barrier for Beard. I thought he was going to be able to slam that one on target, but this might be a potential shot on target. Shadow looking really awkward in net, and Sub-Zero just going to take advantage of that completely. It looks like he tripped himself up on the corner trying to rotate to back post, and I mean, absolute devastation for the Kiwis.
I mean, I do that all the time, so can't really blame Shadow on that one. And I've seen like Rival and Titan League players do that, so it happens for sure, but definitely have to be prepared for situations like that. And way to capitalize for Diffusion. Silver J is going to put one in the back of the net, and they have life here.
Yeah, I mean, this is really the first time that we've seen a big solo play that's kind of super mechanical, like from Div. He goes up, gets the touch off the ceiling, looks for the double tap, but puts it perfectly off the backboard, and Silver J is actually there. And there hasn't been much follow-up on these solo plays from Diffusion that have been these super mechanical, and it's because I don't think Diffusion really had faith that they were going to get the correct touches or the correct plays. And so Diffusion finally having that trust, finally starting to be there for these passes, especially in that second man role, is going to be very crucial. But as I say that, Royalty looking for a shot isn't going to find it on target. And even though Diffusion look really poised, I mean, I still think Kiwis has the edge.
Oh yeah, for sure. But it's just a matter of time before we see how resilient they are. I mean, they've been up this entire series, haven't really had a challenge just yet, but Fusion's up by 2 in a game where if they win, they get a clean sweep. I think they really need to pay attention to how they're playing and how to capitalize on some of their mistakes. But I mean, as you mentioned, they are playing pretty well. It's not that they're playing bad, just Diffusion stepped it up a notch, I feel like, as we see Sub-Zero going to get a nice 50. Royalty can't find that one. Div, down the pitch it goes. Shadow, he's going to chase it. Sub-Zero into the corner. Shadow, great beat. And now Silver J last to defend. Shadow gets it over him, but he gets demoed. But the Cloud blocked the shot. And unfortunately, Beard could not find it on target. Royalty sends it over. Shadow gonna pop it high. Maybe an interesting play coming out, but fortunately for him, he is able to save it away. Beard now sending it over into the corner, trying to maintain some offensive pressure. Sub-Zero in his own end. He misses a touch. Royalty down. Now it's Beard. Just absolutely, I mean, he's up for it. I mean, he's up. He has his morning coffee by now. What a pass, but Beard, he can't get to that one. Silver J, 0 boost. Beard just gonna, I mean, easy pass. What a play from them, and Kiwis, they're within 1.
Yeah, and Beard gets a great touch there, getting a little bit of a pinch across. Silver J not really being able to react to it, and the ability to just slow his car down, not get a hard touch there, because Shadow is right close by, leaving it for Shadow, trusting that his teammate's going to be there. Another good passing play coming out from the Kiwis, but this might be a scoring opportunity for Div, as he is going to slot that one in the back of the net, completely negate the Kiwis' great play by a kickoff goal, and Div having himself a little bit of a game, having 100% goal participation, 1 goal and 2 assists.
I mean, what a play from him. Really heads up play, especially just sliding at top right. Not an easy shot to make, and I feel like he really executed very well there. I mean, we haven't seen a whole lot from him this series, but this game, he's really showed his potentials. Oh my, Beard, who are you feeling like, dude? That was an insane read from him. Sub-Zero with the 50. Royalty with a ton of boost. He's up with it, tries to get a pass out, but Silver J playing stout defense. Div gets a bump on a Beard. Shadow gets 50 down. Now it's Sub-Zero, and that should be a free open net, and it is in Diffusion. They're up 4-1, and I mean, this could be dangerous for this Kiwis team. Diffusion, they've looked pretty good.
Yeah, I think that they've finally started to get each other involved in their plays. They've been following up on the 50s. They've been following up on their passes or their solo plays. And I feel like Diffusion has just played a lot more cohesive as a team, specifically in this game. I mean, all 4 goals have been assisted for. They have the team chemistry a little bit here. I think that Div is playing, his touches are a little bit better. I know he's like super fast, super mechanical, especially for novice, but I didn't think that his touch were that great. But that's a great touch right there from Silver J to find that one in the back of the net. And I mean, that's the first goal that wasn't assisted by another teammate, but I mean, you don't have to be when you put it like that.
I mean, I was a novice for a season, and some of the better players in novice, they rock the Dominus. And it's because it has that extra reach and that flicking capability, as you just saw there. It's very dangerous, especially against the unsuspecting defenses of some novice teams. And Kiwis unfortunately fell victim, and it's 5-1 now. A little bit of a beatdown coming out from Diffusion. What a performance from them. As, I mean, Silver J, he's had his struggles throughout the series, but he's really been stepping up here. 2 goals, 2 assists, 1 save on 2 shots. I mean, he's been really that guy for Diffusion. I know he had that little mistake that cost him that 1 goal, but every other time he's been solid as Royalty, gonna get one for the road, and we're gonna go to game 5 here.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a consolation goal for the Kiwis. Diffusion looking very, very solid. I think that their solo play started to work out. I think they caught out the rotations of the Kiwis a lot more. I think that Beard wasn't able to get as good of a cut in rotation cover for the other wide rotations of Dr. Shadow or Royalty going back for those big boost pads. And I think that overall, I think that their offense just looked a lot cleaner than the Kiwis. I think that they were able to play more as a team, and even though Kiwis still had some passing plays and both their goals were assisted for, I just think that Diffusion, it was their game to lose. I mean, they had some great solo plays, they had some great high mechanical play, but they have to keep that up at the same level over the rest of this entire series, the next 3 games specifically, if they want to complete the reverse sweep.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a generational feat, in my opinion, as Beard out to a teammate, but no one in sight. As, I mean, we're seeing Diffusion finally start to find each other here, as it seems like the demo plays have been what's really been working for them so far. And you got to do a little bit more than that. It doesn't matter if you demo if you can't put it on target. Shadow off the backboard. Royalty, a little bit of a mistouch, but he has some time. Gets it back, but Div gonna pop it high. Gets it over to Shadow. Great save. Bailing his team out there. Silver J just gonna keep up the pressure, but Shadow clears it out. Gets one over to maybe Beard, but Royalty and Beard gonna double commit. Little bit of a mistake here, as this one should be open, but wait a second. What a mistake coming out from Diffusion. They almost just let one man score on them when they had the demo, but Silver J, what an insane save from him. Beard, can he find it? Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, Beard. That's a great, amazing shot. I mean, he gets the reset, I believe, from the touch to the backboard, and then he's going to use his flip to put that in. I mean, you don't see that every day. I mean, a great shot for it. I mean, novice player especially. I never expect some goals to come out from that. I mean, Beard definitely feeling himself. You talked about him being crazy in the first 4 games, but how about him in game number 5?
Oh boy. I mean, that was an insane shot. Probably one of the best shots I've ever seen in Novice, and I was teammates with Rooney, so it's kind of hard to beat. So good job, Beard. You really, I mean, that took my breath away, but, you know, the game's not over yet. Diffusion still has some time to work with here. Silver J going off the corner. Div gonna send it off the backboard as a demo coming out. Beard playing well in the defensive end. Sub-Zero gonna fake the challenge. Div now down to Beard. It's floating in the Diffusion zone, but it's gonna go back to the midfield. Sub-Zero with a little bit of boost. He's gonna try to find the double. Almost finds it. That was almost an insane read. Div patiently waiting as okay, Ventus. I think this kind of brought me back down to earth. I kind of see why we're casting Novice right now. This is probably one of the biggest Novice moments I've witnessed.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the duality of Novice, right? You can go from a guy like Beard hitting a flip reset double tap on top of the other team, and then you go to whatever that triple commit with own goal was. I mean, it really speaks volumes of the wide variety of inconsistency within this league. And I mean, Sub-Zero getting a flip reset. Just as I talk about inconsistency, he's going to come up with an absolute peak of a shot, getting it past Beard, getting it under Beard, who was pre-jumping him, and then getting it over Shadow, using his flip, getting the beat on that last man. And I mean, we're just going peak shot for peak shot. I mean, Sub-Zero saw Beard do it. He said, you know what? I don't want to be left out. Let me just join you real quick in the peak shot department.
I mean, what a play from him. And what are they feeding these Novice players as, oh my goodness, what a save. Can they save it again? They do. That is an insane save coming out from Royalty. He really had to stretch that one. I mean, he looked like a chiropractor patient. I mean, getting stretched out all the way there as Shadow gets beat out there. Man, this should be a free goal as okay, that one scared me a little bit. Sub-Zero, he's gonna get his second of the game, and Diffusion, and this is a little worrisome for the Kiwis. They're really putting on a clinic.
Yeah, I just think that the Kiwis have been way too willing to let their third man commit for a hard challenge, especially when they have a lot of time, they have a lot of space, they don't need to force anything, and they decide to push up as third man, elect to take these really risky, not great challenges in the midfield. And they've been getting beat a majority of the time. I think Diffusion's done really well to step up their speed, especially in that beating that third man in rotation. And I don't know. I think that Sub-Zero, I mean, he almost missed that one, but he didn't. I mean, it almost gave us another Novice moment. The duality of Novice. He goes from hitting a flip reset to missing an open net. But, I mean, such is life. Open nets are the hardest shots to hit. And, I mean, when you hit shots like that kind of flip reset, you know you're forgiven.
Oh, as you see, Royalty gonna put one in the back of the net. The lead is only 1 now. Sub-Zero, interesting play. I mean, we're really seeing the duality of Novice players here. I mean, passes it back into his own end to the opposing team. I mean, listen, if they just, you know, take out all the bad and just have the good parts about their gameplay, I mean, these guys could be Titan. Let's be real here. But I mean, probably most of these people are, you know, employed with kids and a life. I mean, being employed in 2025, what are we doing, guys? Royalty, send it off the backboard. Beard gonna take a touch. Beard gonna try to find one more. He's off the sidewall, off the corner, you know, trying to parallel park on the corner. Shadow trying to find a touch. Ventus, what are we
What in the
watching?
world? So it looks like Dr. Shadow gets a pogo, but then gets helped out by Sub-Zero, giving him a
What?
little bit more of a boost. And then it's just right over top of that last defender in Silver J. I mean, I don't know how you read that, but that's a crazy play from Shadow, getting a little bit of the pop of his car, and then obviously a little bit of luck getting helped out. But I mean, you can't even describe this as Dr.
Oh.
Shadow faking div out, then getting the dunk and getting the lead. I mean, we talked about Kiwis having a little bit of difficulty. I mean, they completely shut us up.
I mean, not even an apple a day can keep this doctor away. He's absolutely balling right now. 2 goals, 2 assists, 2 saves on 2 shots. He's shooting 100% right now, and the GM really wanting to get to the finals, and he is 54 seconds away from doing so. They can just hold on here. Div, the full tank of boost. He's up with it. Shadow gonna pre-jump him. Shadow gets a touch. Royalty now gonna try to get a touch. He gets as good of a touch as he's probably gonna get. Beard sends it down. 38 seconds remaining. Diffusion, they're gonna have to push here. Sub-Zero down the line. Div gets a nice touch, but Silver J double commits with them. Silver J, he's gonna try to head back, but a double demo coming out. Sub-Zero with 100 boost. Tries to go for an insane play, but can't find it. Div, he has to beat almost every defender. Try to get a pass, and he almost does, but Silver J, he misses the shot. Sub-Zero, as the third man, he has to commit. 10 seconds left. Diffusion's last hope is, wait a second, this could be bad. Oh my goodness, what a save by Dr. Shadow, as Div was screaming towards their net. The ball is still not down, and it's finally gonna go. The Kiwis are going to the grand finals.
I mean, Kiwis just they just pulled out all the stops this game. I mean, Beard getting that flip reset double tap, Dr. Shadow getting a little bit of that pogo action there. I mean, getting the dunk. He made an absolutely incredible save, by the way, on Div. I mean, he was able to make a diving save to pop it up to the backboard. And I mean, what more could you ask for in a Novice League game? Obviously, you know, maybe we won Game 7, but we still have another Novice League match that might go to Game 7, so you never really know. But I mean, this had a lot of packed moments and a lot of novice moments too.
Dude, that was absolutely ridiculous. Acceleration versus whips coming up next, though. But I will say that, I mean, this Kiwis team, whoever wins that game is going to have a little trouble against them. They played absolutely phenomenal. Definitely much better than they played against the Pawns. So, I mean, they got their stream jitters out of the way. But, you know, we're going to take a little break here because, you know, we were running a little behind time, but thank you to the Kiwis for giving us some time. So when we come back, we will discuss the playoff games that happened so far, go through some of the brackets, and preview kind of our games for Tuesday, technically, and then Wednesday. So make sure to stay tuned. Ventus and I will be right back. Peace out.
Prada, cause he probably goes over to your place and takes your old clothes. She likes her lines on counters and a bedpost. She clips her wings to walk among the shadows. They say did it hurt falling from heaven? Of all the deadly sins, she's lucky seven. They say did it hurt falling from heaven? And tell me, did it hurt? Cause the day that brought me you, she broke her hair clean and true, and turned the pieces into hearts. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Don't say that I didn't warn you. She'll break you like she was born to. Don't say that I didn't warn you. She'll break you just cause she's born. What happened to the angel I once knew? The phantom pain saying that our love was true. She needs something fresh to sink her fangs into. She's blazing red, I tried to warn you. They say did it hurt falling from heaven? Of all the deadly sins, she's lucky seven. They say did it hurt falling from heaven? Tell me, does it hurt? Cause the day they brought me you, she broke her halo clean in two, and turned the pieces into hearts. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Don't say that I didn't warn you. She'll break you like she was born to. Don't say that I didn't warn you. She'll break you just cause she's born. And now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord at 6 feet deep. And if I die before I wake, it's probably better off that way. And now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord at 6 feet deep. And if I die before I wake, it's probably better off that way. Cause the day that brought me you, she broke her halo clean in two, and turned the pieces into hearts. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Don't say that I didn't warn you. She'll break you like she was born to. Don't say that I didn't warn you. She'll break you just cause she's born.
You were perfection, I was the mess. I lacked emotion, you did your best. I was behind you through every step. You lost your way and you fell instead. Fell instead. Fell instead. Fell instead.
He puts it in! 0 seconds remaining! The team's gonna be playing hard for it. Oh my goodness! Rudy, what is this?
Doesn't get the touch he's looking for. Kato, Scott, oh, he gets the flick and he gets it through. Place this hit. He's gonna get the shot. He's gonna put it in. Back to back. Backward. Can he find the touch? He's gonna put the shot on the net.
High off the backboard here. Opportunity. Here comes the shot.
Hold on. Surely this kid. Oh my lord.
Go with the shot. It's gonna go in.
Oh, Palpatine on the goal line. He did not
Nearly over.
sweep. It comes through. The Venom, the improbable, the impossible, the 4-time champions.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Welcome back to the Nemesis Gaming League. And there's an N in Nemesis and there's an N in Novice League, and that's where we're going, right? We're going back to back. We're deciding who is going to be in the Novice Grand Finals. Kiwis, they won their semifinals. Can either Acceleration or Wisps meet them in the Grand Finals? I'm, of course, joined by my boy Ventus. How you doing?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic. Let me tell you what, I saw a great series between the Kiwis and the Diffusion, and I mean, they went peak for peak. They went a little bit drought for drought. I mean, they had some crazy plays. They had some questionable plays, but I mean, such as Novice League, and I mean, we aren't done there. We have an absolutely amazing Novice League matchup between the Wisps and Acceleration. This is going to be the other side of the bracket. We're going to see who the Kiwis are going to play in the Grand Finals. I mean, obviously, the favorites right now are those Wisps. They are the #1 seed. They've been dominant like the entirety of Novice League. I mean, when we were talking halfway through the season about how many teams were in the hunt still, I mean, Wisp are just miles ahead. They did not let off the gas either. I mean, they were just pretty much unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to a couple Novice League players, and they were like, I was like, who's the best team in Novice? And they're like, Wisps, like, without a doubt, Wisps. I mean, obviously, they're the 1 seed, sure, but usually, like, or sometimes the 1 seed, you know, got a little lucky in the regular season, but the Wisps, they're apparently the real deal. So I'm excited to see them. You know, I know Cal, been in the league forever. He's a great leader, as well as Lucky. I mean, they got a good team here, Bear as well. I think Wisps could definitely do some damage, but Hunter absolutely popped off last game, so we'll see if he can't do some great things here. So if we can for just a moment, Crip, our wonderful streamer, could you maybe put on the Novice League bracket for us, Sir Crippus?
As he needs to change the server, but
Nah, he's
here,
fine.
here we have obviously Diffusion lost to the Kiwis. I believe it was 4-1, and that's the lower side of the bracket right there. Wisp taking on Acceleration. That is where we are currently at. The Grand Finals will be decided. Obviously, Acceleration did beat Crows 4-1, and I mean they had a very strong series against the Crows. I mean, you talked about Hunter absolutely popping off, but I mean, I feel like Jolly Rogers played really well. Chunklight, he kind of played more of a little bit of a third man role, kind of let his team take a lot of the possession and the team plays, but I mean, it seemed to work out absolutely fantastic. So I mean, hopefully Acceleration will come out swinging once again, maybe stun the Wisps, but I mean, they have Lucky. I mean, he's the #1 rated player in all of Novice League, and by a little bit of a good margin, I believe. I think that he's sitting at 1.85 for the player rating. I mean, Beard's actually pretty close, but after Beard, it kind of just drops off a cliff. I mean, there's a large difference between the #3 and the numbers 1 and 2. But I mean, Lucky, he's going to be the standout player for the Wisps.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Cal's going to play. I haven't watched him play in a minute, but I know back when I watched him play, he was an absolute beast, and I'm glad that he finally is on a successful team. So we'll see, as Lucky was in provisional at one point, I believe, and absolutely running the provisional tables. So glad to see him take the next step into Novice, as we have Wisps Acceleration happening right before our very eyes. Hunter gonna leave it for Cow. Cow just leaves it again, and now Bear down the pitch. Jolly Rogers again with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles van. What a car. I mean, we saw it in this series against the Crows, it actually had a lot of uses, right? In the defensive end, he got a lot of favorable 50s, but Hunter, I mean, he's just going to get a goal early.
Yeah, and I mean, I give credit to Jolly Rogers there. He sees that Cow isn't getting a good touch, instantly goes, rushes that last man back, forcing him into a bad position, and Hunter just slotting it pretty well. I mean, just past that last defender, and I mean, he's already starting out strong. We saw him absolutely pop off in the last series. He looks like he's already in his form. Somebody who in the regular season really didn't have much of a standout play or wasn't really highly rated and then doesn't have the stats, but I mean, he's been hitting the training packs and really improving at a crazy rate. And I mean, it seems like he might look to just put the acceleration team on his back, but obviously Jolly Rogers and Chunk Light, both those players are no one to scoff at either, but it's going to be a great series nonetheless.
Oh yeah, two very high octane teams here. As you know what, Jer Bear, you have yourself a game one. What a play from him, cutting off Hunter in the midfield. Just gets up there, just way too quick for him, and that's a great play. The third man wasn't quite back to get that one, and it's tied at 1 apiece now. Wisps, they're looking to show everyone why they were the #1 seed. But, I mean, acceleration there. I mean, they got off to a hot start. Will they continue it, or will the Wisps run away with it? Jolly Rogers, a nice bang down to Jer Bear. Jer Bear gets one. Gonna try to find another, and he has loads of time. Lucky, he's up with it. Sends it off the corner. Jer Bear can't find the touch, and now Cow. He's gonna 50 out Chunk, and Chunk didn't really get a touch on that one, but that's okay. Hunter down, but not out yet. Chunk Light sends it up high. Cow's up for it. It's in the corner now. Hunter, he gets it over to Lucky. Lucky with a touch. Can he find the double? Unfortunately, he cannot. As both teams trading blows right now, but it seems like the Wisps are kind of giving acceleration a run for their money here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Wisps have done really well, and they've controlled it. After that first goal from acceleration, we've seen a lot of pressure. Cow getting a demo. I mean, Wisps just really controlling the field for the on the side of acceleration, especially is what I was gonna say. Jer Bear trying to get a clear out. I mean, he's done very well in this game. I feel like Wisps have done really well of just controlling the space, and I mean, we see it right there happen. Cow absolutely taking advantage of that missed touch by Chunk Light, and he puts that one in the back of the net.
What a play from Cow. Chunk Light just gets an unfortunate touch. Jolly Rogers gonna double it with him. But Cow, way to be there, Cow. As you know, I gotta say, I love the Cow topper on his car. Feels like Novice League, like the cars just have personality, and I can really appreciate that. I mean, I know I can't say anything because my car just standard old like Buster Bar Fennec, but I just really appreciate how these novice players, they put a lot of time and effort into their car design and really make them unique. And you know, that's something I can appreciate. I know you can because you know you're even higher than I am in Titan, but you know, I just appreciate the design aspect of everything. As Jer Bear gonna send it down. Lucky back in the corner, gets it past Chunk Light, tries to dunk out Hunter, but not gonna go. Hunter with another shot. Oh my goodness, what a save from Cow. Trying to find that near post. The near post shot is deadly. Very good shot. If you want to score in your opponents, as Cow is just gonna take it past 2. Jolly Rogers trying to get back, but Jolly Rogers gonna get demoed out. Cow demos 2. Hunter gets back to that one. Jer Bear with a touch. 50's out Jolly Rogers. Now Chunk Light waiting for Lucky's touch. Lucky off the backboard. Cow gonna try to find a shot. Unfortunately, it's not going to go. Jolly Rogers messes up his touch. Now it's Lucky. Lucky tries to get another, but Hunter is going to be there for that one. Chunk Light gets it down the field. Chunk Light going to try to find another. And wait a second. Is that a black grass boost? I've never seen that in my life, but Lucky going to try to pop it high. I mean, can we just talk about this black grass boost for a second? I've never seen anything like it, Ventus.
I didn't even know that was a thing. I mean, you see a lot of different car designs in obviously Cow using his Cow topper. I think that it just gives personality. I feel like a lot of the times, you know, the higher ranks just they don't show off their personality as much in their car designs, and they go very plain, very sleek, just to try to the placebo of being fast. But you lose so much. But Hunter absolutely dusting the midfield, and he's got a pretty clean car himself, very default decal, and he's gonna use that maybe little bit of a placebo, getting that extra little speed boost, getting the beat on that last man back, and putting that one in the back of the net. He's still kicking off where he left off. He's got 2 goals already. He's looking to help boost this acceleration team into the finals. And I mean, the Wisps have done very good to kind of save him off. He had an absolutely insane shot that Cal made a pre-jumping save off the backboard, and I mean, he would have had 3 goals otherwise if Cal hadn't been there. And I feel like they've done pretty well to limit what Hunter can do, but I mean, there are just sometimes where he's just able to shine no matter what.
Yeah, Hunter having himself a game, but I mean, the Wisps, as a team, just looking much better. I feel like Chunk hasn't really shown out yet. Jolly Rogers, obviously on the defensive side, has been really excellent in the midfield, but Chunk, he's that guy. I mean, he was an all-star after all. Really looking to him to be that guy to maybe put this goal in if this goes to overtime, but it might not as Cal sliding it towards the net. Hunter gets an insane save. He continues it up, but it's not going to fall just yet. Chunklight trying to get one. He's just going to push it to the ground. And what a save coming out from Hunter. I mean, he just is 1v3ing at this point, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, he gets the save, and then he pops it up, and then he gets 4 touches on an air dribble to beat another player and then keep possession. I mean, absolutely just an amazing play. Able to just keep that possession with how well, and it looks like he's just getting a Kutcher pinch. I mean, I don't even know what he's on. Whatever he's on, I want some of that, because let me tell you, if I'm just pulling every trick out of the book, you know, I'm absolutely peaking, and I'm playing my heart out, and I have 600 points. I better be winning, let me just tell you that.
Yeah, you know, sometimes it doesn't happen that way, and that's okay, you know, as Jolly Roger's going to be up with it. It seems as though both teams kind of at a stalemate right now. Hunter just trying everything he can do to score, but on the opposite end, the Wisps having themselves a great performance. Oh my goodness, what a shot from Jer Bear, top right upper decky.
I mean, this is almost a crazy double touch by Lucky there, and Jer Bear, absolutely perfect shot. And Hunter, even though he's just dominant on both sides of the field, he couldn't even get to that one. And I feel like this Wisp roster still, even though we have Hunter's absolutely peaking out of his mind, it hasn't been enough just yet. I mean, Wisps still in control. They have outshot, they have out-demoed, which is something I am surprised about. I would have thought with Jolly Rogers, they would have really been ahead in the demo department, but I think Cal has done really well with breaking up the defense, especially demoing Jolly Rogers and Chunklight, and help freeing that. It seems like Cal just hasn't been able to really find a demo on Hunter. I feel like he's done really well to just have a great spatial awareness and avoid demos very easily, which is something you don't really see in Novice League either. And I feel like he's just done really well in all facets. Honestly, it seems like Hunter versus the Wisp right now, let me be honest.
Yeah, it certainly does, but I will say, Jer Bear reminds me a little bit of me back when I was a novice. Not the most mechanical guy on the field, but he can shoot a ball. That top right shot was about as perfect as it's going to get. And he had 2 goals this game. He's shooting 50%. If he can keep this up, he's going to have himself one heck of a game. And you know what? I have to respect the plays that Lucky was going for. Unlike last series when we saw a lot of plays coming out from both teams that were just solo plays that didn't amount to anything, Lucky actually had some plays that really try to facilitate his teammates, and obviously Cal had that nice beat. So it seems like the Wisps are just all playing at a high level here. As what a pinch coming out. Jolly Rogers gonna send it up high. Cal can't find the touch, and Jolly Rogers gonna mess that one up. Lucky tries to get a shot. Jer Bear maybe trying to get there, but fortunately not going to. Hunter gonna beat out Cal. Jolly Rogers with the shot, and hello, Jolly Rogers. Welcome to the series.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great pass, just a little bit of a pop using his air roll to pop the ball over that the challenger and Cal, and Jolly Rogers, absolute screamer on that. Let me tell you, he got so much power. I mean, I'm thinking about starting to use that car just purely because he has been able to just get absolute power on the ball seemingly out of nowhere. I mean, obviously he had a good amount of momentum, but I mean, even still, being able to just slam a great shot on net, and this might have been an option. Jolly Rogers not going to be able to get a touch here. This one is going to drop back into the acceleration half. I mean, it looks like acceleration might have had a good shot attempt or a good goal attempt with acceleration having 2 demos in the Wisps half, but unfortunately nothing was able to come of that one. And I mean, acceleration starting off strong once again, but we've seen this time and time again where Wisps have come back, they've clawed back from that deficit, they've come back from that 1 goal, and they've been able to put great shots on net. As I say that, the caster curse works in the Wisps' favor. Cow, an absolute beaut of a shot.
I mean, moo moo, Mr. Cow. What a shot from him. And you know what? Cow, he's been a little quiet this series because he's done a lot of the small things, right? He's really helped his team in the background. You know, if you were in theater at all, kind of like the stage hand, you know? But, I mean, he's just on the front stage in that one. What a beautiful play from him as he's going to challenge it in the midfield. Hunter trying his best to do anything. Jolly Rogers has the only goal for this acceleration team so far, and I need to see Chunklate and Hunter get on the board here if they want a chance. Jerbear off the backboard. Lucky. An unfortunate misread from him. Hunter gets a touch. Gets a second. What a read from him. Cow off the sidewall. Hunter pre-flip. Can't get it past Lucky. Now it's Jolly Rogers down the pitch. Jerbear gonna get a singular touch. Gonna try to continue this one. It's off the ceiling now. Cow, he's gonna chase this one. Cow is gonna fake it out for Lucky. Cow, can he find the shot? He pops it high. Gonna fake out Chunklate, but Jolly Rogers with the save of his life. Oh my goodness, what a stop.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great save from Jolly Rogers. I mean, he's been absolutely phenomenal this series. I think that he's done a lot of the small things well as well. He's been getting these demos in the midfield. He's been playing great defense, I'll tell you that. I feel like he has been kind of this rock where I feel like I still want Chunklite to step it up a little bit. I mean, that's a great shot from Jerbear. I mean, it's a good touch from Hunter. Just the reaction to be able to get that, especially in novice, is absolutely astounding. I think that he is still having himself a game. He hasn't had much success, but it looks like he's going to get a flip reset here. Gets a pass, but that one is barely off target. I mean, absolutely phenomenal play. I don't even know what coffee Hunter's been drinking, but I mean, he's stepping up so crazy. I mean, the Wisps barely hold on, but I mean, if that shot was on target, that would have been a big lead for acceleration.
Yeah, him and Jolly Rogers have looked fantastic. And honestly, both defenses have just looked incredible. Nothing could get past them as, you know, good offense is a great defense. You know what I'm saying? You know, in order to score goals, you also have to stop goals. You know, if you score a goal and they have a bunch more goals, that goal doesn't really matter. And having a good defense definitely helps with that. But it still feels like Wisps a little bit in control here. Just feels like Acceleration is not doing enough to threaten the Wisps in their own end as Jerbear going to try to put it in himself, but of course Jolly Rogers just going to stuff him like a Thanksgiving turkey. Absolute defensive masterclass from him. Jerbear off the sidewall, going to try to get another. He's successful, but it's not going to be an idealistic touch. Jolly Rogers down the pitch. Cow's going to get a touch. Lucky off the corner, off the backboard. Wait a second, Chunk almost had an insane solo play, but Lucky going to clear it out. Chunklate back flipping into that one. Jerbear sending it over to Cow. Cow with a shot. It's down the pitch. Oh my goodness. What a save from Chunklate. Lucky was threatening there.
Yeah, I mean, I was speechless. Let me be honest. That was a great save by Chunklite and able to keep the score tied. And it looks like Hunter getting a good pop on net. That one's going to be difficult for a save as Jerbear was able to read that one pretty well. But this one actually going to be dangerous. Jolly Rogers has to put that off his own backboard to Hunter. Not there in time. And Cow is going to get the read first. He's going to put it in the back of the net. And even though Hunter was able to read that touch off the backboard so quickly, he just wasn't able to get there in time. Cow just a little bit quicker, putting that one in the back of the net. Wisps take the lead. Only 26 seconds remain. I mean, even though we've had some crazy saves on the side of Acceleration, the pressure, the presence of the Wisp has been too much. The 7 shots to the 3 have been too much. And Lucky gonna just add insult to injury, getting another goal for himself, popping it off the ceiling, getting a second touch right past Jolly Rogers. Hunter not able to read that one. Chunklite maybe a little bit of a help to put that one in, but I mean, there's not much you can do when you get a good shot like that.
That was incredible. I mean, first you have Cow Tarded being Cowtastic. I mean, what a shot from him. I mean, he's just been looking incredible so far. And Lucky, he might have gotten a little lucky on that one. But honestly, the way he beat the defender on that one, that wasn't luck. That was pure skill. Put it in the back of the net. Lucky, get another one, why don't you? I don't think the crossbar is necessarily in the net, but the Wisps don't care. They're going up 2-0 in the series. They're absolutely cruising. And Ventus, I know you know what question I'm about to ask you. So I'm just not even gonna ask you the question. I'm gonna let you figure it out.
I think that Acceleration should call their timeout. I think
Hmm.
that they should. I think that the game kind of got away from them. I think they played really close for a majority of. I mean, it was a tie game, I guess, until 30 seconds left, and it was an overtime in game one. But I feel like they just haven't been able to figure anything out on the offensive side of the ball. They need to get stuff going. They haven't been able to work together. I mean, it's been the one man show of Hunter, but he's just been getting shut down because they've just been pre-jumping him every single time because there hasn't been much follow-up from Trunk Clyde or Jolly Rogers. And I feel like besides that, the couple crazy plays, Hunter just absolutely peaking out of nowhere and getting these like Cuxer pinches or these air dribble flip reset passes or these just air dribbles or double touches. I mean, if it's not Hunter facilitating anything, his teammate not being able to following up, I mean, the Wisps are just cruising. So they really got to buckle down. They probably got to talk a little bit about what they want to change on the offensive side of the ball, how they want to keep pressure, how they want to go for more demos, free up more space, maybe let Chunk Light shoot a little more. I think they got to talk about what they can do on the offensive side of the ball. I mean, they look fine on defense, but they just haven't been able to break out.
I mean, you got to feel for both these GMs. These are the only teams they have left in the semifinals of any other teams in their org. Sorry again, Jax. But I mean, you've got to feel for the GMs. Back when I was a GM, this was I was like biting my fingernails. I was like, oh my goodness, this is the worst. So shout out the GMs of both these organizations, both incredible teams. I feel like the GMs don't get shouted out enough. They do a lot of hard work to put their team before them. As Hunter is just, I mean, are we even surprised at this point?
No, not really. I mean, he gets a good read on the mistouch there by Lucky, or I mean, he also kind of bumped him. I think he just puts an absolute slaughter top corner. I mean, so much power, perfect placement. I honestly, he's looking like an amazing. I don't even know. I would say he doesn't even look like a novice player, if I'm gonna be completely honest. I mean, his touches have just been so good. His mechanics have been better than anything I've seen, especially in the last two matches of all these teams. I mean, you can say that like Div had some great mechanical play, but there's also some inconsistency in it. I just don't feel like I've seen any inconsistency in Hunter, and I mean, he's just peaking. What can I say about that?
Yeah, you don't say. As you know what, Lucky almost getting an insane redirect, but Jolly gonna send it out. Lucky with one, and fake out the double right for Cow. He's just gonna shoot it on. I mean, this guy. Have you watched American Sniper, Ventus? I mean, he's just sniping everything in the back of the net. What a play from him.
Yeah, I mean, even though he had a hand in his face, he took that 3-point shot. It was green. Let me tell you that. He just able to get that one in the back of the net, play it just around Hunter, even though Hunter able to get a read there on that mistake. And that one almost a kickoff goal. I was stuttering. I was eating my words. I was like, oh my god, this might be in. But unfortunately for the Wisp, they weren't able to retake the lead. Hunter trying to get this one out. He's gonna look for a solo play, getting a 50-on-1, trying to get a bump on Cow, but Cow already up, reading that ball extremely well as well. Just able to kind of play that one away. And I mean, I think he's been the biggest thorn in Hunter's side. It seems like Cow has just met Hunter at every single spot. He's just being an absolute menace. He's taking him out, getting the 50. This might work in their favor. A ball up to the backboard. Lucky not going to be able to get that read, though. And, I mean, it's still a great play. The mind games from Cow. He's in the head of Hunter. He's been the kryptonite for the entire series, and I feel like he's just been a big factor in shutting this acceleration roster down.
I mean, he's a perfect mix of clutch and also confident and also an incredibly intelligent player. So, I mean, he's the full package, especially if you're on the Wisps. I feel like Jer Bear and Lucky, two mechanical players, two mechanical beasts, and they need a person like Cow to kind of, bring them back down to earth and, just kind of level them out, because mechanics don't necessarily win you games in Novice. You have to put shots on target, and that's exactly what Cow's doing. But enough about Cow. Still a 1-1 game. 1v3 here. Lucky taking it off the sidewall. He can't find that one. Bear, nice 50 on the Chunk Light. Chunk Light with a double tap. What a tap from him. Lucky gets bumped by his own teammate. Gonna send it over Hunter. Gonna get another one past Jolly, and this is a free shot if Bear can get there. Unfortunately for him, Hunter just gonna get there in front of him. Lucky. Down to Cow, please. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Moo, Mr. Cow. Cow is just, I mean, it just looks like he's grazing the tall grass in a nice field. He's not a worry in the world, just putting the balls in the back of the net. I mean, Ventus, this dude is peaking, but I do have to shout out the pass from Lucky. That was an incredible ball.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of just been the thorn in Hunter's side. You know, we talk about Hunter being this, he's peaking, he's basically the one-man team on the acceleration roster. And I mean, Cal, he saw that, he heard that, he said, you know, I'll meet you 1-for-1, but that time it wasn't going to be enough as Hunter, a great touch off the sidewall there, and Jolly Rogers able to get the beat on Bear. Cal not able to get the read. It looks like Hunter might have outplayed him a little bit on this one.
Yeah, it was a great play from him, but great awareness from Jolly Rogers to get there. I mean, Jolly Rogers and Hunter have been really stepping up, but Chunklight just is nowhere to be seen. He just hasn't really made too much of a profound impact. He has to be that clutch player, especially in moments like these. I mean, at the beginning of the season, he was projected to be a top 5 novice player, if not one. But I feel like he lost a little bit of confidence within himself. I think he just needs to find that again, and he'll be the player that we always saw him as. Wait a second. Chunklight making a great defensive play there. That could be the start of something great. Bear off the side. Get a 50 out 2. Now Lucky to the sidewall. Lucky with one more. Hunter is pre-jumping Lucky, giving him the Cow treatment there. Cow up with 1. Gonna try to pinch it off, and he does. Chunklight backing up. What a touch from him. Cow gonna get the 50 now. It's floating. Lucky gonna get a back touch to Cow. What a play coming out as it's back to Lucky, but he fakes him out. This Wisps team is incredible. I think, honestly here, I think Hunter just saw a ghost.
Yeah, I think he expected Lucky to get a touch, was really playing the touch there, and I mean, he wasn't able to react to that one. That one's going to be tough to react to anyways. I mean, Lucky absolutely faking Hunter out, and I mean, Cow putting the shot on net. I think it was supposed to be a pass back, but I mean, if the fake works, it works, and Cow and Lucky having themselves a game, finding each other very well. Bear kind of playing this very consistent third man in the midfield, really just getting stopping any presence from the acceleration into their offensive half, and playing a great midfield third man. And I mean, he's been very well. It kind of been unsung for this team, but Chunklight getting a dribble here, trying to get it past Lucky, but it's going to be 50'd away. Jolly Rogers going to get a bump, though. Hunter having the touch off the backboard. This ball dropping into the midfield. Chunklight getting the dunk there, but this one going to fall back into Bear's hands. Bear, a great 50 once again. Gets another great 50, just wasting time. Cow playing this one off the sidewall. 5 seconds remaining. Cow getting a pass to Bear. This one going back to Lucky. Lucky is going to try to put this one net, but that one might drop there, and that is going to go to the Wisps. Wisps win they are winning 3-0. Only 1 game left. I think that the Wisps are just firing on all cylinders. But let's talk about how hard it is to say that word. I mean, Wisps. It's like
I've been struggling this entire series to say it. You know, I think there needs to be a name change for this novice team. So Jarhead, get on that ASAP, Rocky. But I do appreciate their branding. I really like the Wisps branding, but Acceleration, it's just so close, but so far. They're not opting for their timeout just yet, which is a little bit of an interesting call. Maybe they think they have it in the bag, but just seems like they're just all out of sorts. They're not playing as a team when the time matters most. And I mean, these Wisps players are getting insane touches on the ball, some nice passes, some great shots. So honestly, not really much you can do if you're Acceleration. If they get the reverse sweep, I mean, I don't know. That'd probably be too insane for me to even comprehend. I mean, especially how good Hunter is. He can't really 1v3, and honestly, he hasn't really had to 1v3. Jolly Rogers has had himself a great series, and Chunklight has had his moments. So they just need to all step up as a team, and it wouldn't be a better time than now because they need to win this game to extend the series here, Ventus.
Yeah, and I don't think they used their timeout. Maybe I'm mistaken. It looks like oh they're having some connection issues. My bad. They are not taking their timeout yet, but they are experiencing some issues in the connection. Chunkley, it looks like he DC'd. Maybe they're using that as a timeout of their own. I don't know why they wouldn't just use their timeout. Maybe Chunkley experiencing some lag. I feel like he's just had a little bit of a lackluster series, and I feel like that's been kind of the trend of him this playoffs. He hasn't had a great series in either of his two series that Acceleration played. I feel like it's really been Hunter stepping up big time. Chunkley was that top kind of expected player. I feel like he going into it was expected to be the hard carry. I mean, he was the number one pick in the novice league, and I feel like he was really expected to do well. And it looks like they're actually gonna sub out
Whoa.
Chunkley here. A big change, as maybe they weren't feeling it, but Vanilla is going to sub in, and they're actually going to rock with Vanilla for the rest of the series.
Wow. Very surprising change. I haven't seen Vanilla Face play. You know, very interesting new character. A new character has been added to the mix. A new bombshell has entered the villa, Ventus. And we're going to have one heck of a game four, I feel like. But we'll see if the Wisps can't dominate here. As I will say, Vanilla Face, I love the preset. Every preset in Nav is just so clean. And Jared Bear is just going to shut me up real quick. What a goal from him.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you start talking about the acceleration team, it seems like the Wisps just automatically score a great pass there from Lucky once again. Jerber finally getting his goal. I mean, he wasn't really active in the goal scoring last game, but he starts out early here. I mean, a good shot on net, just able to put that one there. It was a great pass, to be honest. I really caught out the defense, and this one might have caught the defense out once again, but Vanilla getting back in time, but the constant pressure from the Wisps are starting to wear down on them. It seems like there's constant challenges of Hunter trying to get the clear out, gets a demo as well. This one might be on target. A team bump from the Wisps opens up the way for Acceleration to score, and it looks like the Wisps just get super unlucky. The Jerbear respawned right in front of Cow, slowing his momentum down, and he was unable to make the save, and that's absolutely devastation.
I mean, what a shot from Jolly Rogers, though. I mean, Angle City over here seems like he just has a knack for putting it in the back of the net. You know, that was a little bit of a mouthful there, but Lucky is going to take it down in the midfield. Vanilla's up with it. Going to bump out Lucky instead of hitting the ball. Can't say blame him. Hunter over Cow. Going to get a nice touch. Lucky's there. Doesn't have a whole lot of boost. Beats out Jolly. Now Vanilla Face down the pitch. Vanilla Face has been having himself a pretty good start. I mean, you get subbed in 3 games in. Your team's down 0-3. It's kind of hard to adjust. I mean, and Vanilla Face has been adjusting pretty well. I mean, I like the all gold look. I mean, you novice players have drip. I can't emphasize this enough. There's Cow off the backboard. Lucky gonna have to control this one. He gets one, but gets dunked out by Vanilla. This could be an opportunity. Jerbear just barely getting that one. Hunter with one gets absolutely dunked by Jerbear. Jerbear can't find the touch. Cow now sends it to the sidewall. Cow with one. Tries to get a second. Lucky off the sidewall. He's going to attempt to get a flip reset. He can't find it. He thought he was I Fear the Beard or Sub-Zero. Unfortunately, not the case, but it works out in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it still works as a fake Vanilla playing that reset, getting or the air dribble, you know, and he's not able to recover. And it looks like Hunter left for boost. Kind of an interesting decision. You would kind of expect him to play a little bit more in the net, just expecting a tough play for Vanilla. But I guess Hunter had faith that Vanilla was going to get a touch on that ball. But because he didn't, Wisps up 2-1 now, and they aren't letting off the gas. They are continuously just pummeling the net, getting demos, and being absolute nuisances.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Is Cow going to fake one out, but just seems like... I mean, I expected to see a couple more mechanical plays, especially after that last series. I mean, Sub-Zero and I Fear the Beard had 2 highlight reel goals, but then they instantly came back down to earth. I feel like this game is more consistently just a good gameplay from both teams, but Wisp's just playing that much better as Jerbear off the side. Lucky going to get a nice touch, but Vanilla Face going to 50 him out. Vanilla going to take it on top of his car. Vanilla can't find the next touch, and a little bit of a mistake by Jolly. Hunter was nowhere to be found. Hunter Gets a touch. Gonna try to find another. Cow. He's up with it. Can't find it. Vanilla Face. What a touch from him. Can't find the back of the net. Vanilla Face misses his touch. Jolly with one. Cannot find the back of the net. And Lucky can continue this one. This Wisps team, 2 minutes and 10 seconds away from a 4-0 sweep to advance to the grand finals. Face off against the Kiwis. Should be exciting. I feel like every year in Novice, there's hello, Lucky. I feel like every year in Novice, there's a Wisps versus Kiwis matchup. It's like a storied matchup at this point, so it'd be nice to see both those teams back in it, but it's not over just yet. Acceleration looking to fight back here. Hunter trying to find a touch. Cow at the 50. Lucky gets one. Tries to find anything else. He's trying to find a play, but no one there to shoot it. Now Cow. He has 100 boost versus Jolly Rogers. Jolly Rogers gets a missed touch. Vanilla Face to the sidewall. Gonna get one more. He tries to pinch it, but Lucky gets there instead. Hunter off the sidewall. Jerbear with one. Lucky fakes out Jolly. What a play from him. Vanilla Face down the pitch. Can he make a play happen? It's floating across the face of the net. Fortunately, not going to go. Cow with maybe a touch. This could be bad, but Jerbear has a whole lot of boost to work with. Vanilla Face with the shot, and Vanilla Face making a difference. He ties it up at 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's a slight mistouch there from Jerbear, kind of playing it a little bit too far away from him, and Cow not being able to get that touch. Vanilla, a great little chip shot over that last defender in Lucky, and I mean, he's done great so far for Acceleration. He has that clutch goal, obviously. I mean, he has 300 points. He's leading his team, a goal, assist. I mean, he's playing pretty well. I remember his save was a very clutch one as well. So he's kind of done well in Chunklight's stead, and I mean, hopefully he can obviously continue that as the Wisps still look to continue their pressure. I feel like there's so many times where there's so many shots coming out from the Wisps, and I mean, I feel like there's always in Acceleration's half no matter what.
Yeah, wait a second. This could be dangerous, Jolly. He gets saved away by Jerbear. What a chance. Vanilla Face doesn't have any boost, but he fakes out Cow. Jerbear down to Jolly. Jolly, not an ideal touch, but wait a second. This might go in the back of the net. Can Cow race back and get there? He does. Hunter with almost a game-saving shot. Lucky down the pitch. Is this going to be overtime? Or will this be done in regulation? Cow trying to shoot it towards net. It goes down. We have overtime here. Game 4. Ventus, do you think Wisps close it out, or do you think Acceleration extends the series?
I think that Acceleration are going to close... I meant Acceleration are going to extend the series, but I don't know anymore because I thought they were going to score that one. I thought I was just going to look like a genius, but I think that the Wisps have a lot more pressure. I think maybe Hunter could pull out some peak play out of nowhere once again, but I think the Wisps are just too much for this Acceleration roster. I don't think even if they do win this game number 4 that they'll win the series. I think that the Wisps are just a better team. They're better individually. I mean, except for Hunter. I feel like Hunter's kind of just been disgusting. I feel like the entire game plan for the Wisps has been instant challenge Hunter whenever he has the ball. Don't let him have any possession. And I feel like it's worked out really well because he hasn't been able to pull out any of these peak plays that he showed us in games 1, 2, or 3. I feel like he's been not a shell of himself, but I just think he's been shut down at every opportunity. He hasn't been able to shine because there's Cow in his face, there's Lucky in his face, there's Jerbear in his face. But that one is absolute devastation. Jolly Rogers needed to shoot that one on target, and I mean, I think the Wisps are just still too good.
Yeah, Wisps just looking so good, but Acceleration threatening here. Vanilla Face can't find the back of the net. Hunter, it's just barely out. Oh my goodness, Acceleration getting so close to glory, but the Wisps, they're holding on strong. Cow gets a save. Vanilla Face with the bounce shot. Jerbear with the save. Jolly Rogers, can he dunk it down? No, Lucky with the save. Hunter, this is an insane defensive performance from the Wisps, keeping everything out. Jerbear with the touch. Vanilla Face, it gets past him, but he's trying to find another touch. Cow dribbles it down the pitch. Cow with the flick. He gets it over one. Jolly Rogers, control touch. Lucky 50s him out. It's up for Jerbear. Jerbear with one. Is anyone on the backboard? No, there's no one on the backboard. It falls to the ground. Cow jumps for it. Now it's a 2v1. Vanilla Face fakes it out for Jolly. An interesting play there. Lucky trying to get up there. Vanilla Face off the backboard. Jolly Rogers can't find the touch. Now it's Hunter off the corner. Can't get anything to go. Jer Bear down to Cow. Cow off to the side. Can't find the touch, but wait a second. Lucky, he fakes out one. Almost fakes out a second. That could have been the goal to seal it there. Cow down the pitch. Cow leaving it for Lucky. Lucky gets one. It's off the corner. It's off the backboard. Jolly clears it down. Now Jer Bear with the control touch gets the 50. Can anyone find it? Vanilla Face with one. The demo coming out. Lucky gets to it. And there's no one really to defend. Lucky has an opportunity here. Gets it past Jolly, but can't get it past anyone else. Cow, great catch on his end. Gets it past two. What a play from Cow, and just give it to the Wisps. They deserve it. What a series, 4-0. What a play.
I mean, they're able to take the sweep. I feel like Acceleration had so many chances. They weren't clutch when it mattered. They had so many shots where it just hit off the crossbar, crossbar. Now I think that overall the Wisps still played really, really solid. I'm super excited to see this matchup between the Wisps and the Kiwis, because we finally have the Novice League Grand Finals match is going to be it's already set in stone. The match, the rosters are already there. I think that I'm super excited. I think that the Wisps showed us how good they were as a unit. Individually, I mean, a lot of their plays were really, really good. I think that Hunter was pretty much he wasn't a one-man show, but he played really well. But that is the last matchup for the night. Quickly before we leave, I just want to shout out to all of the Nemesis premium subscribers, especially the Challenger subscribers and higher. Flame, Wiggle, Crotera, Fenrir, Neons, Street Soul, Critter, Speed, Jax, iParker, and Rare. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for all that you do. You help us do all of the stuff behind the scenes. And I mean, you just help make Nemesis what it is and help us grow, help us thrive, and keep giving us allow us to give you all the great content. But that is it for us tonight. We do have a special stream tomorrow for Tuesday. We have Blaze taking on Whiteout. I mean, some might say that's the grand finals of the Rival League right there, so you do not want to miss that. But until then, Gallium, do you have anything else for them?
Nope, not at all. You said it all, Ventus, and I'm really excited for that one. That might be the best match of all of the playoffs, but we'll see you guys tomorrow. Might be on the Nemesis After Dark stream or channel or this one. You're gonna have to stay in the Discord to find out. Anyways, peace out, y'all.
feel like Sleepy Hollow, the way I lost my head, and I feel like I would follow anything that you said. Yeah, I feel like Sleepy Hollow. I lost my head, I lost my head. I'm your marionette, you hold all the strings. I'm not even upset, I like you holding me. I'm locked out of my head, and girl, you're swallowing the key. Clocked out, I'm brain dead, it's just the things you do to me. Is it total vacancy? Oh, when you're kissing me, I know that you're my last strike upon me. And I feel like Novocaine when you walk into the room. If this is going insane, at least I like the view. When I feel like Novocaine, when I'm with you, when I'm with you, I'm your marionette, you hold all the strings. I'm not even upset, I like you holding me. I'm locked out of my head, and girl, you're swallowing the key. Clocked out, I'm brain dead, it's just the things you do to me. Is it total vacancy? Oh, when you're kissing me, I know that you're my last strike upon me. You're my last strike upon me. You're my last strike upon me. I'm locked out of my head, and girl, you're